Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1902. 1902. Translator 549690339. How dare you? How dare you slander our White Tiger sect like this? The White Tiger sect disciple shouted. The young master only snorted coldly. He ignored the White Tiger sect disciple beside him and turned his head to look at Jiang Fei, who was in midair. The White Tiger sect disciple felt that he had been insulted. No one had ever dared to look down on their White Tiger sect disciple like this. Therefore, for the sake of the sect's honor, he directly swung his fist and attacked the young master. The White Tiger sect disciple charged forward quickly and returned even faster. The other party only waved his hand like he was shooing a fly, and he was sent flying. However, the young master did not seem to have any killing intent. Therefore, this unlucky guy was only injured. He could not move for a while, but his life was not in danger. The White Tiger sect disciples' encounter on the ground did not attract much attention because the White Tiger sect members were already charging toward Jiang Fei and the other two. Guan Hu shouted angrily. The long sword in his hand drew out a sword aura, and the bright moon sword aura rushed straight towards Jiang Fei's face. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he wanted to establish his authority, he did not want to commit too many sins. Therefore, he only stretched out his left palm and slowly pressed down. As for the bright moon sword aura that Guan Hu attacked, Jiang Fei did not even look at it. The bright moon sword aura disappeared a few feet in front of Jiang Fei as if it had never appeared. At the same time, Guan Hu and the 200 Martial Hall disciples behind him suddenly felt a terrifying and suffocating pressure. Jiang Fei's left palm fell. The terrifying pressure instantly pushed all the White Tiger sect disciples, including Guan Hu, to the ground. True. Guan Hu knelt on one knee on the ground. The words were squeezed out between his teeth. Around him, there was a huge pit that was 4 to 5 meters deep. It was not just Guan Hu. The other Martial Hall disciples also fell heavily to the ground. The 200 disciples had smashed a plane into a circular mountain like the surface of the moon. Only this group of Martial Hall disciples had decent skills. Therefore, although they had sustained serious injuries after chasing them down from the sky, they did not suffer any serious injuries. At that moment, Guan Hu naturally knew what kind of existence the White Tiger sect had provoked. However, it was too late now. He and the Martial Hall disciples beside him were already pressed to the ground and could not get up. Now, it was all up to the other party to decide how to punish them. Guan Hu prayed in his heart. This feeling of not being able to control his own life and death made him feel slightly terrified. Asked Bella, who was behind Jiang Fei. They are not important. What's important is that the younger ones will come, said Jiang Fei calmly. The reason why he had made such a big deal out of this was actually because of another reason. That was to have a face-to-face fight with a true immortal level master so that he could test his own combat ability. Although Jiang Fei had become a true immortal for quite some time, he had never fought with a master of the same level. Therefore, although he was known as a true immortal master, Jiang Fei did not have a systematic understanding of his actual combat ability. The young master laughed among the crowd. He just looked at Jiang Fei quietly, as if he was waiting for an even more exciting show to begin. As expected, in the time it took to brew a pot of tea, 3 sword lights shot out from the west. Other than the last person, the remaining 2 people were emitting the aura of true immortals. This White Tiger sect is really something. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. With a roar, a majestic aura canceled out Jiang Fei's pressure and allowed Guan Hu and the others to be freed. Jiang Fei did not stop the White Tiger sect's expert from releasing his aura to save his fellow sect members. First, Jiang Fei was not willing to make things difficult for Guan Hu and the others. After all, the strength of these people was too different from his. There was no need for him to make things difficult for them. There were 2 true immortals who had come. If Jiang Fei made things difficult for their low-level disciples, when he fought with the White Tiger sect's true immortals, What would happen if the other true immortal attacked Bella and the others? Greetings, sect leader. Guan stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he bowed to the three people who had rushed over. The sect leader of the White Tiger sect waved his hand. At this time, it was hard to argue with someone who had a thick arm. Therefore, there was no need for Guan to explain what had happened, including him as the sect leader. At this moment, they had to stand aside. Everything depended on the two ancestors. Yes, Guan also understood the situation. Therefore, he naturally stood aside. The martial arts hall's disciples also helped each other to stand aside. Although they were badly injured, they were all superficial injuries. This was not a big deal for cultivators. Baby, an old man with white hair and beard looked at Jiang Fei and asked. His tone was very condescending. It doesn't matter who I am. Jiang Fei did not waste any more time. After activating the Eye of Violet, he could naturally see that the old man with white hair and beard was the stronger one among the two true immortals. Therefore, a simple challenge was enough. Good, good, good. A newborn calf is not afraid of tiger. The old man with white hair and beard laughed coldly. Jiang Fei's age could not be hidden from others. Therefore, when faced with such a young Jiang Fei, although the old man was amazed by his talent, he did not put Jiang Fei in his eyes. The young master in the crowd muttered to himself, "Cut the crap." Jiang Fei raised his aura and shot into the sky. After all, it was a battle between true immortals. Those weaker spectators would be in trouble. Hee. Yunantian laughed coldly. Then, he said to the members of the White Tiger sect, "Please wait a moment. I will teach this child a lesson." Senior brother, don't worry. Another true immortal from the White Tiger sect laughed. He had the same thought as Yunantian. The time he had accumulated was too short. Therefore, he was certain that Jiang Fei's strength level and proficiency in martial arts techniques were not a match for Yunantian. After giving his instructions, Yunantian also rushed into the sky and chased after Jiang Fei. After a moment, the people on the ground rushed over to two terrifying pressure. Then, there were terrifying energy waves coming from the nine heavens. It was enough to make the people on the ground gasp in amazement. Chapter 1903. Translator 549690339. At this very moment, Jiang Fei was truly facing off against a true immortal level expert. When both parties made their first move from thousands of miles up in the sky, Jiang Fei had already suffered quite a loss. As he had never fought against a true immortal level expert before, Jiang Fei had followed the conventional method of using a probing attack first. However, true immortal level masters usually did not make a move. If they made a move, they would die. Therefore, Yunantian did not care if Jiang Fei was going to kill him or not. He was going to use a killing move as soon as he made a move. As a result, Jiang Fei's probing attack directly collided with Yunantian's killing move. As a result, Jiang Fei's attack instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, Yunantian's attack was like a hot knife through butter. He directly attacked Jiang Fei. Good boy. Jiang Fei turned his body and dodged Yunantian's attack. However, while Jiang Fei was dodging, Yunantian took the opportunity to attack. He took advantage of the earlier advantage and wanted to expand the battle results. Brat! Yunantian sneered. Then, he waved the long sword in his hand. The bright moon swordsmanship in his hand was completely different from Guanhu's. It was even more fierce and crafty. Old man, you want your life when you attack. Jiang Fei had a very bad impression of Yunantian. Actually, this was not Yunantian's fault. Almost all people who practiced alchemy-type martial arts focused on killing. Their moves were vicious and overbearing. Yunantian was only one of them. After another two moves, Yunantian had completely gained the upper hand. However, Jiang Fei was gradually getting used to fighting against true immortal-level powerhouses. Kid, you really have some skills. However, I don't intend to play with you anymore. Yunantian suddenly shouted. Then his moves changed. His sword moves suddenly became unpredictable. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, the origin power in his body suddenly transformed from metal to fire. Just as Yunantian's sword aura attacked, Jiang Fei's Chungying sword drew out a fire dragon. Blazing flames rose up and went straight for Yu Nanshan's face. Yu Nantian was shocked. In the beginning, Jiang Fei and he had both used metal-type martial arts. Therefore, he did not put Jiang Fei in his eyes at all. However, he had only practiced for a short period of time. There were still some flaws. In terms of spiritual power alone, Jiang Fei had only advanced not too long ago. On the other hand, Yu Nantian had already advanced to true immortal for hundreds of years. There was a huge gap between the two of them. It was precisely because of these reasons that Yu Nantian had the confidence to defeat Jiang Fei. However, now that Jiang Fei's attributes had suddenly changed, although his spiritual power had not increased, it had become a fire attribute that countered the metal attribute, as the attributes countered each other. Although Yu Nantian believed that his energy strength was better than Jiang Fei's, he had become restricted. "Old man!" Jiang Fei shouted. A streak of flame soared into the sky and slashed toward Yu Nantian. Although this Scarlet Flame Sect's martial arts technique was not the best fire attribute martial arts technique in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, it was definitely top-notch. Therefore, Yu Nantian was amazed by the ferocity of the technique. Who is this kid? After Yu Nantian blocked Jiang Fei's attack, he became even more confused. After all, Jiang Fei's metal-type technique just now was inherited from one of the 4 great families, the Xie family. Its level of profundity even surpassed the technique that Yu Nantian practiced. However, now that Jiang Fei had used a set of top-notch fire-type martial arts, how could Yu Nantian not suspect Jiang Fei's background? No. Yu Nantian made a decision in his heart, since he had already offended Jiang Fei. If he let him go easily, it might cause the forces behind him to retaliate. Therefore, Yu Nantian planned to capture Jiang Fei and force him to reveal his background. Thinking of this, Yu Nantian decided to use his ultimate move. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to take Jiang Fei down. Jiang Fei instantly felt that Yu Nanshan's aura had suddenly increased by a notch. Following that, under the eyes of the violet orchid, the spiritual power in Yu Nanshan's body began to change. Although it was still primarily gold-type, there was still some water-type spiritual power mixed in. Dual attributes. Jiang Fei's heart was as clear as a mirror. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, although most people had single attributes, there were also people with dual attributes. However, these people basically had one main attribute and one secondary attribute. Because of the training method, the main attribute was particularly prominent. The secondary attribute would only appear when some special moves were used. Currently, Yu Nanshan's Moonless Star was such a martial skill. It was a combination of metal and water attribute spiritual power. When it was unleashed, it would be even more powerful. Moreover, the fire attribute that Jiang Fei used would suppress Yu Nanshan's metal attribute. This would reduce the power of Yu Nanshan's martial skill. However, this Moonless Star had a part of the water attribute mixed in it. This way, fire would suppress metal and water would suppress fire. With the two of them together, Jiang Fei's suppression of Yu Nanshan's attributes would no longer exist. After seeing Yu Nanshan's Moonless Star, Jiang Fei felt as if a door to a new world had opened in his heart. Speaking of attribute fusion skills, who could be more convenient than Jiang Fei, who had all attributes? However, Jiang Fei had never thought about this before. Now that the new door had opened, Jiang Fei's developed brain was like a super high-speed photon computer that was operating rapidly. Just as Yu Nantian cast Star Moon Lightless Convergence, a new move was formed in Jiang Fei's mind. Although it was not perfect, it had already been preliminarily calculated. Jiang Fei gave his new move a nice name. The moment Yu Nantian activated Star Moon Lightless, Jiang Fei's Lava Nova also attacked. A move that combined fire and earth attributes met Yu Nanshan's Star Moon Lightless head-on. In terms of attributes, it was completely superior to Yu Nanshan's. The violent flames suppressed the metal attribute of Star Moon's Lightless. The steady and tenacious earth attribute perfectly countered the water attribute of Star Moon's Lightless. However, when the two great martial arts techniques collided, Jiang Fei only suffered a small loss. Following a muffled groan, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Fei's mouth. This was something that could not be helped. Jiang Fei had developed the attack in a hurry. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not as strong as Yunnan Tian in terms of energy intensity. Jiang Fei was already very satisfied that he was able to block Yunanshan's ultimate skill with only a slight injury. Moreover, from then on, Jiang Fei's ability to develop the skill was no longer limited to a Lava Nova. More dual attribute or even 3 attribute fusion skills had already been included in Jiang Fei's plan. Chapter 1904. 1904. Translator 549690339. Although he had gained the upper hand with one move, Yunnan Tian was still shocked beyond words. Before this, Jiang Fei had already used 2 types of spiritual power, metal and fire. Moreover, both types of spiritual power were very powerful. This could be considered as a peerless talent among cultivators. However, Jiang Fei's move just now was a fusion of earth and fire, 3 types of talent, and mastery of 3 types of spiritual energy. If Yunnan Tian had not seen this with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. No, if Yunnan Tian had only wanted to capture Jiang Fei alive before this, his heart had already been filled with killing intent. Those who practiced alchemy arts were most likely vicious and cold. In Yunanshan's eyes, Jiang Fei was already the White Tiger sect's enemy. Moreover, he had such a powerful talent. Then, the White Tiger sect would definitely suffer calamity. Therefore, in order to nip the danger in the bud, Yunnan Tian had a murderous intent toward Jiang Fei. At this moment, he no longer cared about the power behind Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had already become the White Tiger sect's greatest threat. However, although he had the intention to kill Jiang Fei, Yunnan Tian was not having an easy time at the moment. That was because he had already used his ultimate skill. Unlike Jiang Fei, Yunnan Tian mainly practiced metal-type martial arts. He did not have much water-type spiritual power. After the previous move, the water-type spiritual power in his body had been exhausted. He could not use this ultimate skill again. Therefore, since he could not win in one move, Yunnan Tian could only intensify his attacks. He waved the long sword in his hand and used the bright moon sword technique to its maximum. Every move was focused on Jiang Fei's vital points. It was obvious that he wanted to take Jiang Fei's life. Good. At this time, Jiang Fei was injured. At the same time, he also felt Yunanshan's murderous intent. This way, he had nothing to hold back. When Jiang Fei and Yunnan Tian fought just now, he was only using his normal strength. Jiang Fei had not used his mind power, which was a powerful weapon. The reason was simple. Jiang Fei did not have any enmity with Yunnan Tian. There was no need to use his mind power that was either dead or injured. Moreover, he also wanted to use this opportunity to hone his martial arts skills. However, he did not expect Yunnan Tian to have the intention to kill him. Moreover, he was injured. If this continued, Jiang Fei was worried that he might suffer even more serious injuries. If it was during normal times, it would be fine. There was still a true immortal from the White Tiger sect on the ground. If he was too heavily injured, once another true immortal attacked, Jiang Fei would have no choice but to run for his life. However, if he could run for his life, what would happen to Bella and the others? Therefore, in order to preserve his own strength, Jiang Fei did not plan to continue playing with Yunnan Tian. Old man, there's a path to heaven, but you did not walk it. You barged into hell without a door. At this moment, Jiang Fei was no longer the indecisive person he was before. Although he was not a bloodthirsty person, he would not let anyone who had the intention to kill him live either. Swish! Swish! While Jiang Fei was blocking Yunanshan's sword skill, Jiang Fei released 3 consecutive psychic piercing attacks. Each one was stronger than the last. The final 3rd piercing attack was stronger than the last. Even a top-tier expert like Blood Mistress would not dare to say that she would be able to escape unscathed. When the first mental attack came, Yunnan Tian let out a muffled groan. His body swayed slightly, and his sword moves were also slightly scattered. As the second mental attack arrived, Yunnan Tian cried out in pain, and his long sword almost fell out of his hand. When the third mental attack hit Yunnan, he felt his eyes go black, and then a mouthful of reverse blood came out. Dark red blood spurted out of Yunanshan's mouth for more than 10 feet. His mind went blank. Even the long sword in his hand fell from his hand. When killing intent rises, someone will definitely die, Jiang Fei muttered. At the same time, he raised his sword and chopped off Yunanshan's head. A true spirit soared into the sky. It left Yunanshan's body and wanted to escape. However, the Chungying sword in Jiang Fei's hand was faster. The two black dragons instantly locked onto Yunanshan's true spirit and swallowed it in one gulp. The sword spirit let out a long cry. Then, it controlled the shadow-bearing sword to turn into a golden light and return to Jiang Fei's glabella. After absorbing Yunanshan's true spirit, it needed time to digest this great tonic. It was a pity that Yunnan, who was an outstanding true immortal, did not have the ability to fight back when faced with Jiang Fei's enormous spiritual power. Although he was already very powerful, even 3 to 5 true immortals were not his match. However, in terms of spiritual power, he was still not as strong as the long-lived ferocious beasts. Moreover, in terms of strength, Yunnan and people at Blood Lady's level were also very far apart. Even Blood Lady could not escape from Jiang Fei's spiritual power, let alone him. Just as Jiang Fei was about to kill Yunanshan's long sword had already fallen to the ground. Following the sound of the sword, the long sword was stabbed into the ground. The hilt of the sword kept shaking. Another true immortal from the White Tiger sect recognized this sword at a glance. How is this possible? Could it be that the ancestor? Everyone from the White Tiger sect was dumbfounded. After all, a cultivator's flying sword was as important as his life. The falling of the flying sword could only mean one thing. Yunnan had met with misfortune. Bang! Right at this moment, Yunanshan's corpse and head fell to the ground one after another. The last true immortal of the White Tiger sect immediately turned red-eyed. Ancestor! The other members of the White Tiger sect felt as though the sky had collapsed. The reason why their White Tiger sect was able to triumph over the capital was because they had 2 true immortals, and Yunnan was an outstanding true immortal. However, now that the pillar of the White Tiger sect had fallen, even if there was only one true immortal left, the White Tiger sect would have a hard time remaining in the capital. That was because their other true immortal had only just advanced. His strength was far inferior to Yunanshan's. Jiang Fei floated down. Although his face was slightly pale, it was not a big deal. This shocked everyone who was watching the battle. Other than the members of the White Tiger sect, there were many people who came within 100 miles to watch the show. Among these cultivators, there was no lack of super powerhouses. After all, Yunnan had personally made a move. It was worth watching. This young man had actually killed Yunnan at the price of a light injury. Therefore, when everyone looked at Jiang Fei again, they could not help but have a look of awe in their eyes. The young master in the crowd laughed coldly. At the same time, he glanced at the White Tiger sect disciple who had provoked him earlier. Because the young master did not hit him hard, the White Tiger sect disciple had long woken up. However, he was now dumbstruck. Clearly, he could not accept the fact that his sect's ancestor had been killed. The young master's words had come true. As expected, the White Tiger sect could no longer survive in the capital of Great Victory. Chapter 1905. 1905. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei did not care about the opinions of the White Tiger sect's disciples. What he cared about was the opinion of the true immortal. The true immortal of the White Tiger sect was really anxious. Yunnan was more of a master than a senior to him. Back then, Yunnan saw that Jiang Fei was talented and intelligent, so he accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master. Therefore, the two of them were brothers. In fact, his abilities were all from the Yunnan sect. Now that Yunnan had died tragically, one could imagine the anger in this person's heart. The White Tiger sect's sect master pulled the true immortal who wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Now that the White Tiger sect's pillar of support had fallen, if the last true immortal was also gone, the White Tiger sect would be completely finished. Usually, the White Tiger sect considered themselves as a large sect. In the capital of Great Victory, they had bullied many small and medium sects. Now, it was clear that they could no longer survive in the capital of Great Victory and needed to move out of the capital of Great Victory. But once they were outside, would those small and medium-sized sects that had been bullied by the White Tiger sect let them go? If there wasn't a true immortal to oversee things, then the White Tiger sect would most likely be doomed. The grief in the true immortal's heart clearly couldn't be appeased. Senior Granduncle, the enemy is too strong. We cannot compete with him for the time being. The White Tiger sect's sect master pleaded. Sigh. The true immortal also knew that he was no match for Jiang Fei. So, he sighed and came before Jiang Fei. My friend, this time, the White Tiger sect has admitted defeat. Whatever you want to say, just say it. When he said this, the true immortal's heart was like a knife cutting through his heart. However, he was stronger than the others. He had no choice but to bow his head for the survival of the sect. I had no intention of becoming enemies with anyone. All of you have brought this upon yourselves. Jiang Fei waved his hand and appeared to be calm and collected. At this time, Jiang Fei had already achieved his goal of pretending to be 13. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Could it be that he still wanted to wipe out the entire White Tiger sect? Moreover, the White Tiger sect's strength was not enough to cause any waves. Although they still had a true immortal in charge, Jiang Fei had many true immortal friends in the town star. This guy was just courting death. The young master in the crowd smiled slightly. In his opinion, Jiang Fei's act was completely for the people around him to see. It was to show his strength and mercy. Now that he had killed Yunnan Tian, Jiang Fei had shown his strength. Now that he had forgiven the White Tiger sect, he could show his magnanimity. Was he not using this kind of method to show off his power? Was he still pretending to be the 13? I will never forget your kindness today, brother. The true immortal of the White Tiger sect squeezed the words out of his mouth. The hatred in his heart toward Jiang Fei had reached its peak. After saying that, the true immortal led the members of the White Tiger sect and left in a hurry. At that moment, he no longer looked as heroic as when he led the group to attack. Bella frowned. She also felt a deep hostility from the true immortal. See, if he is honest enough, then he is considered lucky. Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath. After the White Tiger sect left, Jiang Fei did not stay any longer. He took Bella and the others and flew directly toward the teleportation portal. As Lu Bingyuan was leading the way, Jiang Fei and the others' destination was very clear. Although the sky above Dan Capital was still a no-fly zone, it was a pity that no one dared to stop Jiang Fei and the others this time. As a matter of principle, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. They turned a blind eye and pretended that they did not notice Jiang Fei and his group. Soon, Jiang Fei and his group arrived outside the teleportation portal. Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter with Bella and the others, a bright voice came from behind him. The person who came was the young master who had mixed in with the crowd earlier. Who are you? Jiang Fei frowned. He had never seen this person before, and it was impossible for them to have any interaction. It's normal that young Master Jiang does not know me. We have never met before, the young master said with a smile. Then who are you? Jiang Fei asked again. My surname is Xie. My name is Xie Chunsheng, the young master said. Jiang Fei was suddenly enlightened. Taibai Planet was the territory of the Xie family. It was not unusual to meet an emissary of the Xie family here. That's right. The old ancestor once sent us your image and aura. He told me to treat you well after I met you, said Xie Chunsheng. Grandma Xie is really thoughtful. Jiang Fei smiled and said Xie Chunsheng. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Fei went straight to the point. Recently, the planet has not been peaceful. The old ancestor told us to advise you not to return to the planet when we meet young Master Jiang, said Xie Chunsheng. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Of course, he knew why the planet was not peaceful. The mountain of beasts must be searching for him. The fact that Xie Tianxin could secretly ask someone to help him already showed that she was a good friend. Mr. Jiang, why don't you come to my place for a little while? I will brief you about the town, said Xie Tianxin. At this time, Jiang Fei did not understand the situation of the town. Therefore, he did not want to barge in blindly. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the rest followed Xie Tianxin to a courtyard. This courtyard was in the territory of the Shangjing. It was not very big, but it was elegant and chic. The style was very similar to the Xie family of the town. Speaking of which, among the 4 big families, although each family had an outer planet as their territory, the Xie family had the most lenient management of this territory because they were a fierce beast family. That was because they were not humans, therefore, they were not interested in the fight between humans. As long as the Taibai planet paid the tribute on time and in quantity, they would not care about anything else. This was also the reason why the Taibai planet was more chaotic than the other 3 planets. Xie Chunsheng was the person sent by the Xie family to collect rent on planet Taibai. He rarely went to meet the human cultivators there. Only when it was time to pay the tribute would he meet the leaders of the big sects. This was also why he was not famous here, and no one could recognize him. After taking a seat in the living room, Jiang Fei began to ask Xie Chunsheng about the situation of the town star. Xie Chunsheng answered them one by one. At this time, although the town star looked normal on the outside, the ferocious beasts were unusually active. The purpose of their frequent movements was very simple. They were looking for Jiang Fei, who had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1906. Translator 549690339. The myriad beasts mountain has mobilized such a huge force to look for me. Jiang Fei asked. Xie Chunsheng shook his head. Jiang Fei asked. The ancestors' meaning is that it is best for you not to return to planet Townsend for the time being. If possible, you can stay on planet Taibai. After all, this is the Xie family's territory. It is more convenient for you to do things here, Xie Chunsheng said. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Xie Chunsheng was very reasonable. Once Jiang Fei returned to the planet, it would not take long for him to attract the attention of the Thousand Beast Mountain. The problem was that if he did not go to the planet, he would not be able to contact Jiangzhong. Therefore, he would not be able to initiate the next step of his plan. Husband, why don't you stay here for now? I'll go to the planet with Sister Qingsheng, Bella suggested at this time. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. As Jiang Fei was a good friend, the people of the Thousand Beast Mountain did not know that Jiangzhong was with him. Therefore, Jiangzhong was very safe at the moment. No one knew about his relationship with Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Bella and Hui Qingsheng were even better. They had never shown their faces in front of the people of the Thousand Beast Mountain. As long as they brought Jiang Fei's communication device into the town star, it would be easy for them to find Jiangzhong. Then, they could proceed with their next move. Whether it was bringing Jiangzhong back to planet Taibai or relaying Jiang Fei's orders, there would be no obstruction. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei stayed at Xie Chunsheng's place. Bella and Hui Qingsheng set off for the town star. Lu Bingyuan, who had just joined, also stayed behind. On the second day after Bella and Hui Qingsheng entered the town star through the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei handed a blood alchemy pill to Lu Bingyuan. After you take this pill, cultivate immediately. I reckon it won't be long before you advance to the crossing calamity stage, Jiang Fei said to Lu Bingyuan. What? Lu Bingyuan widened his eyes as he looked at the pill in Jiang Fei's hand. With his knowledge, he did not know what a blood alchemy pill was. Although Jiang Fei had previously promised to help him advance to the crossing calamity stage, he had never thought that it would be so simple. All right, after you take it, go and cultivate. This is nothing to me. Jiang Fei laughed. Lu Bingyuan lifted his clothes and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Quickly get up. Quickly get up. You don't have to be so polite. Jiang Fei smiled as he helped Lu Bingyuan up. Lu Bingyuan took the pill and went back to his room to practice. At the same time, Bella and Hui Qingsheng, who had entered the planet, also contacted Jiangzhong. After all, The communicator that Jiang Fei used was very high-end. As long as they were on the same planet, the communication would not be hindered. Bella could not change her words for a moment. Master Bella, I am currently staying at the Xiao family, Jiang Zhong replied. Ever since he left the Xie family, he had brought Natasha and Blood Mistress to the Xiao family. Because of Jiang Fei, the Xiao family naturally treated Jiang Zhong and the others with great hospitality. As for the pressure from the Thousand Beast Mountain, as one of the top forces of mankind, the Xiao family did not care too much about it. Inform the three major families and the Moon Goddess sect that the departure date has been set. It will be in a month's time. We will inform them of the location when the time comes, Bella said to Jiang Zhong. Okay, Jiang Zhong agreed. Then he asked Bella, is the captain okay? Of course he's fine. It's just that the news has been a little tight recently, so it's not convenient for him to enter the town star, Jiang Fei replied with a smile. The captain has really pissed off the entire mountain of beasts this time. These guys are searching everywhere for the captain's whereabouts, Jiang Zhong said with a smile. Bella asked the same question. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I heard from a CF family that they didn't want to kill the captain. Jiang Zhong said. These guys are quite persistent. Bella laughed. Forget about them, Master Bella, Jiang Zhong asked. Of course. After you have finished talking to those guys, you can come to the teleportation formation. We will take you to see him, Bella said. Okay. Jiang Zhong nodded and then cut off the communication. Then, Jiang Zhong informed the three major families and the Moon Goddess sect of the date of departure. Although the Yuan family and the Moon Goddess sect had not given a clear answer, Jiang Zhong had already taken care of them during this period of time. The two families had also agreed to send their disciples to the outside world. However, unlike the Xiao and Wang families, the disciples of the two forces did not obey Jiang Fei's orders. 3 days later, Jiang Zhong brought Natasha and Blood Princess to the teleportation portal. Bella and Natasha had heard Jiang Fei mention Blood Princess before. They knew that she was Jiang Fei's most powerful bodyguard. Yes, Blood Spirit nodded. Jiang Zhong took the initiative to introduce them. Bella naturally accepted this form of address. Only Hua Qingqing's face was slightly flushed. Hello, sisters. Natasha was very friendly. Yes. Bella smiled and pinched Natasha's smiling face. All the girls around Jiang Fei knew Natasha's name. They all knew that she was an extremely special player. Jiang Fei had to rely on her for a lot of things. Really? Really? When Natasha heard that Jiang Fei often mentioned him, she immediately became excited and danced around, showing off the characteristics of a little fangirl. Your father is doing very well now. Blood Princess walked in front of Hua Qingqing and smiled at her. Hua Qingqing asked very respectfully. She was quite nervous. Yes, we met once. My senior sister has already transferred him to her subordinate. I think she will take care of him in the future. Blood Mistress said this to reassure Hua Qingqing and Jiang Fei. She wanted them to know that Hua Jinghua had been protected by Xie Tianxin. Hua Qingqing bowed deeply to Blood Mistress. She was relieved that her father had such an opportunity. Chapter 1907. Translator 549690339. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Bella and Hua Qingqing took the teleportation formation and returned to Taibai Planet. Jiang Zhong and the other two followed closely behind. After arriving at Taibai Planet, because Bella and Hua Qingqing were leading the way, the group quickly arrived at Xie Chuanxing's small courtyard. Hubby, Bella shouted as soon as she entered the small courtyard. However, no one responded. Blood Lady frowned. As far as she could sense, Jiang Fei's aura could not be detected within a radius of tens of miles around the small courtyard. Jiang Zhong took out his communicator as he spoke. It seemed that Jiang Fei might have left due to some urgent matters. However, as long as he did not leave Planet Taibai, he would be able to contact Jiang Fei through the communicator. Beep, 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 beep. The communicator beeped anxiously. After a long time, no one answered Jiang Fei's call. What happened? Jiang Zhong asked curiously. Blood Mistress suddenly turned to Bella and asked, Someone from the Xie family. I think his name was Xie Chunsheng, Bella replied. Blood Girl frowned. She did not remember such a person. After all, the Xie Chunsheng that Bella mentioned was a person that the Xie family had sent to White Star. How could he be a nobody? Bella's face was also filled with anxiety. At that moment, Natasha suddenly leaned over with her head tilted. Hua Qingqing suddenly remembered what Jiang Fei had said before. If there was anything that could not be solved, they could look for Natasha. Oh, after Natasha said that, she rummaged around in her arms and threw all kinds of gadgets on the ground. Huh! A few minutes later, Natasha shouted while holding a small ball in her hand. There were a lot of messy things around her. Hua Qingqing asked. Natasha said as she put away all the gadgets around her. Then, she reached out and touched the ball. Crack! With a soft sound, the ball split from the middle. Then, the two hemispheres split. Only one edge was connected to the other. Finally, the ball opened to a 90-degree angle. Natasha held the ball and input a lot of things into it. Soon, the ball made a rhythmic beep. A few minutes later, Natasha suddenly shouted joyfully, "Huh! Found it where?" Bella and the others immediately surrounded her. Natasha said, "What happened?" Bella asked in confusion. "I'm not sure." What Qingchang said. Natasha shouted. With so many people playing with her, she was naturally very happy. Then Bella and the others, led by Blood Mistress, went straight to the teleportation array and arrived at the Year Star through the teleportation array. Natasha shouted as soon as they came out of the Year Star. "Yeah, the Year Star is like this. It's covered in ice and snow all year round," said Blood Mistress. Asked Hua Qingsheng. Jiang Zhong replied. However, as soon as he picked up the communicator, there was a busy tone coming from the other end. Jiang Zhong's expression was very ugly. This time, it was not that the communicator could not be contacted, but that no one was picking up. This meant that Jiang Fei was still in the old star, but he did not have the time to pick up the communicator. He must have encountered some trouble. Blood Princess turned around and asked. She could not let anything happen to Jiang Fei. Then, she would be breaking her promise. Moreover, only Jiang Fei could save her child. Therefore, even if it was for the child's life, she felt that she could not let anything happen to Jiang Fei. Natasha began to fiddle with the ball again as she spoke. This time, Natasha took even longer than before because she had to determine Jiang Fei's exact location. After about 20 minutes, when everyone was extremely frustrated, Natasha suddenly shouted, "Over there!" Blood Princess was the first to fly into the sky. She rushed in the direction that Natasha's little hand pointed to. Bella, Hua Qingcheng, and the others followed closely behind, and Natasha was no exception. At this moment, Blood Mistress was running in the first place with her super strength. Although Bella and the others were not slow, they were not on the same level as Blood Mistress. They were even left behind by Blood Mistress by hundreds of miles. As Jiang Zhong was the weakest, he was only around the Mahayana stage, so his speed was the slowest. Blood Lady ran as she used her divine sense to search for Jiang Fei's whereabouts. At the same time, Jiang Fei was deep in an abyss. Moreover, this abyss was filled with 10,000-year-old ice. The temperature was so low that it was unimaginable. Even a top-tier expert like Jiang Fei could barely protect himself here. If he wanted to free himself, he would not be able to. F***CK. What's wrong with me? I can't believe that I'm so unlucky. Jiang Fei was complaining in his heart. He had used all of his strength to resist the cold air entering his body. He did not even have the power to activate the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape. The reason why Jiang Fei was in such a dire situation was partly because he trusted others easily. It was also because he was unlucky. Previously, when Bella and the rest went to Jinxing, Jiang Fei had asked Liu Bingyuan to cultivate while he stayed in Xie Chunsheng's residence. However, he did not expect that Xie Chunsheng was not a member of the Xie family at all. Moreover, not only was this guy not a member of the Xie family, or the Black Widow's men. So, not long after Bella and the others left, Black Widow came looking for them. Because Jiang Fei had treated Black Widow before, Black Widow did not report the matter of Bella and the others, nor did she make things difficult for them. she only came to capture Zhang Fei. Facing a god like Black Widow, Zhang Fei had no ability to resist. In a panic, he put Liu Bingyuan into the 10th dimension and used the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape. Black Widow clearly did not expect Zhang Fei to have such a treasure. After all, Xie Tianxin did not report this matter to him. Therefore, Zhang Fei escaped due to his carelessness. After returning to Skoda's star, Zhang Fei could not ignore Bella and the others. Therefore, he used the 9 revolving astrolabe to return to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, the 9 revolutions astrolabe was teleported randomly when it returned to the 5 directions. Zhang Fei was also possessed by the Calamity Star today, so he was teleported to this damned place. Chapter 1908. 1908. Translator 549690339. Just as Zhang Fei was trying his best to resist the cold, Blood Mistress was also searching for him with Bella and the others. However, the people who were searching for Zhang Fei were not just Blood Mistress and Bella. There was also Black Widow who was chasing after him. Although Black Widow did not report the matter of Xie Tianxin, Jiang Zhong, and Bella to Zhang Fei, she did not let these clues go. They immediately targeted them. However, because of Blood Mistress, they did not dare to get too close to her. After all, Blood Mistress was very powerful. However, when Bella and the others arrived at Planet Sway, Black Widow was already waiting at the teleportation point. Although Blood Mistress was very powerful, Black Widow was even stronger. Moreover, she was a top-notch assassin. Her concealment skills were superb. Therefore, even Blood Lady could not find them, let alone Bella and the others. Therefore, when Bella and the others arrived at Time Star and began to search for Zhang Fei, Black Widow followed behind them. She had been following them quietly. Therefore, Black Widow naturally could not activate her divine sense to actively search. Otherwise, she would expose her own whereabouts. Therefore, she quietly followed behind Bella and the others. Since Blood Lady's divine sense was very powerful, with her searching, she would find Zhang Fei very quickly. After searching for 2 days, Bella and the others still could not find Zhang Fei. Humph! This is given to me by my brother. Natasha pouted and said. Hua Qingcheng asked gently. Natasha nodded and opened the small ball in her hand again. This way, Natasha shouted. Blood Mistress nodded and flew in the direction pointed by Natasha's small hand. Bella and the others followed closely behind. After flying for more than an hour, Blood Mistress was the first to arrive at the destination. It was a huge canyon. Standing on the cliff, she looked down. It was so dark that she could not see the bottom. It was as if the cliff led to the bottom of the 9 abyss. Bella asked. Blood Belle closed her eyes and did not speak. After a moment, she said, Very deep. I cannot sense the bottom of the cliff, nor can I sense Zhang Fei's aura. Bella and the others were dumbfounded. Natasha was very certain. You guys wait here for a while. Because the cliff was too deep and it gave off a mysterious aura, Blood Mistress did not let Bella and the others go down together. Bella reminded her with concern. Blood Concubine nodded and jumped down. As the temperature continued to drop, Blood Concubine felt that the temperature in the surroundings was getting lower and lower. The Year Star was originally a world of ice and snow, so the temperature was very low. However, after jumping down the cliff, the temperature here dropped even more rapidly. She didn't know how long it had dropped, but she felt that the blood flow in her body began to slow down, and her body gradually became stiff. She suddenly raised her aura, and the spiritual power in her body burst out. Only then did she slightly relieve the trouble caused by the low temperature. However, not long after, as she continued to descend, her body became more and more stiff. No, she knew her body's condition. If she continued to descend, she might not be able to go up. Blood Lady took a deep breath. Her body stopped falling. However, just as she was about to fly out of the cliff, a familiar aura suddenly appeared in her divine sense. Blood Lady finally sensed Zhang Fei's aura from the cliff. However, She knew that she could not save Jiang Fei because the temperature at the bottom of the cliff was too low. She was afraid that she would also be trapped inside. Blood Mistress asked through her divine sense. "It's me. I'm trapped here." Jiang Fei was overjoyed when he received Blood Mistress's divine sense. It was too cold here. If it had been any longer, he might have died here. "Wait a moment," Blood Mistress said as she flew into the sky. There was no other way. Although she had found Jiang Fei, she could not save him with her own strength. Jiang Fei agreed. He knew that it would not be easy to save her this time. The temperature here was too low. After a moment, Blood Mistress rushed to the top of the cliff. Bella asked with concern. At that moment, Blood Mistress's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. There was not a hint of blood on her pale face. Even her lips were covered in white frost. Blood Lady took a moment to calm down before she spoke. Bella asked. "Yes, he's trapped down there," Blood Lady replied. Bella was so anxious that she wanted to jump off the cliff. Blood Lady pulled Bella back. Even she could not stand the extreme cold at the bottom of the cliff, let alone Bella. After that, Blood Mistress told Bella and the others about the situation at the bottom of the cliff. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Everyone stared at each other, not knowing what to do. At that moment, an extremely obscure black shadow flashed past and entered the cliff. The person who entered the cliff was none other than Black Widow. When she found out that Jiang Fei was at the bottom of the cliff, she immediately leaped into the cliff. However, she soon regretted it. Damn it! Although Black Widow was stronger than Blood Mistress, she still could not get to the bottom of the cliff. Although she felt that Jiang Fei was not far from the bottom of the cliff, Black Widow knew that she could not go any further. Otherwise, she would have to stay at the bottom of the cliff with Jiang Fei. Damn it! Suddenly, Black Widow had an idea. The so-called time scar was the mark of the year star. It was a crack that led directly to the inner core of the year star. The low temperature inside was unimaginable. Normally, the core of a planet should be extremely hot. However, the year star was extremely abnormal, and its core was extremely cold. Knowing that this was the year mark, Black Widow did not dare to rashly go deeper. She straightened her body and stopped her falling momentum, and then soared into the sky. Who is it? Just as Black Widow rushed to the top of the cliff, her aura was somewhat chaotic due to the intrusion of the extremely cold air, causing a flaw in her concealment technique. Hence, she was discovered by Blood Mistress. Black Widow did not say anything and immediately sped off. Blood Mistress was shocked. Although Black Widow did not say anything, they were both members of the Thousand Beast Mountain, who did not know each other. Hence, when Black Widow exposed her aura, Blood Mistress immediately recognized her. Chapter 1909, 1909. Translator, 549690339. Damn it. Why is she here? Blood Mistress' face darkened when she discovered Black Widow. Jiang Zhong asked. After all, with his and Bella's strength, they would not be able to detect Black Widow's presence. Blood Mistress said with a dark expression. Jiang Zhong's expression became very ugly. After all, if their identities were exposed, it would not only be inconvenient for Jiang Zhong to carry out his work in the Town Star, perhaps even Blood Mistress and Xie Tianxin would be implicated. Let's talk about other things later. Blood Mistress took a deep breath and said, although Black Widow had discovered the secret, it was too late to say anything now. She was not Black Widow's match. There was no way to silence her. She could only accept the reality. Yes, save hubby first, Bella said from the side. Bella did not care about the lives of the others. She only cared about Jiang Fei. Hua Qingqing asked. Even the strongest Blood Mistress among them could not go deep into the cliff. The others could not do anything about it. Asked Natasha, tilting her little head. He's trapped down there. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape on his own, said Bloodbell. Oh, asked Natasha. Bloodbell did not trust Natasha. After all, Natasha looked like she was only in the crossing calamity stage. Yes. Bella suddenly remembered what Jiang Fei had told her before. If she encountered something that she could not handle, she would look for Natasha. Yes, Natasha. Quickly go and save little brother. Hua Qingqing looked at Natasha and said with anticipation, "Okay." Natasha pursed her lips proudly. Then, without any preparation, she directly jumped off the cliff. Blood Lady did not believe that Natasha could save Jiang Fei. Although her strength is average, she has a lot of treasures on her. Anyway, the captain trusts her very much, Jiang Zhong explained. Blood Lady sighed. She could not think of a way to save Jiang Fei at the moment, so she could only try her best. Natasha screamed as she jumped down from the cliff. She did not control her speed at all. She was falling freely. As she continued to fall, Natasha also felt the bone-chilling cold. Natasha said as she opened a red button on her belt. An orange-red light barrier wrapped around Natasha's body, forming an insulating layer. No matter how cold it was outside, she could not feel it all. Natasha, who had many strange items, did not disappoint. She arrived at the bottom of the cliff very quickly. However, because she was relatively weak, it was impossible for Natasha to lock onto Jiang Fei's position in an instant. Although she had a locator in her hand, it was not particularly accurate. When she was far away, she could lock on her target very quickly. However, when the two of them were not far from each other, the error of the locator was apparent. "This is not fun," Natasha pouted and complained. The so-called small map of the players was equivalent to the range of Jiang Fei and the other spiritual senses. At the bottom of the cliff, Jiang Fei and the other spiritual senses were suppressed. Their search range was limited to a very small area. The same was true for the players. Natasha lit up a small lighting tool and began to search for Jiang Fei's whereabouts at the bottom of the cliff. "Handsome, where are you?" Natasha shouted as she searched for Jiang Fei. At the bottom of the cliff, Jiang Fei was unable to speak due to the extreme cold. Even Black Widow had to deal with the extreme cold with all her might, let alone Jiang Fei. She could not speak at all. Only people like Natasha, who relied on the absolute isolation of the extreme cold treasure, could wander around the bottom of the cliff like an outing. "Brother Handsome, did you hear that? Brother Handsome, answer me quickly." The entire bottom of the cliff was filled with Natasha's cries. As Natasha slowly approached Jiang Fei's direction, the cries entered Jiang Fei's ears. "Natasha." Jiang Fei was ecstatic. He knew that this girl was here, so he could get out of this predicament. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei could not rely on his voice like Natasha. He could only try his best to gather a stream of spiritual power. Then, he used this stream of spiritual power to say to Natasha, "I'm over here. Keep walking forward. You'll see me soon." After hearing Jiang Fei's voice transmission, Natasha was stunned for a moment. Then, she immediately sped up and ran forward. Not long after, Natasha appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Puffed. After seeing Jiang Fei's appearance, Natasha immediately laughed out loud. At that moment, Jiang Fei's image was indeed not flattering. His entire body had almost become an ice sculpture. His entire body was sealed in ice. He could not move at all. "Natasha, stop laughing for a moment," Jiang Fei said through his spiritual power. Good. Looking at Jiang Fei being sealed in the ice while squatting, Natasha could not help but laugh. If Jiang Fei was not frozen, he would have rolled his eyes at Natasha. When he had just completed the teleportation point was actually not at the bottom of the cliff. Instead, it was less than 10 meters away from the bottom of the cliff. After falling, Jiang Fei subconsciously squatted down to reduce the shock. However, during the process of falling, Jiang Fei, who was unprepared, began to freeze. When he fell to the ground, he was already sealed in ice. Natasha ran to Jiang Fei's side and pressed the red button on her belt. Very soon, the orange light barrier that wrapped her began to emit. It also wrapped Jiang Fei in it. Crack, crack, crack. After cutting off the source of the cold outside, Jiang Fei did not need Natasha's help. He cracked the hard ice by himself. As the cracks continued to spread, with a loud bang, the hard ice was completely shattered. Jiang Fei was also freed from it. Natasha asked with a smile. "Of course, I feel much better." Jiang Fei said as he stroked Natasha's head lovingly. Damn it! Natasha twisted her head hard, and a faint blush appeared on her small face. Chapter 1910, 1910. Translator, 549690339. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Natasha pouted and turned her back. Regardless, thank you. If you had not come to save me, I might have been an ice sculpture for a long time. Jiang Fei said sincerely to Natasha. Although Natasha looked very cute just now, Jiang Fei could not keep teasing this little girl. Hee. Natasha said to Jiang Fei proudly. She looked like she was about to write "praise me" on her forehead. Of course, Jiang Fei was quite experienced in coaxing children. All right, handsome, you're all right now. Let's go up, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei stopped Natasha, who was about to leave. Natasha asked curiously. She wanted to go up and play with Hu Qingsheng. Recently, Hu Qingsheng and Natasha had been getting along very well. On one hand, Hu Qingsheng was deliberately coaxing Natasha. On the other hand, their personalities were indeed similar. Therefore, Hu Qingsheng really treated her as a little sister. Therefore, the two of them played quite well. It's not easy to come down here, Jiang Fei said. Previously, he was trapped here because he was trying to find a way out. They were no longer afraid of the extreme cold. If they did not search the bottom of the cliff, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Natasha nodded. Let's go over there and take a look first, Jiang Fei said as he pointed at the depths of the cliff. Okay. Natasha nodded and then led Jiang Fei to the other side. As there was a protective barrier to isolate the extreme cold, Jiang Fei and Natasha were not affected at all at the bottom of the cliff. They chatted as they walked, as if they were sightseeing. Suddenly, Natasha pointed at a cliff and shouted. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had just scanned the place, but he did not find anything unusual. However, since Natasha had said it, he turned around and looked. There! Natasha was afraid that Jiang Fei would not be able to find the place, so she hopped her little feet and pointed at the cliff for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei stared at the cliff. The eye of the violet opened. Under the eye of the violet, he quickly noticed the difference in this cliff. Unlike the other cliff, the place that Natasha pointed at was slightly dented. However, this spot was only a few millimeters. If one did not look carefully, no one would notice it. However, in the eyes of the violet orchid, the nature of the particles on this cliff was no different from the other places. Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Natasha nodded and walked over. Jiang Fei followed behind Natasha. Just as Jiang Fei and Natasha approached the cliff, the ice surface under their feet suddenly cracked. Jiang Fei grabbed Natasha's small waist and pulled her back more than 10 meters to avoid the explosion of the ice. At the same time that Jiang Fei and Natasha dodged, a terrifying ice worm that was thicker than an oil barrel crawled out from under the cracked ice. Just the part of the ice worm that was exposed was more than 5 meters away. As Jiang Fei had activated the Eye of Violet, he could immediately tell that the strength of the ice worm was definitely not inferior to Blood Mistress. The ice bug let out an angry roar and stretched its head out to bite Jiang Fei and Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, there was one thing that he understood. However, he could not defeat the ice bug against a terrifying ice bug that was no weaker than Blood Mistress. Although Jiang Fei was not weak, he was still not strong enough. At this moment, the only thing that he could rely on was his vast spiritual power. Jiang Fei did not want to put such a terrifying creature into it. If that happened, as long as the ice bug resisted, he would definitely be in big trouble. Jiang Fei and Natasha dodged the ice bug's attack. Then, Jiang Fei activated his spiritual power pierce. The ice bug let out a howl after being attacked. However, it did not seem to have suffered too much damage. F***CK. Jiang Fei's face darkened. The more intelligent a super beast was, the stronger their spiritual power would be. Was not something that Jiang Fei could shake. At this moment, the ice bug attacked again. A stream of icy blue cold air was spat out from its mouth and attacked Jiang Fei and Natasha. Because the cold air came too quickly, Jiang Fei did not have time to dodge. Damn! Jiang Fei, who had thought that he was going to be a bad vegetable, was overjoyed because when the cold air got close to Jiang Fei and Natasha, it was completely nullified by the orange light barrier. Handsome guy, this guy is so ugly. Natasha was not afraid at all. She hid behind Jiang Fei and cheered for him. Sigh. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and made up his mind. Against this terrifying ice insect, Jiang Fei's most relied on mental strength was not effective at all. Moreover, his physical strength was far inferior to this ice insect. Was the fusion skill that he had learned from Yunnan Tian. Ever since he received inspiration from Yunnan Tian, Jiang Fei had not been idle for the past few days. Whenever he had the time, he would start to calculate new fusion skills. Up until now, he had already completed quite a number of preliminary moves. When Jiang Fei attacked, he used the earth and fire dual fusion skill that he had previously used against Yunnan Tian. However, compared to before, this skill was much better. After all, it had been tested in actual combat. The power of this skill was even stronger than before. Jiang Fei's fusion skill hit the ice bug's body. Instantly, ice shards flew in all directions. White steam filled the air and filled the entire valley. If Jiang Fei had not activated the violet eye, he might not have been able to see where the ice bug was. This time, the ice bug was clearly hurt from the hit. It let out an even more shrill roar and fired 3 ice balls at Jiang Fei in retaliation. The 3 ice balls were crystal clear and glowed with a crystal blue light. One look, and one could tell that their power was extraordinary. This time, Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent. Natasha's light barrier alone could block it. However, this kind of physical attack, the light barrier was ineffective. Therefore, Jiang Fei quickly dodged with Natasha. The ice ball almost flew past his clothes. Chapter 1911. 1911. Translator 549690339. After dodging the 3 ice balls, the water vapor around the ice bug gradually dissipated. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally saw the result of his previous attack. Not far away from Jiang Fei, the angry ice bug was roaring crazily. About 1 meter below its head, a hole the size of a basketball was created by Jiang Fei's previous attack. The icy blue liquid was flowing out. Jiang Fei was very surprised by the result. After all, the difference in strength between him and the ice bug was too big. Although he had used his fusion skill, Jiang Fei did not expect to achieve such a good result. However, the reason why Jiang Fei's attack could hurt the ice bug was also related to the characteristics of the beast. It was trapped here. Although its head could be swung around randomly, it was rooted in the ice cave. Its range of escape was very limited, otherwise, Jiang Fei's attack would not have been so easy to hit. After the successful attack, Jiang Fei's attack began. He was different from Yunnan Tian. Because Yunnan Tian did not practice the second attribute, he had very little spiritual energy in his secondary attribute. Once he activated the fusion skill, he would have to wait a long time before he could use it again. On the other hand, the origin energy in Jiang Fei's body could be changed at will. This caused his ultimate skill to be unlimited. As long as the spiritual energy in his body could keep up, Jiang Fei's attacks could be carried out continuously. Meanwhile, the time scar was filled with water-type spiritual energy. After being filtered by Natasha's light barrier, the extremely cold air in this place was even more beneficial to cultivation than the valiant Marshall Hall's Holy Land of Cultivation. It was as if Jiang Fei was sitting on an extremely large dark ice bed. The dark ice bed was the Shao family's treasure. It would never be lent to anyone. If it was able to have such an effect, the density of the spiritual energy in this place could be imagined. Therefore, Jiang Fei could completely absorb the water-type spiritual energy in this place. After converting it into source energy, he could use the earth and fire fusion skill to deal with the ice bug. However, because of the continuous replenishment of the spiritual energy, he had to use his ultimate skills one after another. He did not look tired at all. Arg! The ice worm was suffering from Jiang Fei's continuous attacks of lava nova. Although the speed of this skill was not fast for it, it was bound to guard the secret realm. Therefore, it could not dodge at all. It could only use its physical body to take Jiang Fei's attacks head-on. Naturally, the price it had to pay was very high. In less than half an hour, the ice worm was already covered in wounds. However, its intelligence was not high. It still remembered the instructions of its master. It guarded the entrance of the secret realm and refused to hide under the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. The asterisk imminent. Jiang Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he had taken advantage of the ice bug's inescapable weakness, how was it possible for him to dodge all of the ice bug's attacks? After all, the ice bug was only slightly injured by Jiang Fei's fatal blow. It would then scream in pain a few times. However, Jiang Fei was different. As long as he was hit by the ice bug's attack, he would be severely injured and spit blood. If Jiang Fei did not carry the vermilion fruit with him, and he could convert the xenogeneic energy into his body, he would have already been killed by the ice worm. As the battle continued, Jiang Fei's advantage became apparent. After he was injured, he could take potions at any time. When his spiritual energy was gone, he could absorb it at any time to replenish it. However, the ice worm was different. It did not know how to train. It was only because of its innate talent that it was able to have such strength. Therefore, after it was injured, the ice bug with a low IQ did not know how to heal. Although Jiang Fei did not cause much damage each time, the accumulated damage was enough to pose a fatal threat. On the other hand, the ice bug's spiritual power was almost depleted. Although it was an ice-type super beast, it did not know how to use cultivation techniques. It only absorbed spiritual energy through its own instincts. As a result, its spiritual energy recovery speed was much slower than Jiang Fei's. Although its spiritual energy reserve was tens of times that of Jiang Fei's, it would eventually run out. In addition, the ice bug, which had a low IQ, did not know how to conserve its spiritual energy. After being hurt by Jiang Fei, it began to attack crazily. Therefore, the amount of spiritual energy that it consumed was extremely fast. In this way, Jiang Fei's battle was no different from fighting a boss in the game. First of all, the boss would not dodge. It would take all of your attacks. Secondly, it would take potions to recover its health points as it fought. The boss health points were getting lower and lower. In the end, the boss was still in a weakened state. Therefore, the result was obvious. Although the ice bug's strength was far superior to Jiang Fei's in terms of data, there were too many restrictions and it had low intelligence. Therefore, it was almost completely worn out by Jiang Fei. However, this was only the ice bug that had low intelligence. If it was a powerhouse of this level, like Blood Mistress, Jiang Fei would probably have to hide in the 10th dimension right away, let alone win, otherwise he would definitely be killed instantly. After resisting for almost 2 hours, the ice bug finally fell to the ground after a roar. However, the ice bug, which was about to run out of vitality, could no longer stop Jiang Fei. Rest in peace. At that moment, Jiang Fei was very sympathetic to the ice bug. In order to carry out the orders given by the director many years ago, it had guarded this place for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Now it was finally free. After the ice bug died, Jiang Fei put its corpse into the 10th dimension. He would never waste such a treasure. Jiang Fei did not waste any of it. He kept it all. Natasha looked at Jiang Fei with her big eyes. Her eyes were full of stars. It was obvious that she admired him very much. Natasha is also very powerful. Jiang Fei smiled at Natasha. In fact, a large part of the reason why he could defeat the ice bug was because of Natasha's light barrier. The ice bug sucked in a breath of cold air, and Jiang Fei became an ice sculpture. However, because of Natasha, the ice bug's control skills were useless. It could only use ice balls or ice arrows to attack. This way, it was easy for Jiang Fei to dodge. Therefore, he could use the advantage of speed to slowly kill the ice bug. Natasha, who had been praised, was obviously very happy. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Something that could be guarded by such a super beast must be extraordinary. Yes, yes. After hearing Jiang Fei's words, Natasha was also excited. After that, Jiang Fei and Natasha once again came to the front of the cliff. This time, Jiang Fei was very careful. Every step was very cautious. However, It seemed that the previous owner of this place seemed to be very confident in the ice bug. There were no other traps. Chapter 1912. 1912. Translator. 549690339. Although there was no longer any mechanism or protection in front of the cliff, it was a problem to open the stone door and enter. Jiang Fei and Natasha stood at the door for a long time, but they still could not find a way to open the stone door. Natasha said impatiently. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. It was not that he had not thought of this method. However, this secret realm was obviously unusual. If he opened the door violently, something might happen. However, Jiang Fei did not completely reject this idea. After all, he had not been able to find the mechanism to open the stone door in the Eye of Violet. If there was really no other way, opening the door violently would be the only choice. As Jiang Fei did not allow Natasha to move around, the little girl was a little bored. She walked around Jiang Fei. How do I open this stone door? Jiang Fei tried to sprinkle the ice bug's blood onto the cliff wall, but there was no response. Jiang Fei lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Natasha pouted. Coincidentally, there was a small piece of ice in front of her. It was formed when Jiang Fei sprinkled the ice bug's blood on the ground. The bored Natasha did not think much about it. She lifted her leg and kicked the small piece of ice away. However, coincidentally, the direction where the small piece of ice was kicked away was the cliff that Jiang Fei was staring at. The small piece of ice hit the cliff and created a cloud of ice mist. Jiang Fei was afraid that he would trigger any traps, so he quickly stopped her. However, when the ice mist fell, the place where the small piece of ice had hit revealed something unusual. Originally, that place was no different from the other parts of the cliff. It was also unremarkable under the Eye of Violet. However, after Natasha's unintentional kick, the place that was originally unremarkable revealed a little light of energy. Jiang Fei waved his hand. A stream of astral energy swept across the cliff that was covered in solid ice, revealing a small protrusion. Jiang Fei walked over in 2 steps. Then, he held the protrusion and turned it gently. Clack! The sound of gears grinding could be heard. The stone wall in front of Jiang Fei and Natasha suddenly cracked, revealing a dark tunnel that could only accommodate one person. Huh! I found it! Natasha shouted happily. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Although it was Natasha's unintentional action, if she had not kicked him, he might not have noticed this place. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and walked into the tunnel. Natasha agreed and followed behind Jiang Fei. Creak! Just as Jiang Fei and Natasha entered the tunnel, the stone door automatically closed. Natasha was shocked by the sudden closing of the stone door. At the same time, the only light source behind Jiang Fei and the others was cut off. The entire tunnel was pitch black. Natasha turned on the lighting tool, while Jiang Fei summoned the Chungying sword. Although they had entered the secret realm, the dangers inside could not be ignored. Once there was light, Jiang Fei held his sword and walked towards the depths of the tunnel. Natasha followed behind him obediently. The narrow tunnel was winding and there was no end to it. It made the people inside feel extremely depressed. If it was not for the company of others, the atmosphere of fear would have started to spread. After all, Natasha was a little girl. Under such circumstances, she was a little afraid. Therefore, she began to chat with Jiang Fei to ease her inner feelings. I don't know. I think we will see it when we get inside, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Natasha nodded. She was not concerned about what was inside. She just wanted to find someone to talk to. After all, the dark atmosphere here was too depressing. The two of them chatted as they walked forward. They did not know how far they had walked. Finally, the narrow tunnel began to widen. We should be almost there, Jiang Fei muttered. After turning a corner, the slightly widened tunnel suddenly opened up. Jiang Fei and the others entered a hall. Moreover, the interior of the hall was inlaid with many gemstones. These gemstones that were like night pearls were shining with a variety of colors, lighting up the hall in a dazzling manner. Natasha turned off the lighting tools and turned around happily. Jiang Fei warned. Although this place was beautiful, The more beautiful the place, the more dangerous it was. He was not a player who had unlimited lives, so he had to be careful. What is this? Natasha suddenly cried out. Zhang Fei turned his head and followed Natasha's gaze. There was a bright light source not far away. At that moment, Natasha was walking toward the light source. Suddenly, Natasha let out a scream and turned around to run toward Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei took a few steps forward to meet her. Natasha cried out. Zhang Fei was stunned. Then, he looked in the direction that Natasha was pointing at. It turned out that the bright light source was a crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin was a white skeleton. Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Natasha had seen something. It turned out to be just a white skeleton. However, when Zhang Fei saw the skeleton, he finally understood what kind of place this secret realm was. This was clearly a tomb. The person sleeping inside was either a supermaster or a friend of a supermaster. Otherwise, he would not have built the tomb here. Senior, I did not know that this was where you were sleeping. Zhang Fei bowed to the skeleton. Natasha asked. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment. If they were looking for good stuff here, it would be obvious that they were robbing a tomb. This was the first time for Zhang Fei. Although he was somewhat against robbing a tomb, Zhang Fei was not willing to leave empty-handed. After all, the person who could build a tomb here must be a top-notch expert. Could his buried items be trash? While he was thinking, Zhang Fei came to the front of the crystal coffin. He tried to find some information about the owner of the tomb near the coffin. Natasha suddenly pointed at a place and shouted. Zhang Fei looked up and saw Natasha standing in front of the coffin. There was a brand new futon on the ground. Zhang Fei was shocked because the futon was too new. It did not look like the thing in the tomb. Chapter 1913. 1913. Translator 549690339. That's impossible. Zhang Fei quickly denied his speculation. However, the appearance of this futon was too strange. Natasha asked curiously. Although she was the one who found the futon, she did not seem to think too much about it. Zhang Fei asked. It is quite new. However, this place is so well sealed that there is no air circulation. Natasha said, as if it was a matter of fact. Zhang Fei frowned. Natasha nodded as if she understood something. Forget it, Natasha. Let's not pry into the treasures here, Zhang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Natasha asked. Although she did not really care about the treasures here, she was very confused about Zhang Fei's attitude. After all, Zhang Fei had just insisted on coming in to look for treasures. Why was he backing out now? I don't know. Anyway, this place is too weird. Let's leave, Zhang Fei said with a frown. Natasha did not understand what Zhang Fei meant, but she did not refute him. Zhang Fei said to Natasha. Then, he lifted his clothes and kneeled on the futon. Then he said to the white bones in the crystal coffin, Senior, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive me for breaking into your tomb. I will leave now. After saying that, Zhang Fei bowed deeply to the white bones in the crystal coffin. Then, he stood up and prepared to leave. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a sinister laughter came from the quiet secret room. Natasha was so scared that she screamed. Then, she immediately hid behind Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei's heart skipped a beat. The worst had happened. Little guy, it's rare for you to be so vigilant and have such a fear of unknown dangers. No wonder you have such cultivation at such a young age. The sinister voice said, Senior, I did not mean to disturb your sleep. Please forgive me, Zhang Fei said in a clear voice. Leave? The sinister voice said. Zhang Fei's face darkened. He knew that this matter could not be resolved. If that was the case, he could only fight to the death. However, just as Zhang Fei was about to lay his cards on the table, the sinister voice suddenly sighed. Sigh. If I could get out of here, why would I be trapped here for so long? Zhang Fei was stunned. He thought that this guy wanted to keep him. However, he did not expect that this person was also trapped here. Zhang Fei asked, Hee, from now on, we are companions. The cold voice said. Then, a whirlwind with ice rose in front of Zhang Fei and took the form of a human. Zhang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Although this remnant soul retained all the memories of his previous life, it did not have much power. In other words, it could not threaten Jiang Fei and Natasha at all. From its appearance, this remnant soul looked like a young woman. However, it was not considered beauty. It was just not ugly. Because there was only one remnant soul left, Jiang Fei could not determine her power when she was alive. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Although he did not know who this woman was, he knew that she was definitely not the owner of the tomb. That was because the white bones in the crystal coffin were clearly a male corpse. Me? The woman laughed bitterly. Her eyes were filled with desolation. Jiang Fei asked again. The moment Jiang Fei mentioned the owner of the tomb, the woman's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Although she could no longer threaten Jiang Fei was still shocked by the murderous intent. From the murderous intent, Jiang Fei could see that the woman had a deep hatred for the owner of the tomb. Sister, what exactly is going on? Natasha moved closer to the woman. Little sister, you must stay away from these stinky men in the future. The woman's attitude toward Natasha was quite good. However, her words made Jiang Fei feel very awkward. After all, the map canon also included him. Sister, you must have a story, right? Natasha blinked her big eyes and asked. The woman first sighed and then said to Natasha, well, anyway, you guys are going to stay here with me in the future. I'll tell you about it. Okay. Natasha sat down next to the woman. Jiang Fei also listened to her. Then, the woman told a story from a long time ago. It turned out that the lady was not a human. Of course, she was not a ferocious beast either. Jiang Fei had once benefited from a race, which was the green-eyed white dragon. Previously, Jiang Fei's violet was thought to be the power of the green-eyed white dragon. However, he actually had nothing to do with the green-eyed white dragon. After all, this kind of mythical beast only existed in legends. The remnant soul in front of him was once the little princess of the green-eyed white dragon race. The story was as melodramatic as the one in the book. The little princess, who had yet to experience the world, met the human hero Chang Yi when she was wandering around. Then, she fell deeply in love with this handsome and powerful human. Chang Yi's strength was only in comparison to the humans and fierce beast clan. To the blue-eyed white dragon clan, his strength was nothing. After that, the little princess ignored the objections of her clansmen and her father and eloped with Chang Yi. Under Chang Yi's urging and guidance, she signed a contract with Chang Yi and became his pet. Originally, the little princess thought that she would be able to stay with Chang Yi for the rest of her life. However, reality dealt a severe blow to this little princess who was living in a dream. Because she signed a contract with the green-eyed white dragon, with such a divine pet, Chang Yi naturally became the strongest human, and a passers-by who could only hide in the deep mountains and forests. However, because she participated in the war between the human race and the fierce beasts, the little princess violated the ancestral teachings of the green-eyed white dragon clan, so she was deprived of the green-eyed white dragon's power. Although her strength was greatly reduced, she was still very powerful. However, she was no longer a match for Chang Yi, who had obtained countless rare treasures. However, the little princess did not really care about this. She had thought that after Chang Yi had succeeded and become famous, the two of them would be able to retire happily. She was soon tired of the little princess who had lost the power of the green-eyed white dragon. Chapter 1914. Translator 549690339. After all, she was no longer as strong as Chang Yi, and her looks were no match for the beauties that the various races offered to Chang Yi. Hence, she was quickly given the cold shoulder. At most, the little princess would resent Chang Yi for a period of time. However, what followed was even more outrageous. As a human, although Chang Yi was a top-tier powerhouse, his lifespan could not be compared to the green-eyed white dragon. Therefore, he would obviously die in front of the little princess. Chang Yi suddenly told her that he hoped that she could guard the tomb for him. Only now did the little princess realize that Chang Yi had only used her from the beginning to the end. He had never treated her as his lover. In Chang Yi's eyes, the little princess was just a fierce beast. Moreover, She was just a fierce beast that had become his pet. Although she understood everything, it was already too late for the little princess to escape. Because she had signed the pet contract, she could not leave before Chang'e died. Chang'e actually killed her immediately. At this time, the little princess who had lost the power of the blue-eyed white dragon was no match for Chang'e. Moreover, because of the pet contract, she could not even resist. In the end, she died tragically under Chang'e's hands and was stripped of her tendons and bones, turning into a corpse. The ice worm outside was the little princess corpse worm condensed from flesh and blood. The colorful pearls in the secret chamber were the tears of the little princess when she was torn apart. Damn it, Natasha couldn't help but curse. The little princess laughed bitterly. Then she continued. In the end, he used the crystal coffin made of my bones as his final resting place. My dragon soul was bound here and was enslaved by him forever. Oomph. That Chang'e is too evil, Natasha said indignantly. In the end, before he died, he sealed this place. When the little princess spoke up to this point, she was already very calm. After all, it had been more than 10,000 years. Although she could not get rid of the resentment in her heart, the world had already worn away all of her anger. Jiang Fei muttered to himself, I don't care. This guy is too bad. Natasha did not care about that. She jumped up and was ready to open the crystal coffin and smash Chang'e's bones. Don't waste your energy. That was refined for my dragon bone. The little princess sighed. She would have done it a long time ago. Humph, Natasha said indifferently. Then, she arrived in front of the crystal coffin in a few steps. Natasha pushed the crystal coffin hard, but the lid of the coffin didn't move at all. Natasha pouted and called out. Then, she took out a small ball from her bosom. After taking out the small ball, Natasha carefully pressed it a few times. Then, she stuck the small ball at the seam of the coffin lid. Natasha shouted after she had done all this. Jiang Fei was thinking about something, so he did not pay attention to Natasha's little actions. Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's hand and dragged him away. Soon, the two of them hid at the corner of a wall. Natasha did not forget to wave at the little princess. It's okay. The little princess smiled bitterly. His current state was similar to that of Vinolin's ethereal spirit. It was a form that was isolated from the outside world. It could speak, but it could not attack others. It could not be attacked by others. Clearly, Chang'e hoped that the little princess could stay by his side forever and be enslaved by him forever. With a loud sound, the entire secret chamber trembled. However, when the smoke dispersed, Jiang Fei and Natasha found that the crystal coffin did not move at all. Natasha pouted. However, she clearly had not given up. She still intended to avenge the little princess. Natasha, stop fooling around. This crystal coffin is extremely sturdy. Jiang Fei stopped Natasha. They would also be buried alive. Natasha reluctantly put away a more powerful bomb. Sigh, you don't have to try anymore. With your strength, it's impossible to open the crystal coffin and get out, said the little princess. Jiang Fei keenly caught the hidden meaning in the little princess' words. As long as you open the crystal coffin and destroy his bones, the restriction set by him will be removed. Naturally, you can get out. The little princess sighed. Jiang Fei laughed lightly. From the little princess' words, Jiang Fei had basically guessed how the Chang'e restriction worked. There must be a connection between the restriction and his bones. Once the bones were destroyed, the connection would be broken, then the restriction would naturally be lifted. Although it was impossible for Jiang Fei to open the crystal coffin now, it was not a problem to cut off the connection. Jiang Fei laughed softly and came to the side of the crystal coffin. As Jiang Fei waved his hand, a silver light flashed. The crystal coffin and the bones inside it disappeared instantly. The 10th dimension, Jiang Fei's specialty. When Jiang Fei moved the crystal coffin into his 10th dimension, he clearly felt his body sink. This thing was quite a burden to him. However, the burden of the crystal coffin and the corpse was far greater than that of an ordinary, true immortal. Almost as Jiang Fei was putting away the crystal coffin, a wave of energy swept across the entire tomb. The prohibition on the entire tomb was instantly lifted. I'm free. The little princess looked at herself in disbelief. She could clearly feel that the restrictions on her body had disappeared. She could return to the dragon tomb. Although she could not be resurrected, it was a relief for the dragon race to be able to sleep in the dragon tomb. However, after a short moment of joy, the little princess suddenly stared at Jiang Fei. Then, she asked him word by word, "Did you just use chaos?" Chapter 1915, 1915. Translator, 549690339 Chaotic Space? Jiang Fei was confused. The little princess was stunned. Jiang Fei said as he opened the 10th dimension again. The moment Jiang Fei opened the 10th dimension, the entire tomb's prohibition was activated again. That's right. The little princess stared at Jiang Fei and said. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect that someone would recognize his 10th dimension. Clearly, she knew the 10th dimension very well. The little princess stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. Jiang Fei nodded. The little princess asked again. Jiang Fei nodded again. The little princess asked. Jiang Fei was more and more certain that this woman understood the power of the 10th dimension. Then that's right, the little princess said firmly. Jiang Fei also wanted to know the true power of the 10th dimension. After all, he had been trying to figure out how to use this dimension. Now, he had only grasped the basics. If he could learn more about the power of the 10th dimension from the little princess, it would be a huge improvement for him. Of course, the little princess could not hide her pride when she said this. Natasha suddenly asked. The little princess seemed to have thought of something. However, she quickly denied this conjecture. No, impossible. You are definitely not his descendant. You do not have the aura of a dragon at all. The little princess was completely confused. Natasha asked curiously. The little princess suddenly paused. Then, she suddenly came to Jiang Fei's side and said to Jiang Fei, "Can you give me a drop of blood?" Jiang Fei was stunned. Blood was not something that could be given to others easily, because many evil spells could be cast through blood. Once one was hit by it, even a top-tier powerhouse would not be able to bear the consequences. The little princess looked at Jiang Fei sincerely. Jiang Fei was still a little hesitant. Although he had heard the little princess story, it was all her own story. Who knew if it was true or not? Handsome, just believe her. As a player, Natasha had the easiest way to identify whether an NPC was good or bad. Look at the name. To Natasha, as long as it was a red name NPC, it was an enemy. No matter what he said, the girl would not believe him. Yellow name NPCs were neutral NPCs. She had to be careful when communicating with them. However, green name NPCs could be at ease. This was a friendly character. There was no need to worry at all. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and nodded. First of all, he still had a lot of trust in Natasha. Moreover, it seemed that the little princess of the blue-eyed white dragon clan did not seem to have any ill intentions. As he spoke, Jiang Fei forced out a drop of blood from between his fingers. After the drop of blood left Jiang Fei's fingers, it flew to the little princess. In my name, I summon the soul of my ancestors. The little princess chanted as she began a certain ritual. Although the little princess had lost her physical body, she was still a royal of the viridescent white dragon clan. Even if she only had a dragon soul left, she could still perform the blessing ritual. This ritual was originally used to bless the viridescent white dragon who had just come of age. However, at this moment, it was used to verify Jiang Fei's bloodline. After all, without the viridescent white dragon's bloodline, it was impossible to receive the blessing. After the little princess cast her spell, a dazzling white light lit up. Following that, Jiang Fei's drop of blood released a bright red blood light. The blood light and the white light slowly came into contact. The little princess stared at the two lights in front of her. If the two lights could not fuse, then it meant that Jiang Fei had nothing to do with the viridescent white dragon clan. However, if the two rays of light could fuse, it meant that Jiang Fei was a member of the viridescent white dragon clan. When the two rays of light came into contact, they initially clashed with each other. Later on, although they were a little closer, there was still no sign of fusion. The little princess sighed. This result was not out of her expectations. After all, she had just noticed that Jiang Fei did not have any draconic aura on him. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was not a member of the viridescent White Dragon clan. This ritual was just a sudden whim of the little princess. Seeing that the two rays of light were about to disappear, but there was still no sign of fusion, the little princess finally gave up. Just as the little princess was about to give up casting spells, Natasha suddenly pointed at a place and shouted. The little princess followed Natasha's finger and looked at the two rays of light in an inconspicuous spot. There was a tiny bit of fusion between the two rays of light. The part of the fusion was not even thinner than a strand of hair. If one did not pay attention to it, no one would be able to notice it. At that moment, a faint golden light flashed above Jiang Fei's head. The little princess's mouth was wide open. Jiang Fei pursed his lips. Although a golden light had landed on his body, he did not feel that his strength had increased at all. With your strength, this little blessing is really meaningless. The little princess looked at Jiang Fei with a strange face and said. Jiang Fei was stunned. You do have the blue-eyed white dragon's blood in your body, but this blood is so thin that I'm afraid it's not even 1 in 100,000, said the little princess. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This little bit of blood really could not let him become a member of the dragon clan, asked the little princess suddenly. Jiang Fei did not expect that he would be seen through, said the little princess. Him? Jiang Fei asked in confusion. Chapter 1916. Translator 549690339. You should have heard of him. When the little princess said this, she seemed to have recalled something from ancient times. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. As a Chinese, he knew this rain god from ancient mythology. That's right. The little princess nodded. Then she continued. Rain Dragon was once a young genius among the green-eyed white dragons. However, because he was unwilling to be lonely, he followed a group of people out of the barrier and never returned. Jiang Fei's brain was a little short. He quickly recalled the legends about Rain Dragon in his mind. According to the legends, in the ancient times, the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu fought a decisive battle. Rain Dragon came down from the heaven to help the Yellow Emperor kill Qi Yu. Then, due to the excessive consumption of power, it was unable to fly back to the heaven. Although the ancient legends might not be true, it was not groundless. Combined with the little princess words, Jiang Fei quickly understood the situation. Clearly, Ying Long was a green-eyed white dragon expert who had rushed out from the 5 directions of heaven and earth. After he rushed out of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, he followed a large group of experts from the 5 directions of heaven and earth to earth. At that time, Earth was still in the prehistoric period. The Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu's tribes were fighting. Because of different interests or views, the experts from the 5 directions world were divided into 2 factions. They supported the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu respectively. In the end, Ying Long and the Yellow Emperor clan that he supported obtained victory. However, the experts from the 5 directions world, including Ying Long, were unable to pass through the barrier and return to the 5 directions world. As time passed, the experts of the 5 directions left behind their orthodoxies on Earth. They even married Earthlings and had children. The Ying Dragon was no exception. This was also the reason why the Chinese people claimed to be the descendants of the dragon. However, later on, the spiritual energy on Earth became thinner and thinner, forming the Age of Chaos. As cultivation became more difficult, the orthodoxies that were passed down gradually declined. The immortal cultivators also gradually became martial artists. Even the ancient inheritances were lost. After understanding this, Jiang Fei finally understood how he obtained the 100th of a dragon's bloodline. After all, as a Chinese, the name of the dragon's descendant was not for nothing. It was still a little. However, logically speaking, such a thin bloodline would not allow him to activate the power of the green-eyed white dragon. It was also impossible for him to obtain the supreme inheritance, the chaotic space. However, Jiang Fei was lucky enough to obtain the nucleus of will by chance. As a result, he had greatly strengthened his almost unformed dragon soul. As a result, although Jiang Fei's bloodline was thin and his dragon soul was not in the form of a dragon, when it was strong enough, it still activated his potential green-eyed, white dragon inheritance. Therefore, he had mastered the chaotic space. This was also the reason why Tyrion, who also had 3 pieces of the will core, could only tame the cosmic behemoths. Theoretically speaking, as long as he was a descendant of the Flame Emperor on Earth, after he obtained a large number of will's cores, he would be able to grasp the power of the green-eyed white dragon. He would even be able to obtain the chaotic space. However, it was too difficult to achieve this. Although there were many descendants of the Flame Emperor on Earth, they could not even leave the solar system, let alone obtain the will's core. Jiang Fei asked curiously. You are thinking too simply. Although we are born with the power of the viridescent white dragons, it is as if we have ascended to the heavens to obtain the supreme inheritance. In the history of the viridescent white dragons for millions of years, only 3 people have obtained such a supreme inheritance. The little princess said. Jiang Fei asked. If a senior had mastered such power, he would not have to rely on himself to figure it out. The little princess smiled bitterly and nodded. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never expected such an answer. Don't say that I don't know where they went. No one knows where they went. Although the 3 of them were born at different times, after they mastered the true profoundness of the chaotic space, they all disappeared. The little princess said helplessly. Jiang Fei asked unwillingly. The little princess said with certainty. That's great. Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. I'm not really sure either, because I've only read the preface. The little princess said shyly. She had read it because she was curious. That was why she had read the information in the forbidden land of the green-eyed white dragon. However, she was too playful at the time and did not continue to read it. Jiang Fei sighed in disappointment. It was not easy to meet such an easygoing little dragon princess. In the end, she had not read the information yet. However, if there's a chance, I can bring you to take a look. The little princess said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If he could read the information, it would definitely be beneficial for him to master the 10th dimension. Then, let's leave this place first, the little princess said. Jiang Fei nodded. It's not good for me to appear outside in this state. I see that your ring is not bad. I'll stay there for now, the little princess said. Jiang Fei nodded. Ever since 0541 was resurrected, the ring had been empty. The little princess smiled. Jiang Fei nodded. He had just put away the 10th dimension when the tomb's prohibition disappeared again. My name is Mengza, replied the little princess. Nice to meet you. Jiang Fei smiled and greeted Mengza. Mengza smiled and nodded. Then, he disappeared into Jiang Fei's ring. Natasha, let's leave, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. After all, the air outside the tomb was very cold. Without Natasha, he would become an ice sculpture if he went out. Natasha was very happy. Although she did not find any treasure, she had made a new friend. To her, it was even happier than finding a treasure. Then, Jiang Fei and Natasha came out of the tomb. Because the prohibition had failed, the 2 of them traveled smoothly. When they came to the outside of the tomb, Jiang Fei and Natasha rode their swords. Therefore, the 2 of them could freely circulate their spiritual power. Riding their swords was no longer a problem. Chapter 1917, 1917. Translator, 549690339. Not long after, Jiang Fei and Natasha came out of the time scar. Bella and the others who were waiting anxiously rushed over. Hua Qingsheng asked with great concern. I'm Fine. Jiang Fei laughed loudly. Really? Hua Qingsheng laughed happily. Bella asked curiously. There's no time to talk about this now. Blood Lady walked over with a dark expression. Jiang Fei asked. Black Widow saw us. Blood Lady's expression was very ugly. After all, once her relationship with Jiang Fei was exposed, not only would it be very inconvenient for them to do things in the 5 directions, even her senior Xie Tianxin might be implicated. What? Jiang Fei was also dumbfounded. Although Black Widow could not do anything to him, once the myriad Beast Mountain found out about his relationship with Xie Tianxin, they would be in deep trouble. Forget it. We can talk about this later. We have to leave this place first, Blood Lady said with a sullen face. Jiang Fei knew that now was not the time to argue. Since he had to leave, he had to make a prompt decision. Leave? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Jiang Fei and the others. Sigh. Blood Mistress sighed. She did not even need to turn around and know that the owner of the voice was Black Widow. Hey! Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Back then, he had kidnapped a large number of fierce beast corpses and left without saying goodbye. As the project manager, Black Widow must have taken on a lot of responsibility. Therefore, when they met this time, she would definitely not let him off easily. Black Widow glared at Jiang Fei. Then, she continued to say to Blood Mistress, as a guest of the Mountain of Beasts, you helped Jiang Fei escape. Do you have anything else to say for a traitor like you? Things have already come to this. There's no point in talking anymore. At this moment, Blood Mistress had made up her mind. Although she was no match for Black Widow, it was useless to explain now. All right, Black Widow sneered and was about to attack. Wait, beauty. Jiang Fei quickly stood between the two. When he had chatted with Xie Tianxin previously, he already knew how terrifying Black Widow's strength was. Even Xie Tianxin could not defeat her, let alone Blood Lady. Jiang Fei had no choice but to stop the two from fighting. Talk? What's it to talk about? Black Widow glared at Jiang Fei. Previously, because Jiang Fei had escaped, the female Beast Empress had scolded her a lot. After all, she had been fooled by Jiang Fei's nonsense. Therefore, she had bragged a lot in front of the Empress. She had chosen Jiang Fei to run away with so many corpses. How could she not be responsible? Therefore, although Black Widow did not report the matter of Xie Tianxin and Jiang Zhong to the female Beast Empress, it was because Jiang Fei had helped her heal her wounds. However, when it was time to capture Jiang Fei, she would not hesitate. Jiang Fei could not think of any good reason. After all, he had just run out of the way because he was in a rush. Now that he was asked by Black Widow, he was completely speechless. It's not convenient for too many people to know about this. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. All right, Black Widow sneered. Her main target was Jiang Fei. As for Bella and the others, she did not care at all. As a guest of the Thousand Beast Mountain, Blood Lady could not run away. Therefore, she was not afraid that Jiang Fei would use any tricks. When Jiang Fei's back was facing Black Widow, he gave Bella and the others a look. He hinted them to leave first and wait for an opportunity to regroup. After all, Jiang Fei had the 10th dimension and the 9 revolving astrolabe in his hands. The chances of escaping from Black Widow's hand were quite high. Bella nodded slightly. She also knew that this was not the time for romance. When everyone was talking to Jiang Fei, if they had to act like they were in a TV series, everyone would be as tall as a person on their graves. Blood Mistress also gave Jiang Fei a reassuring look. All right, let's go over there and talk. Jiang Fei turned around and said to Black Widow. Black Widow smiled slightly. She could guess that Jiang Fei and Bella's eye contact just now, even if she did not see it. However, in her eyes, Bella and the others were nothing more than ants. There was no difference between killing or not killing. Therefore, she did not mind Jiang Fei stalling her for time. Although Bella and the others had colluded with Jiang Fei, Natasha still did not quite understand. Hua Qingcheng held Natasha's small hand and said, she was afraid that this little girl would cause trouble. Unexpectedly, Natasha nodded obediently and followed them to the other side. After Jiang Fei and Black Widow left, Blood Princess immediately took the others and ran away. Other things were hard to say. At the very least, she could not stay here any longer. Beautiful lady, I had something urgent last time, so I left in a hurry, Jiang Fei said to Black Widow with a smile. Although he had created an opportunity for Bella and the others to escape, he did not know how to deal with this big boss. However, he really did not know how to deal with this big boss. Black Widow immediately exposed Jiang Fei's little trick. Jiang Fei laughed dryly. Although his plan had been seen through, Black Widow did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him. Those people are not important. Black Widow did not like to talk to men, so she said directly to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. He also knew that if he did not follow Black Widow today, he would not be able to pass this hurdle. Jiang Fei had a 70% chance of escaping. However, Bella and the others had not gone far yet. If he left, Black Widow would take revenge on Bella and the others. At least you know what you're doing. Come over here, Black Widow said. Although Jiang Fei did not want to give the initiative to others, he was not in a position to say no to Black Widow. A faint light gathered in Black Widow's hand. Just as she was about to seal Jiang Fei, a white light flashed suddenly. A figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Chapter 1918. Translator 549690339. The figure shouted. This person was none other than the little dragon princess, Meng Zhe, who was residing in Jiang Fei's ring. How dare you, slave? How dare you offend your superior? Meng Zhe's words were ruthless. Moreover, she was not bluffing. The Black Widow wanted to seal Jiang Fei. The reason Meng Zhe was so angry was mainly because of the Black Widow's race. The reason why the Black Widow was so powerful was also because of the ancient mutant that had inherited the power of the primordial era. The Black Widow's true form was the nine-headed python, the descendant of the ancient mutant beast, Xiang Lu. The nine-headed python was once a vassal of the green-eyed white dragon clan. However, the green-eyed white dragon clan retired and no longer participated in the matters of the ferocious beast clan. The nine-headed python clan became free. However, no matter what, the fact that the nine-headed python was a vassal of the viridescent white dragon clan could not be changed. As the descendant of the viridescent white dragon clan, although Jiang Fei's bloodline was weak, his status was noble. No matter how weak he was still the master. As for Black Widow, although she was extremely powerful, killing Jiang Fei in an instant was as easy as playing a game. However, as the descendant of the nine-headed python, she was a vassal. Therefore, when Black Widow wanted to seal Jiang Fei's back, Meng Zhe, the viridescent white dragon royal family, immediately exploded. Black Widow's eyes widened as she stared at Meng Zhe. For a moment, she was speechless. Was a dragon's soul. Moreover, it was a very noble dragon soul. Although Meng Zhe's strength was terrible at the moment, she was not even as strong as Jiang Fei when she was only left with a remnant soul. However, in front of Black Widow, she appeared to be high and mighty. I am Montak Li Shang. According to the inheritance in her bloodline, Black Widow quickly recognized Meng Zhe's royal identity. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although he had known Black Widow for some time, he really did not know her real name. It was impossible for him to give himself a name like Black Widow. This Black Widow was clearly just a nickname. Meng Zhe nodded. Although she was already in such a dire state, her nobility came from her bloodline. I wonder what the princess has to do with this person. Although he was very respectful to Meng Zhe, Mo Lisang could not answer to the female beast empress without capturing Jiang Fei. Although his bloodline is weak, he is still a member of the dragon race. Meng Zhe laughed coldly. What? Montak Lisang was shocked. She had never expected Jiang Fei to be a member of the viridescent white dragon race. After all, this fellow did not have the aura of a dragon at all. What was even more shocking to Mo Lisang was that the viridescent white dragon in front of her actually said that Jiang Fei had activated the supreme inheritance. That was something that only existed in legends. If anyone else had told her that, she would have scoffed. However, since it was said by a viridescent white dragon, Mo Lisang had no choice but to believe it. You also know the importance of the supreme inheritance in our viridescent white dragon clan, said Meng Zhe. Jiang Fei was stunned. Meng Zhe did not tell him that just now. She only said that she wanted to bring Jiang Fei back to read about the chaotic space. She did not say anything about the viridescent white dragon clan being born. While Jiang Fei was stunned, Mo Lishang's eyes lit up. Mo Lishang and her clansmen had never forgotten the glory of the past. They had always been looking forward to conquering the world with their master once again. Of course, Mengzi said proudly. Hey. Jiang Fei was getting more and more confused. Don't worry about it, Mengzi said to Jiang Fei. Mo Lishang immediately knelt down in front of Mengzi. All right, Mengzi nodded. Hey, Jiang Fei was about to explode from anger. The two of them were having a good time chatting. They completely ignored Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei could hear from their words that the viridescent white dragon's return had a lot to do with him. Although your bloodline is weak, you have been acknowledged by your ancestors. You are also a member of our dragon clan. Now, you have activated the supreme inheritance. Mengzi said. F***CK. Jiang Fei was a little dizzy from the sudden drop of the pie. Commanding the viridescent white dragon race was a supreme honor. Moreover, what kind of concept was a viridescent white dragon? Each of them had the strength of a giant steel scorpion. Moreover, they could even transform into human form. It was simply too powerful to be described with words. After becoming the leader of these people, who could stop Jiang Fei? It's a good thing. However, you have to pass the trial first. Mengzi did not want Jiang Fei to be too arrogant, so he poured cold water on him. Jiang Fei muttered. Actually, even if Mengzi did not say it, he knew that this trial would not be so easy to pass. The green-eyed white dragons were all existences comparable to giant steel scorpions. How could they listen to a scum like him? That was obviously impossible, unless he could do something amazing to intimidate them. This trial was the barrier that blocked Jiang Fei's path. Mengzi used his eyes to signal for Jiang Fei to calm down. Then, he turned around and said to Mo Lishang, "It's our fate to meet you today. I have a big gift for you. Do you want it? Thank you for your nurturing, Your Highness." Mo Lishang immediately bowed. He did not have the slightest intention of rejecting the gift. After all, the gift from the dragon race was not something that could be easily obtained. Mengzi asked in a little secret. What? However, Mo Lishang had never thought that this gift would be so great. Transforming into a dragon was simply the greatest dream of the nine-headed python clan. However, even advancing to become a flood dragon was a dream for their clan. Chapter 1919, 1919. Translator 549690339. Mo Lishang was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. She just stared at Mengzi. Although she had heard this news with her own ears, she still couldn't believe it in her heart. Mengzi asked again. Yes, of course I want to. Mo Lishang said excitedly. Don't look at how she was already a peak existence amongst true immortals. However, when faced with the problem of transforming into a dragon, she couldn't remain calm either. Then it's simple, Mengzi said with a smile. Mo Lishang asked. Yes, Mengzi said with a smile. Mo Lishang asked blankly. One had to know that this essence usually referred to the essence blood, but the essence blood wasn't ordinary blood. After losing the essence blood, even if she did not die, she would still be crippled. Mo Lishang knew very well what he was capable of, let alone not finding the blue-eyed white dragon. Even if she found it, who would be willing to sacrifice himself and give the essence blood to her? Montag Lishang Zeit. It seemed that this dragon princess before him was just making fun of her. Don't be so disappointed yet, Mengzi said as he glanced at Jiang Fei. Mo Lishang looked at Jiang Fei in a daze. It was impossible for her not to be tempted. Although Jiang Fei was a benefactor to her, facing the temptation of becoming a dragon, it was not impossible for her to kill Jiang Fei and steal his blood essence. Mengzi asked with a smile. Jiang Fei, I am sorry. Although you have done me a favor, Jackie Chan's opportunity is too rare. I owe you this time. Mo Lishang finally made up his mind. Then, he took out the dagger. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Fei was shocked. Why was Mo Lishang going to kill him all of a sudden? Don't worry, Mo Lishang said to Jiang Fei and walked over to him with the dagger in his hand. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If Mo Lishang was not a woman, His words would have easily made people think otherwise. However, now was not the time to be calculative. That was because Mo Lishang's eyes were already filled with killing intent. Stop! Seeing that Mo Lisang was about to kill Jiang Fei, Mengzi was also dumbfounded. Mo Lisang had a confused look on his face. She was following Mengzi's instructions. You're full of nonsense. Mengzi rolled his eyes. Then, he pointed at Mo Lisang and said, Forget it this time. If I find out that you have rebellious intentions again, you will never become a dragon for the rest of your life. I have misunderstood, Your Highness. Mo Lisang knelt down on one knee on the spot. Although her strength could easily kill Jiang Fei and Mengzi, she was now determined to become a dragon. Therefore, she did not dare to show any disrespect to Mengzi, the blue-eyed white dragon royal. I'm warning you, Jiang Fei has now comprehended the blue-eyed white dragon clan's supreme inheritance. Now, he is the blue-eyed white dragon clan's hope. Mengzi warned. Mo Lishang quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Now, she finally understood Jiang Fei's value to the viridescent white dragon clan. Now, let alone her, even the female beast empress would not dare to do anything to Jiang Fei. Otherwise, if the viridescent white dragon clan were to be angry, the entire mountain of beasts would be reduced to ashes. All right. It's my fault for not making it clear. Mengzi waved her hand and said. Mo Lishang asked in puzzlement. That's right. Mengzi nodded and said. Mo Lishang asked. Mengzi glared at Mo Lishang, and then his expression suddenly became strange. Not blood essence? Your subordinate is stupid. Mo Lisang said. Half is enough. Mengzi said until his face turned red. For a moment, Mo Lisang did not understand what he meant. Jiang Fei was also confused. You guys take your time to think about it. Mengzi said until here. He did not want to continue explaining. It's not blood essence. Then what is it? What does it mean to only want half of it? Can you still separate half of the blood essence? But the princess said that she doesn't want blood anymore. Mo Lisang mumbled what Mengzi had just said. However, his mind could not think straight for a moment. While Mo Lisang was mumbling, Jiang Fei heard it clearly. Black Widow did not react, but Jiang Fei understood it clearly. Hey, Jiang Fei said as he was about to go up and argue with Mengzi. All right, don't try to be nice when you've got something good. Mengzi rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Then her heart sank. When she saw Mo Lishang's beauty, she could not help but think of herself. If she had the looks of Mo Lishang, perhaps Chang'e would not have changed her mind and would not treat her like this, right? No. Jiang Fei said awkwardly, it's okay. Jiang Fei and Mengzi had already made things clear. Mo Lishang was not a fool. How could she not understand what he meant? She just lost her mind for a moment. Jiang Fei was too busy arguing with Mengzi to hear what Mo Lishang said. I don't need any status. If you can pass the test and become the leader of the dragon race, I will be your subordinate. Mo Lishang said as she looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. She actually did not have any feelings for Jiang Fei. Previously, it was only because Jiang Fei had healed the wound on her face that she thought of Jiang Fei as a favor. Now, Mo Lishang was only trying to transform into a dragon. Therefore, her attitude was, we are all adults. We each get what we want. No, Jiang Fei had a helpless look on his face. He was in Mengzi's body. It was as if he could see the shadow of the dragon god in the game who had nothing better to do and gave him blessings. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 1920-1920. Translator 549690339. I don't care. I've already promised her some benefits, said Dreamy Zi as she spread out her hands. Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Mo Lisang had already opened his mouth. Jiang Fei wanted to say something more. However, when he saw Mo Lishang's red eyes, he immediately chose to shut his mouth. The Black Widow in front of him was going to use force. Facing an expert like the Black Widow, Jiang Fei was completely powerless. He did not want to be the first true immortal expert to be seduced by a thief. If that happened, his name would truly go down in history. In order to prevent Mo Lishang from using force, Jiang Fei had to use a delaying tactic. Therefore, he took a deep breath and said to Mo Lishang, "Beautiful lady, I did not say that I disagree. Look at how beautiful you are. Which man would not be tempted? However, with the current situation, how could I have the heart to think about this?" Montauk Lishang nodded. When she heard that Jiang Fei did not reject her anymore, she did not press him too hard. After all, once Jiang Fei passed the trial, he would become the leader of the green-eyed White Dragon clan. At that time, Mo Lishang and her nine-headed python clan would also be under Jiang Fei's command. As a subordinate, no one wanted to get into a conflict with the boss. However, Mo Lishang did not let Jiang Fei off the hook. After thinking for a moment, she said to Jiang Fei, "I will arrange for someone to deal with the 1,000 Beast Mountain. There will not be any news about you for the time being. However, I will not leave you until I get what I want." Jiang Fei saw that Mo Lishang had already taken a step back, so he could only compromise. Moreover, with an expert like Black Widow by his side, his safety factor was even higher. "All right, that's it for the two of you," Mengzi said from the side. Mo Lishang asked. Jiang Fei was just about to say his plan when he was interrupted by Mengzi. Mengzi said matter-of-factly. Mo Lishang asked with an incredulous expression. Although the nine-headed python clan was a vassal of the green-eyed White Dragon clan, none of the nine-headed pythons had the fortune to enter the Dragon clan's territory. "And you should follow us," Mengzi said. Mo Lishang immediately bowed to Mengzi. To be able to enter the dragon race's territory was a great honor for the nine-headed python race. Said Mengzi. Said Jiang Fei. "No, they have nothing to do with the dragon race." Mengzi refused flatly. Asked Jiang Fei. "Absolutely not," said Mengzi. Jiang Fei decided to play the rascal. However, Mengzi did not fall for Jiang Fei's trick at all. She turned around and said to Mo Lishang, "Since Jiang Fei is not willing to go to the dragon race, I'll go back first. After you have obtained the dragon race essence, come to the dragon race to find me." Mo Lishang was anxious when she heard that. After she had obtained the dragon race essence, she would go to the dragon race. However, if it was not for the blue-eyed White Dragon Royal's leadership, how could she enter the dragon race's territory? If she could not enter the dragon race's territory, it would mean that she would never be able to see Mengzi again. She would never have the chance to transform into a dragon again. Thinking of this, Mo Lishang suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Fei. Then, she looked straight into his eyes and said, "Sir, please grant me my wish." Jiang Fei was still unwilling to leave Bella and the others behind. "Jiang Fei, this is my only chance to become a dragon," Mo Lishang said. If Jiang Fei was not willing to go to the dragon's territory, then she would have to perform the ceremony immediately. Otherwise, if she missed today, she would never have the chance to see Mengzi again. Jiang Fei rubbed his forehead. He had just managed to delay this matter with much difficulty. Now, he was being provoked again. After Mo Lishang said that, he immediately took off his clothes. This time, Jiang Fei was scared out of his wits. "Go." Who said I'm not going? In order to avoid losing his virginity, Jiang Fei could only nod his head and agree. Then, he turned his head and said to Mengzi, "You win." Hee. Mengzi said proudly. Because of the unfair treatment she had received from Chang'e, her heart was slightly twisted. Therefore, she could not stand a good man like Jiang Fei, who always thought about his wife. As a member of the dragon race, she did not find it strange. "I can go to the dragon race too." Jiang Fei made his request. "They have disappeared," Mengzi said reluctantly. "No need. I have a way to contact them," Jiang Fei said. Mengzi nodded. Then, Jiang Fei took out his communicator and quickly contacted Jiang Zhong and the others. Jiang Zhong asked with concern, "I'm Fina. However, there are some things I need to take care of. Don't go to the Star of Suppression for the time being. Find a place to hide and wait for my news," Jiang Fei said. "All right," Jiang Zhong nodded. After that, Jiang Fei spoke to Bella and Hu Qingcheng. He also reminded Blood Mistress to take good care of them. At the same time, Jiang Fei also told Blood Mistress that she did not need to worry about her senior sister. Although Mo Li Sang was plotting against Jiang Fei because of Jackie Chan, at the very least, she would not reveal the relationship between Xie Tianxin and Jiang Fei. All right, Mengzi asked impatiently. After passing the trial, Jiang Fei might become the leader of the viridescent white dragons. However, this leader was not the king of the viridescent white dragons. They had a royal family. Jiang Fei was at most the Grand Marshal. It was up to you to lead the army in battle. However, the Dragon Emperor was still the one who had the final say. Therefore, as the little princess of the viridescent white dragons, Mengzi was still acting high and mighty even when facing Jiang Fei, who had activated the supreme inheritance. Chapter 1921. 1921. Translator 549690339. After Jiang Fei had explained everything to Bella and the rest, he was ready to leave the Year Star with Mengzi. Their destination was the Dragon Territory. However, to Jiang Fei's surprise, the Dragon Territory was not on the central planet, nor on any of the other 4 planets. Instead, it was on a satellite of the planet. Similar to Earth, the planet also had a satellite. It revolved around the planet and absorbed the powerful spiritual energy emitted by the planet. The other 4 planets would also transfer their spiritual energy to this satellite at different times. Therefore, this was the best place to practice in the 5 directions. Therefore, it was only natural that it would be occupied by the powerful blue-eyed white dragon race. That's not right. I have lived in the star suppression for a period of time. Jiang Fei asked in surprise after listening to Mengzi's description. Humph! Mengzi laughed disdainfully. It turned out that long before the viridescent dragons returned to seclusion, they had used a high-level magic formation to hide the satellite. They had even destroyed all the information about this planet in the 5 directions. Thus, they had monopolized this sacred training ground. Although the green-eyed white dragon clan's methods were very overbearing at that time, the green-eyed white dragon clan was the absolute overlord of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. No one dared to challenge their authority. The records about that satellite gradually disappeared. When the green-eyed white dragon clan retired, no one remembered that satellite at all. Therefore, everyone thought that the green-eyed white dragon clan had suddenly perished. No one had ever seen this powerful race again. It was not until Chang Yi appeared that the viridescent white dragon clan's little princess appeared in front of the world again. Although Mengzi was not the most outstanding among the dragon clan at that time, she felt that she was invincible in front of the human world and the ferocious beast clan. Unfortunately, Mengzi met with a bad person. When she passed a large number of treasures and martial arts techniques to Chang Yi became stronger and stronger. She even surpassed Mengzi, who was deprived of the viridescent white dragon's power. The result was that Mengzi ended up like this after Chang Yi died. Jiang Fei laughed after listening to Mengzi's explanation. She counts. Mengzi shrugged and said, as a retainer of the green-eyed white dragon clan, the 9-headed python Mo Li Sang could barely be considered as a guest. However, Jiang Fei had the bloodline of the green-eyed white dragon in his body. After all, he had been acknowledged by his ancestors. Therefore, he could be considered a member of the dragon clan. This time, he had returned to his ancestors. He was not a guest. Jiang Fei laughed dryly. He did not know what kind of situation he would encounter in the green-eyed white dragon clan. After all, his bloodline was too weak. 1 in 100,000. There was no difference at all. However, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, Jiang Fei still had to fight for it. The reason why he indulged dreamy swampland so much was partly because he was afraid that Mo Li Sang would punish him on the spot. On the other hand, it was also because Jiang Fei was spying on the Dragon Clan's combat power. This time, Jiang Fei had returned to the 5 corners of the world. Was it not for the purpose of recruiting strong men to increase his strength? Previously, when he had recruited the 4 great clans and the Moon Goddess sect, Jiang Fei could be said to be very satisfied. However, now that he had the opportunity to recruit the viridescent white dragon clan, those people from before would become insignificant passers-by. Although the four great clans and the Moon Goddess sect were filled with talents, if they could join Jiang Fei's faction, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, there was an old saying that went like this: comparing people, one must die; comparing goods, one must throw them away. Compared to the green-eyed White Dragon clan, the previous factions were indeed nothing. Therefore, the reason why Jiang Fei was so happy to return to the Dragon Clan with Dreamy Swamp was because he had a purpose. Although the so-called trial was even more difficult, the problem was that after Jiang Fei had experienced so many things, he could be considered an old fox. Therefore, when Mengzi revealed his shock when Jiang Fei revealed the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei knew that he had an extraordinary significance to the dragon race. To the Dragon Elder, he was definitely a special existence. This identity would definitely help him to do well in the dragon race. It was precisely because of this confidence that Jiang Fei was so cooperative to go to the dragon race. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have many ways to escape from Mo Lishang's grasp. However, as a man, how much could Jiang Fei suffer? After they set off, Dreamy Swan hid in Jiang Fei's spatial ring. After all, as a remnant soul, even though she looked down on Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang, she was very weak and could not be exposed to the outside world for a long time. Therefore, when they arrived at the teleportation formation, only Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang were there. As the fourth elder of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, who would dare to stop Mo Lishang when she passed through the teleportation portal? Therefore, she and Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the Town Star through the teleportation portal. After returning to the Town Star, the first thing that Mo Lishang had to do was to stop the scouts from the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Otherwise, before she and Jiang Fei reached the dragon race, the news of Jiang Fei returning to the Town Star would be reported back to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. As the fourth elder of the Mountain of Beasts, Mo Lishang did not even need to make a move. He only needed to use his own authority to suppress the news. Anyway, the scouts would send the news back to report it. It was the same for him to report it directly to Mo Lishang. After resolving this small problem, Mo Lishang brought Jiang Fei to a quiet place. The two of them then soared into the sky. As the two of them flew higher and higher, they soon left the surface of the planet and arrived in outer space. Although Jiang Fei spoke politely to the little princess, his tone was strange. Mengzi did not come out because she was only left with a remnant soul. The outer space was filled with all kinds of radiation, which was more harmful to her. Therefore, she hid in the spatial ring and showed Jiang Fei the way. Jiang Fei nodded and then flew forward with Mo Lishang. Under Mengzi's guidance, Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang wandered in the vast void. After an unknown amount of time, Mengzi finally said, "All right, the dragon's territory is ahead." Jiang Fei asked. As Mengzi spoke, she flew out of the spatial ring. A blue light bloomed in Mengzi's hand and shot forward. Not long after the blue light shot out, it seemed to have hit something. Then it spread out rapidly. Soon after, a huge teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei asked. Mengzi sneered. If they went in directly, the other end of the teleportation portal was the core of the sun in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Once they entered, even a true immortal would be turned into ashes. Chapter 1922, 1922. Translator, 549690339, Jiang Fei asked. Mengzi smiled. Then, a blue ball of light appeared in his hand again. Then, he swung his hand and sent the ball of light into the portal. The ball of light that Mengzi sent out for the second time was like a secret key to the door. After the ball of light was sent in, a faint blue light flashed through the portal. Although it did not look like anything else, it was different. However, the exit of the portal had changed. This time, the exit of the portal was no longer at the core of the sun. Instead, it was at the other end of the barrier, the territory of the dragon race. All right. After activating the mechanism, Mengzi smiled and said to Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang, "This is really strange. Isn't the viridescent white dragon race so powerful that they are fearless?" Jiang Fei's heart was filled with doubt. After that, Mengzi was the first to enter the portal. Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang followed him in. As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang's eyes opened wide. Mengzi smiled and said to Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang. Jiang Fei pointed at a small planet in the distance and asked. This planet seemed to be the satellite that Mengzi had mentioned earlier. That's right, Mengzi laughed. Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt two powerful and suffocating auras rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. As soon as Jiang Fei finished his sentence, two streams of light appeared in front of him from afar. The person roared angrily. Jiang Fei immediately felt his chest tighten and almost choked on his own blood. Jiang Fei could not help but raise his big finger when he saw how powerful this person was. Old Seven, what are you shouting for? It has been so many years. Mengzi spoke before Jiang Fei and the others could say anything. You know me? The dragon man who was called Old Seven looked at Mengzi with a puzzled expression. It has only been a short while since we last met. You have already forgotten about me. Mengzi pointed at Old Seven and scolded him with a smile. Old Seven widened his eyes and looked at Mengzi in disbelief. Mengzi rolled his eyes at Old Seven and said. Old Seven was a little speechless for a moment. Mengzi said snappily. Old Seven was a little embarrassed and didn't say anything, but that was clearly what he meant. Sigh, it's all Sister's fault for being blind back then. That's why she ended up like this. But fortunately, that bastard deserved to die to the extreme. Meng Ziyi said with a desolate expression. HMPH. Old Seven also had an indignant expression at this time. Sigh, it's all in the past, said Mengzi. As a remnant soul, it was obviously impossible for her to be resurrected. Moreover, she would not be able to live for long. Being able to return to the dragon tomb to be buried was already her greatest wish. Old Seven also sighed. Although she felt sorry for her sister who had always taken care of her when she was young, Mengzi's condition was no longer treatable. Sleeping in the dragon tomb was her best choice. All right, Old Seven, go and find my father. Mengzi did not want to be too entangled in her own matters. Her time was limited. She had to make arrangements for Jiang Fei first. After all, Jiang Fei, who had activated the Supreme Inheritance, was the hope of the blue-eyed White Dragon clan. Old Seven said with a troubled expression. Mengzi asked, His Highness the Dragon Queen should be teaching the little ones. Old Seven replied. Mengzi said, In. Old Seven turned around and said to the person who came with him, Howard, go and invite His Highness the Dragon Queen. Tell her that Princess Mengzi has returned. Yes, that person nodded and turned around to leave. Mengzi asked with a surprised expression, Sister, you've been chased out of the Dragon Clan for tens of thousands of years. Old Seven said with a speechless expression. Although the breeding of the green-eyed White Dragon Clan was a matter that caused people to worry, however, if tens of thousands of years were used to create small dragons, there would still be some gains. Mengzi waved her hand. When she talked about this, she felt very sad. Perhaps she would have had many children and grandchildren by now. Seventh Brother did not want Mengzi to recall the unbearable past, so he changed the topic. Moreover, he was the guard in charge of patrolling the territory. When he saw the two outsiders, Jiang Fei and Mo Lishang, he could not help but ask. She is the current leader of the nine-headed Python clan. Now, she wants to return to our green-eyed White Dragon clan. So, I'll bring her back first. Don't worry, I will not let her enter the core area, Mengzi explained. Seventh Brother nodded. Then, he pointed at Jiang Fei and asked, What about this? You're wrong about this one. He's not an outsider. He has our bloodline in his body. This time, he's here to acknowledge his ancestors, said Mengzi with a smile. Him? Dragon? How is that possible? Old Seven's eyes widened. He did not sense any dragon aura from Jiang Fei at all. How could he possibly believe that Jiang Fei was a dragon? Mengzi did not explain. He just reminded him a little. Oh, Old Seven immediately reacted in order to prevent outsiders from pretending to be dragon disciples and sneaking into this place. Every inspector had an identification crystal on them. If this person did not have dragon blood on him, the crystal would call the police. Don't be afraid. This thing won't hurt you, said Old Seven as he pointed the crystal at Jiang Fei. Although he did not believe that Jiang Fei had dragon blood, he was still brought here by the Dream Swamp. Therefore, Old Seven still gave him some face. Jiang Fei nodded to indicate that he was ready. As Old Seven shouted, the identification crystal emitted a blood-red light. The light immediately enveloped Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's body flashed with a faint red light that was almost unnoticeable. It resonated with the red light from the identification crystal. Mengzi laughed. D'asterisk imen. This bloodline is too thin. Old Seven asked with a puzzled look. Chapter 1923. Translator 549690339. Mengzi said proudly. Although they were both green-eyed white dragons, she was a good student back then and could be considered to be well-read. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known about Ing Long. Old Seven asked with a blank look. You won't know even if I tell you. Mengzi said with a smile. Old Seven nodded. Howard didn't let Mengzi wait for long. He quickly found the Dragon Queen. When Howard told the Dragon Queen about the situation, the Dragon Queen rushed over without saying anything. Mengzi was the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen's most beloved daughter. When something happened to her, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen even wanted to massacre the entire world. However, just as they were about to send out their troops, a huge change occurred. That was why the Dragon Clan did not take revenge. Mengzi, my child, where are you? Before the Dragon Queen arrived, her voice came from afar. Mother. Mengzi was very excited at this time. The Dragon Queen was about to pull Mengzi into her embrace, but unfortunately, Mengzi was only left with a wisp of remnant soul, leaving the Dragon Queen empty-handed. Mother, Mengzi said with red eyes, but unfortunately, she could no longer shed tears. The Dragon Queen was already washing her face with tears. Looking at this daughter who used to be alive and kicking, but now only had a wisp of remnant soul left, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Mother, it's all in the past. Mengzi forced a smile on his face. Good. The Dragon Queen also suppressed her tears. As a top-tier powerhouse, she naturally knew that her daughter could no longer be resurrected. She also knew that Mengzi's days were numbered. Therefore, she wanted her daughter to be happy in her last moments and not think about those sad past events. Mengzi pointed at Jiang Fei and said, although she was very excited to see her mother, as the princess of the royal family, she knew what was important, and what was important, she was already a dead man. Therefore, she might as well use her last moments to help the dragon race. The Dragon Queen was confused. The dragon race bloodline in Jiang Fei's body was too thin. Even a powerhouse at her level would not be able to sense it. Old Seven, show my mother, said Mengzi to Old Seven. Old Seven nodded and took out the identification crystal again. A blood-red light appeared again. The same reaction appeared on Jiang Fei's body as before. The Dragon Queen frowned when she saw it. After all, the green-eyed white dragon race in the 5 directions of the world had very strict restrictions. It was impossible for a dragon race member to reproduce with a human, not to mention, it was impossible for them to produce a person with a weak bloodline like Jiang Fei. Mengzi asked with a smile. The Dragon Queen stared at Jiang Fei in deep thought. After a long while, her eyes suddenly lit up. Little guy, you are not from the 5 directions, are you? Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Mengzi laughed and said. At the same time, she did not forget to glance at Old Seven. Old Seven looked at Jiang Fei vigilantly. From Mengzi's reaction, the Dragon Queen had already confirmed her guess. Oof. I told you to study more when you were young. Mengzi rolled his eyes at Old Seven. Second sister, Howard is here. Old Seven said with some embarrassment. All right, let me explain it to you. In ancient times, there was a young genius in our green-eyed white dragon clan. Mengzi explained the whole thing again. Old Seven listened as if he was intoxicated. His son Howard was also fascinated by it. Howard asked Mengzi curiously. I don't know about that. Mengzi pointed at Jiang Fei and smiled. The things outside are very complicated. Jiang Fei said. Since you are a descendant of the Ing Dragon, you could be considered as a descendant of our green-eyed white dragon clan. Although your bloodline is a little weak, it is not a problem for you to acknowledge your ancestors, said the Dragon Queen. Jiang Fei immediately thanked the Dragon Queen when he received Mengzi's gaze. Mengzi added from the side, "What?" In an instant, the Dragon Queen, Old Seven, and Howard widened their eyes as if they had heard a fantasy. Mengzi repeated again, "This is not the place to talk." The Dragon Queen's expression suddenly changed. She then took Jiang Fei and the others and left. Before leaving, Seventh Brother instructed his son. With Mo Lishang's identity, it was obvious that he could not enter the Dragon Palace. Howard nodded and left with Mo Lishang. As the leader of the nine-headed Python clan, it was already an honor for Mo Lishang to be able to come to the Dragon Clan's territory. As for going to the Dragon Palace, she had never even dreamed of it. That was why she was taken away by Howard. She had no objections at all. Jiang Fei and the rest followed the Dragon Queen and soon arrived at the Dragon Palace. Although there was an outsider like Jiang Fei and the remnant soul of Dreamy Swamp, the Dragon Queen was in front of them. Therefore, the dragon guards did not dare to question her. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest landed in a garden in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Queen asked Mengzi gently, "Yes, of course, I remember this place." Mengzi nodded. When she saw her old home, she could not help but feel a little emotional. "I've been keeping this place as it is, so that you can come back one day," said the Dragon Queen. Tears could not help but flow down her face. Now that her daughter was back, it was a pity that she did not have long to live. Mengzi did not want her mother to be too upset, so she took the initiative to change the topic. The Dragon Queen nodded. Then, she led Jiang Fei and the others to a side hall. "Old Seven, you go outside and keep an eye out." After entering the side hall, the Dragon Queen instructed Old Seven. Old Seven nodded and then went out to guard. Chapter 1924, 1924. Translator, 549690339. "All right, little one. Let's have a chat," said the Dragon Queen as she smiled at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was very respectful. Jiang Fei knew that she was one of the strongest people he had ever met. She was even stronger than the giant steel scorpion. As a true immortal, Jiang Fei trusted his sixth sense very much, especially someone like the Dragon Queen. How could she be an ordinary person without any power? The Dragon Queen said very kindly. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and then began to tell the Dragon Queen and Mengzi about the outside world. In Jiang Fei's description, he did not lie about anything. He only chose not to tell them in detail about the players. So the outside world does not specialize in martial arts. The Dragon Queen asked, "You can say that. In the outer universe, planets with spiritual energy manuals like the 5 directions heaven and earth are very rare. Most humans are not fated to cultivate them. Therefore, they can only rely on intelligence to develop tools to do things that humans cannot do," Jiang Fei said. "But according to what you said, those battleships could actually pose a threat to cultivators." The Dragon Queen still did not quite believe it. For true immortals, even if these battleships could not defeat them, they could still run away. Jiang Fei then described the firepower of the heavy cruiser and the main ship to the Dragon Queen. The heavy cruiser was indeed difficult to deal with for normal cultivators. Its powerful shield was not something that normal cultivators could break through with human strength. The main cannon of the battleship was also powerful enough to cause serious injury or even death to normal cultivators. However, to true immortal-level experts, a cruiser was no threat at all. However, they were still unable to take on a battleship of the main ship level. However, just because they were unable to fight it head-on did not mean that true immortals would be killed. As long as they tore through space to escape, then the huge size of the main ship would make it impossible for them to warp and chase after them. However, when the cultivators faced the entire fleet, they were usually in a passive position. After all, the cultivators were humans, and they were not universe beasts. It was impossible for them to live and multiply endlessly in space. They needed a planet that was suitable for them to live on, and this was their weakness. When the fleet fought against the cultivators, it was like shooting an anti-aircraft gun at a mosquito. Even though they were powerful, it was difficult for them to do anything to the other party. However, it was not easy to defeat the cultivators, but for the fleet to destroy the planet, it could not be any simpler. There was a saying that one could run away from a monk, but not a temple. If thousands of star-destroying bullets were fired, the entire star region would be destroyed. In that case, the cultivators would become stray dogs. The Dragon Queen quickly accepted Jiang Fei's message. Cultivators alone could not protect their home. However, the fleet alone could not completely destroy the cultivators. Therefore, the best way was to combine the two. The cultivators would fight against the cultivators. The enemy's experts would be eliminated. The fleet would destroy the enemy's home. Jiang Fei nodded. The Dragon Queen laughed. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled. Since the Dragon Queen had seen through his thoughts, there was no need for him to hide it. The Dragon Queen nodded with appreciation. Then, she asked, do you want to pull the dragon race in the battlefield? Jiang Fei did not hide it. After all, lying to someone at the Dragon Queen's level would have serious consequences. The Dragon Queen asked calmly. Jiang Fei said, Why? The Dragon Queen asked curiously. Although I don't know much about the dragon race's strength, I have seen and heard about it along the way. With the dragon race's powerful strength, you guys can definitely easily rule the 5 directions of the world. However, you guys don't. Therefore, I don't think the dragon race has any ambition, Jiang Fei said. The Dragon Queen laughed very happily. Then she asked Jiang Fei, Didn't Mengzi tell you before? From the ancient times until the azure-eyed white dragon race retired, we have been ruling the 5 corners of the world. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Hee hee, let's not talk about this anymore. The Dragon Queen suddenly changed the topic. Jiang Fei nodded. He had no right to say no to the Dragon Queen. Moreover, if he wanted to read the information about the chaotic space, he had to gain the Dragon Queen's trust. As a silver light flashed between Jiang Fei's brows, the 10th dimension was opened. The moment the 10th dimension was opened, the Dragon Queen closed her eyes. She began to feel the attributes of the space carefully. Therefore, the Dragon Queen did not use her spiritual power to investigate. After about 10 minutes, the Dragon Queen said to Jiang Fei, All right, you can put it away now. Jiang Fei nodded and closed the 10th dimension. Mother, what do you think? Mengzi immediately asked. If she made a mistake, it would be a huge loss of face. That's right. The Dragon Queen nodded. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock. Speaking of the supreme inheritance, the dragon race had not produced such a genius for tens of thousands of years. However, who would have thought that when the supreme inheritance appeared again, it would actually possess a fellow whose bloodline was so thin that it was negligible? The Dragon Queen sighed and said to Mengzi, Let 7th brother arrange a place for him first. I have something to discuss with your father. Mengzi asked. The Dragon Queen's left hand could not help but clench into a fist because the excitement in her heart was almost impossible to hide. Yes. Okay. Mengzi nodded obediently. She also hoped that her father could come out of closed-door cultivation as soon as possible. After all, it was possible for such an expert to enter closed-door cultivation for tens or even hundreds of years. However, in Mengzi's situation, she was afraid that she would not be able to live for tens of years. Therefore, she also hoped to see her father again before she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1925. Translator 549690339 on the other side. Mengzi and Old 7 had arranged for Jiang Fei to rest. However, the Dragon Queen did not stop running to the secret chamber of the Dragon Palace. This secret chamber was built at the bottom of the Dragon Palace. It was hundreds of meters deep from the ground. This place was filled with traps. It could be said that it was absolutely safe. Moreover, under the effect of the ancient formation, the density of the spiritual energy in this place was almost condensed into droplets. Such a good training environment was naturally not something that just anyone could have. Only the Dragon Emperor was qualified to practice here. Even the Dragon Queen was not allowed to enter easily. However, today was different. The Dragon Queen had a good reason to enter this place, because she needed to see the Dragon Emperor immediately. In the secret chamber, the Dragon Emperor did not transform into a human form. Instead, he took the form of a green-eyed white dragon and occupied the secret chamber. It was different from the giant dragons that Jiang Fei had seen in the game before. The green-eyed white dragon was more like a divine dragon from China. A hump head, antlers, rabbit eyes, bull ears, snake body, fish scales, eagle claws. All of these were no different from the divine dragons that were recorded in China. "Your Majesty," the Dragon Queen said excitedly as soon as she entered the secret chamber. When she was outside, she had tried her best to suppress her emotions. Now, she could finally release them. The Dragon Emperor asked in confusion. "Prophecy," the Dragon Queen said. "Prophecy?" For a moment, the Dragon Emperor still couldn't react. The Dragon Queen said excitedly. "Future." The Dragon Emperor's huge head suddenly lifted up, and his originally narrowed eyes also widened. "That's right." The Dragon Queen nodded. "How is it?" the Dragon Emperor asked. "I have confirmed it. The thin bloodline, the supreme inheritance." The Dragon Queen said. The Dragon Emperor nodded, and then pondered for a moment before saying, "This matter is of great importance. Don't tell anyone yet." "Of course. Those guys are restless," the Dragon Queen said. The Dragon Emperor's voice softened. "Not too good," the Dragon Queen said, and her mood sank. "Sigh, this is fate, but you don't have to be sad. Zaire is a person with great luck." The Dragon Emperor comforted. "Yeah." At this point, self-blame welled up in the Dragon Queen's heart. She had the opportunity to stop Mengzi's tragedy, but because of a prophecy, she and the Dragon Emperor chose to let it go. "Sigh, this is all fate." The Dragon Emperor sighed as well. Although everything was for the future of the Dragon Clan, his heart was also very uncomfortable after his daughter had suffered so much. The Dragon Queen asked, "Norus, it's not convenient for me to show my face for the time being. It's better for you to take charge of everything," the Dragon Emperor said after thinking for a moment. The Dragon Queen nodded. "Next, you arrange for him to go to the Dragon Pool Pavilion to study," the Dragon Emperor instructed. The Dragon Queen nodded. "All right, I have to continue practicing. Now is the critical moment," the Dragon Emperor said. The Dragon Queen reminded him again before coming out of the secret room. Jiang Fei stayed in a warm pavilion in the Dragon Emperor's palace under Mengzi's arrangements. This place was not far from the Water Moon Pavilion where Mengzi lived. After settling Jiang Fei down, Mengzi naturally made use of all the time he had to reunite with his parents. Although the Dragon Emperor could not come out of his closed-door cultivation for the time being, Mengzi was very happy to be able to spend more time with his mother. As soon as she saw Mengzi, the Dragon Queen's tears fell. The Dragon Queen's heart was still very sad. "It's okay, Mother. Let's talk about something happy," Mengzi said with a smile. She had already moved on. Anyway, she was already like this. Even if she was sad, she would die. Even if she was happy, she would die. In that case, she might as well spend her last moments happily. Good. The Dragon Queen nodded. Although she could not tell her daughter the whole story yet, seeing her again made the Dragon Queen feel a lot better. After some family gossip, Mengzi and the Dragon Queen finally talked about Jiang Fei. Mengzi asked curiously, "His current strength is nothing in the dragon race. It's even more impossible for him to pass the trial," the Dragon Queen said. This was also the result of her discussion with the Dragon Emperor. Although the Dragon Emperor said that Jiang Fei would enter the Dragon Pool Pavilion, the problem was that Jiang Fei's current knowledge of the dragon race was too little. He did not even know the language of the green-eyed white dragon race. If you were to send him directly into the Dragon Pool Pavilion, he would also be blind, therefore it was better to start from the basics. Mengzi also agreed. Although she was only left with a wisp of her soul, at her peak, with Jiang Fei's strength, a single fight would not be enough for her. On the other hand, Mengzi and the Dragon Queen chatted for the entire night. The mother and daughter, who had been separated for a long time, had a lot to talk about. It was not until the next morning that she got up and left. After all, Jiang Fei still needed someone to greet him. "Hey!" Mengzi shouted outside the warm pavilion. Jiang Fei was a cultivator after all. He did not have that much sleep. After opening the door, Mengzi entered the warm pavilion. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "My mother plans to let you and Howard go to the Dragon Nurturing Hall to study together." Jiang Fei did not know what kind of organization this was. "As the name suggests, this is where the young dragons learn," said Mengzi. Jiang Fei asked. After all, this information was his main purpose in coming to the dragon race. "TSK, can you understand it now?" Mengzi rolled his eyes. Jiang Fei was instantly rendered speechless by the question. "Just go and read your books. You also know that things like martial arts require a lot of effort to understand. After being translated by others, the content will often deviate." Mengzi was also telling the truth. There will always be inaccuracies in translation, not to mention having someone who has never been to the 10th dimension to translate the records. Chapter 1926, 1926. Translator, 549690339 Psi. Jiang Fei also understood that the method of reading the translated text was not reliable. Therefore, although learning it was more time-consuming, it was the only way. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's brain had been developed. Therefore, he learned everything very quickly. Not only did he have a photographic memory, but his comprehension ability was also very strong. He could quickly digest and absorb the things that he remembered. "All right, I'll get Howard to pick you up in a while," said Mengzi. Jiang Fei nodded. Suddenly, Mengzi seemed to have remembered something. She suddenly looked out of the door vigilantly. Then, she lowered her voice and said to Jiang Fei, "When you're studying, you might encounter those little dragon whelps who make things difficult for you. After all, you know that your bloodline is too weak." "Yes," Jiang Fei nodded. Exclusion was a common disease of almost all races, not to mention the dragon race, which was a high and mighty race. "However, there's one thing that my mother told me to tell you," said Mengzi. "What?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. "The dragon race is not united." Although Mengzi did not say much, Jiang Fei understood what was going on. However, he had experienced many things. This kind of power struggle was not rare in any intelligent race. Therefore, after Jiang Fei obtained the supreme inheritance, although it was very important to the dragon race, in the eyes of some high-ranking people, the future of the dragon race was not important. His position in the dragon race was the most important. This was not the first time in the history of China. Many people, in order to become the emperor of a country, would not hesitate to submit to the foreign countries. They would even acknowledge the leader of the foreign countries as their father and cede their territory in order to become the leader of the country. Jiang Fei asked, "Don't worry about Old Seven and his father. Old Seven is the son of my imperial uncle. My imperial uncle died in battle in the early years. He was raised by my imperial father. He's like a brother and sister to me. He has already told Howard about it. He will not say anything more," said Mengzi. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded. At that moment, Jiang Fei heard someone knocking on the door. Jiang Fei asked, "Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Hao." Howard's voice came from outside the door. Jiang Fei replied and opened the door. Qin Hao bowed to Mengzi. "Yes, Mother has asked me to explain something to him." Mengzi asked. "Yes." Qin Hao shrugged. Although he was a member of the royal family, he was no different from other dragons in the Dragon Nurturing Hall. He would be punished even if he made a mistake. "Then, I won't hold you up any longer. Hurry up and leave," said Mengzi with a smile. "All right." Qin Hao was very respectful to Mengzi. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "Mr. Jiang, let's leave quickly." Jiang Fei nodded and followed Qin Hao out of the warm pavilion. "Mister, on the way to school?" Qin Hao asked. Jiang Fei nodded and smiled. Then Mr. Qin Hao asked again, "The outside world." Jiang Fei then briefly told Qin Hao about the outside world. There was no need for him to hide such insignificant information. "I really want to go, Mister." After all, Qin Hao was still young. He yearned for the unknown and adventure. Therefore, he was very eager for the world that Jiang Fei described. "Go back. I'm afraid that the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen will have to agree to it," Jiang Fei said with a smile. However, he did not say out loud. He still left a glimmer of hope for Qin Hao. Qin Hao pursed his lips. The Dragon Emperor was very conservative. It was unlikely that he would agree to let the little dragons travel to the outside world. All right, why do you always call me Mr. Jiang? Jiang Fei smiled and said, You're my second aunt's equal. Normally, I would have to call you uncle. However, you're too young, Qin Hao said a little embarrassedly. Haha, you don't have to worry about them. We're talking about us. Jiang Fei laughed. He did not expect Qin Hao to be such a good boy. He actually knew how to be polite. It's too impolite to call you by your name. Although Qin Hao's actual age was hundreds of years older than Jiang Fei, in his human form, he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. He was slightly younger than Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled. He would definitely not mind having a younger brother like Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao was still underage, as a member of the viridescent White Dragon clan, he was definitely at the true immortal level. In fact, he was quite strong among the true immortals. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Soon, they arrived outside the Dragon Nurturing Hall. Big brother, be careful later. There are a few people in there that are not to be trifled with. Qin Hao said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the two of them walked into the Dragon Breeding Hall. The Dragon Breeding Hall was not very big. It only had a few rooms and a training field the size of a football field. Other than that, there was nothing else. At this time, there were already many people in one room. These were the little dragons that were teaching in the Dragon Education Hall. Although they had transformed into human forms, Jiang Fei could still sense a powerful aura from these people. Good God, there are a total of 19 people. Only one of them is in the tribulation stage. Jiang Fei silently sensed for a moment, but did not take the initiative to investigate. After all, taking the initiative to investigate would easily infuriate others. In the Dragon Breeding Hall, which was used to educate young dragons, other than one young dragon who was too young to undergo the tribulation, the rest were all above true immortals. This was really an eye-opener for Jiang Fei. However, there were only 19 young dragons in the large green-eyed White Dragon race. This made Jiang Fei sigh with emotion. The heavens were indeed fair. The stronger the race, the lower the breeding ability. Jiang Fei said after taking a deep breath. From today onwards, he had to resume his student career. Qin Hao followed behind Jiang Fei. It seemed that he really regarded Jiang Fei as his big brother. Chapter 1927. Translator 549690339. As soon as he entered the Dragon Breeder Hall, Jiang Fei heard a sharp voice. Hey, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Jiang Fei turned his head to look. The person who spoke was leaning against the door frame. One of his shoulders was leaning against the door frame. His right hand was playing with a small dagger. Occasionally, he would use the dagger to scrape his nails. He did not even raise his head. I'm new here, Jiang Fei said with a smile. New? I've never heard of a new recruit. Where are you from, kid? On the other side, a short and fat kid asked with a puzzled look. The guy leaning against the door is called 2Xn, the grandson of the fourth elder's family. This kid is not to be trifled with. Qin Hao whispered into Jiang Fei's ear, then he glanced at the short and fat kid and said to Jiang Fei, His name is Motu, the son of a job-seeking general. His strength is average. He is not bad. 2Xin glanced at Qin Hao and asked, Yes. He was appointed by the Dragon Queen to enter the school. His name is Jiang Fei, said Qin Hao. Appointed by the Dragon Queen? Even if it was appointed by the Dragon Queen, our green-eyed White Dragon clan can allow outsiders to come as they please. 2Xin said sarcastically. Jiang Fei secretly memorized this piece of information. He is not an outsider. He also has the bloodline of the green-eyed White Dragon clan. However, it is slightly diluted, said Qin Hao. 2Xin was stunned. He initially thought that he had something on Jiang Fei. He did not expect that Jiang Fei was also a dragon. Yes, my father tested it with the identification crystal. Qin Hao did not hide this because when his teacher came, Jiang Fei would also have to be tested. 1/100,000. 2Xin rolled his eyes. Even if there is a trace, it counts. Qin Hao said loudly. 2Xin was speechless by Qin Hao because this was the ancestral teachings of the viridescent White Dragon clan. Because individuals were too powerful, the viridescent White Dragon clan's ability to reproduce was low. Therefore, since the ancient times, the viridescent White Dragon clan had allowed the existence of mixed blood, even if it was mixed blood. However, as long as it was a descendant of the viridescent White Dragon clan, they would admit that this guy was a member of the Dragon clan. However, the powerful viridescent dragons were arrogant. It was difficult for them to look down on other races. After all, in their eyes, the other races were all inferior races. They would not even bother to associate with them, let alone marry them. Moreover, there was another point. It was even more difficult to produce offspring in a cross-race marriage. Moreover, the probability of such offspring being sterile was very high. Therefore, although the viridescent dragons admitted that they were hybrids, it was not common to see real hybrids. As for a 1 in 100,000 hybrid, like Jiang Fei, they had never even thought about it. Quiet, quiet, someone shouted. In an instant, the entire school became quiet. Even Tu Xin, who had always been arrogant, obediently returned to his seat. One had to know that the Dragon Breeding Hall did not care about status. Even when the Crown Prince of the Dragon Emperor clan was in school, the teachers would beat and punish him as they wished. Therefore, in the Dragon Breeding Hall, the teachers had absolute authority. These little dragons did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Jiang Fei was also told by Qin how to sit down. He waited quietly for the teacher to arrive. Not long after, footsteps were heard. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in the classroom. All the dragons immediately stood up and bowed to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded. The dragons then stood up and returned to their seats. This is Teacher Yuting. He mainly talks about literature and history and the principles of martial arts. Qin Hao whispered into Jiang Fei's ear. Qin Hao. Yuting glared at him. Qin Hao immediately sat up straight and did not dare to say anything more. Yuting looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Yes. Jiang Fei bowed. Come up and do a test first, Yuting said. Jiang Fei stood up and left the table. He came in front of Yuting. It was still the identification crystal. Jiang Fei had seen this thing a few times. This time, the identification result was the same. Although Jiang Fei's bloodline was very weak, there was still a trace of it. Yuting smiled slightly and said to Jiang Fei, sit down first. You can understand as much as you want. I'll fill you in on the basics later. Jiang Fei was still good at respecting his teacher. Yuting nodded and gestured for Jiang Fei to sit down. Then, he began his lecture. The content of Yuting's lecture today was still some historical knowledge of the 5 directions heaven and earth. However, the content of his lecture was not quite the same as the information that Jiang Fei had read before, because he spoke too early. At that time, the human race and the beast race had not yet flourished. The historical materials were almost non-existent. Jiang Fei listened to these historical stories with great interest. However, he could not understand the words that Yuting would occasionally write on the blackboard. Jiang Fei was actually very curious about the blackboard of the Dragon Education Hall. It was a huge stone tablet. When Yuting wrote, he would directly use his spiritual power to activate it. He would be able to leave himself on the stone tablet. The handwriting would automatically disappear. About 2 hours later, Yuting's lesson ended. The other dragons swarmed out and all went out to relax. They were having a great time outside. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was left behind by Yuting. Yuting asked. Jiang Fei said a little awkwardly, "Sigh, I knew it." Yuting sighed and took out a scroll. Come on, this is the dragon race's language. Yuting spread the scroll in front of Jiang Fei. This scroll was very magical. It was just like the technological products of the outside world. The words on it were actually displayed dynamically. Jiang Fei stuck out his tongue. This was really a type of complicated language. The number of it was even more than Jiang Fei's mother tongue. Fortunately, most of the 120,000 dragon races' words were not commonly used words. This could reduce some of Jiang Fei's learning intensity. After that, Yuting began to explain the meaning of the words to Jiang Fei word by word. After that, Jiang Fei's brain began to work rapidly. He also had to remember the words and sentences formed by the relevant words. In addition, the written grammar of the dragons was very complicated, so even Jiang Fei could not learn it easily. Don't worry, these basic knowledge are learned slowly. Although Yu Ting was trying to comfort Jiang Fei, however, there was an invisible pressure on him. After all, Jiang Fei did not want to waste 100 years here. Chapter 1928. Translator 549690339. Although the dragon race's language was extremely complicated and the related grammar was extremely obscure, Jiang Fei's developed brain quickly showed its value. He quickly found a pattern in the grammar. His strong memory also helped him remember the meaning of the words he had been taught. Although it was impossible for Jiang Fei to learn all these things in a day, it would not take too long. In the end, even Yu Ting had to admit that Jiang Fei's learning ability was really too strong. Jiang Fei smiled embarrassedly. Yu Ting did not give Jiang Fei a special lesson for too long. After all, he still had to continue with the class. This time, the content of his lecture was more important. The principles of the dragon race's bloodline martial skills. The green-eyed white dragon race paid the most attention to the inheritance of bloodline. Because a lot of their knowledge and information were passed down through the bloodline, bloodline martial arts was the most important part. These martial arts could only be activated if one possessed the green-eyed white dragon bloodline. Yu Ting continued to lecture above. The little dragons below were also listening attentively. After all, this was the guy that they would rely on in the future. If they could not learn it well, it would delay their lives. Although Jiang Fei did not understand much at the moment, he was frantically memorizing everything that Yu Ting had said. This was all thanks to his powerful memory. It was likely that they would not be able to remember so much. 2 hours later, the cultural class for the day was over. Yu Ting told Jiang Fei to look for him after class and then left. Jiang Fei and the rest needed to be taught by another teacher in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. 2xin sneered at Jiang Fei. Qin Hao stood in front of Jiang Fei. Qin Hao, you really forgot about the pain after the scar healed. His strength was one of the best among the little dragons. Therefore, Qin Hao was not his opponent. It's okay. Jiang Fei smiled at Qin Hao. Jiang Fei was very touched that he was able to protect him like this. However, as a man, he already had enough strength now. He did not want to hide behind others anymore. Big brother, he's very difficult to deal with, Qin Hao said with some worry. Although he could not beat 2xin, the difference between the two was not too big. Although he was at a disadvantage, he would not be injured too badly. However, Jiang Fei was different. His bloodline was too thin, and he did not know any bloodline martial skills. If he fought with 2xin, he would probably suffer a great loss. Don't worry, Jiang Fei smiled. With no other choice, 2xin could only step aside. After all, his strength was limited. There was no way he could defeat 2xin. Jiang Fei smiled from beginning to end. Although the Dragon Queen had told him not to use the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei still had a huge amount of mental strength to use. It was not to the extent that he could not deal with these little dragons. Of course, if Jiang Fei were to face those adult blue-eyed white dragons, he would be in big trouble. Even if he were to use the 10th dimension, he would at most have a few more life-saving chips. It would be wishful thinking if he wanted to defeat them. At noon, Jiang Fei and Qin Hao ate something casually. The food of the dragon race was not as delicious as Jiang Fei had imagined. On the contrary, judging from the human's appetite, the food of the dragon race should be classified as bad. Time passed in a flash. It was time for the afternoon class. The little dragons gathered in the martial arts practice field and waited for their teacher to arrive. Very good. Soon, a short and fat guy came to the martial arts practice field. This guy really let down the attributes of his dragon race. His body was already beyond description. He was less than 5 feet tall. He was 3.5 feet tall. This is the martial arts teacher. His name is Pai Gang. Qin Hao whispered in Jiang Fei's ear. He really lives up to his name. Big leather tank. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. At that moment, Pai Gang had already walked into the martial arts practice field. He said to the group of dragons, I've already passed the bloodline martial skill, Dragon Shadow, splitting soul to everyone last time. I wonder how everyone is doing. The group of dragons looked at each other. No one dared to reply. After all, the difficulty of this move was still very high. The dragons would not be able to master it in a day. Forget it. I knew that you guys would be lazy when you go back. Let's practice in pairs. Let me see how far you guys have reached. Pai Gang sighed and said. The dragons nodded one after another. Then, 2xin went to look for Jiang Fei. Come on, newbies, 2xin said with a cold smile. Jiang Fei asked Qin Hao. Qin Hao shook his head. Although the dragons were detached from the world, they were ultimately born as ferocious beasts. Although they did not admit it, they still had some special skills that belonged to the beasts. If it was a human teaching, then they would have to use the moves that their teacher had taught them previously. However, among the dragons and ferocious beasts, they did not restrict this. Their goal was to win. Jiang Fei smiled. He was best at spiritual power. Therefore, if he was not a match, he could still use his spiritual power to turn the tables. 2xin stood in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said as he activated the Eye of the Violet. Although he said that he did not care, he was very careful in his heart. As the saying went, one should look down on the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. 2xion's eyes turned blue. It was obvious that he had also activated his Eye of Violet. It was because of this that Jiang Fei was believed to have inherited the power of the blue-eyed white dragon, even though his eyes were not blue. After activating his Eye of Violet, 2xion did not say a word and directly rushed towards Jiang Fei's face with a punch. Through the Violet Eye, Jiang Fei had already seen 2xion's energy regulation. He knew that this punch of his was ferocious and could not be taken on head-on. Therefore, he dodged 2xion's attack and took advantage of the fact that 2xion's attack was old. He wanted to attack his armpit. Tu xin lauget con li. Then, his body twisted into an extremely strange angle. At the same time that he dodged Jiang Fei's attack, he activated the Dragon Shadow Soul Breaker. Qin Hao, who knew the power of Dragon Shadow Soul Rend, shouted. However, it was already too late to stop him. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt his body tense up. A dangerous aura suddenly approached him. For a powerhouse, the warning of a sixth sense could not be ignored. Chapter 1929. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei immediately turned around when he sensed danger. He saw the energy in 2xion's body surging. Under the Eye of the Violet, Jiang Fei could clearly see that the energy in 2xion's body was circulating in a strange circuit. As the energy circulated, the dragon blood in his body began to boil. Although in Jiang Fei's vision, the energy in 2xion's body was circulating as if it was moving in slow motion, this was only the special effect of the Eye of the Violet. In fact, 2xion's attack had only taken an instant. A white dragon shadow shot out from 2xion's palm and flew straight toward Jiang Fei's chest and face. Although Jiang Fei could clearly see the white dragon charging toward him, the slowdown effect of the Eye of the Violet was only a perception effect. It allowed Jiang Fei to clearly see the opponent's movement and not really slow down time. Therefore, he could see clearly, but he could not avoid it. The white dragon hit Jiang Fei right in the chest. Qin Hao shouted and was about to pounce on Jiang Fei. Pai Gang pulled Qin Hao back. He had already noticed the battle on Jiang Fei's side. After all, Jiang Fei was personally arranged by the Dragon Queen. It was impossible for him not to pay attention to it. Qin Hao was very anxious. This Dragon Shadow Soul rending was not an ordinary martial skill. It was the bloodline martial skill of the viridescent White Dragon clan. This move was very powerful. It could also cause powerful damage to mental strength. Therefore, an ordinary person would almost certainly die after being hit by it. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not a member of the viridescent White Dragon clan. In Qin Hao's opinion, Jiang Fei's 100th 000th bloodline was negligible. He could not inherit the powerful physical body of the Dragon clan. Just the dragon's breath alone was enough to heavily injure him. Moreover, The terrifying mental strength attack could even kill him. Sure enough, Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by the Dragon Shadow, soul-splitting attack. His face was also flushed red. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although he looked like he was in a sorry state, he was not seriously injured. The killer move of the Dragon Shadow Soulbreaker was a spiritual attack. Jiang Fei was best at spiritual power. Therefore, 2Xian's move was aimed at Jiang Fei's strongest point. Jiang Fei might not be able to handle it. However, no matter how arrogant 2Xian was, he was still a young dragon. Therefore, his spiritual power was not that terrifying. It did not break through his spiritual power seal. Although the spiritual attack did not have any effect on Jiang Fei, the Dragon Breath attack made Jiang Fei suffer. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was not an ordinary person. As a result, his physical strength could not be compared to Qin Hao, 2Xian, and the others. However, Jiang Fei was lucky enough to have received the scorpion milk from the steel giant scorpion, which greatly strengthened his physical body. Although the steel giant scorpion's intelligence could not be compared to the viridescent white dragon, in terms of energy strength, both parties were of the same level. Although it was as if he had been hit in the chest by a sledgehammer, it was not to the point where his bones and tendons were hurt. Moreover, even though Jiang Fei was slightly injured, he was not at a disadvantage. 2Xian had just used this move right in front of Jiang Fei's eyes. It was just in time for Jiang Fei to activate the Eye of the Violet. Therefore, Jiang Fei had seen the energy flow path and the activation method of this move. He remembered it in his heart. How is this possible? 2Xian was puzzled when he saw Jiang Fei only spit out a mouthful of blood. In his opinion, even if this move did not take Jiang Fei's life, it would still leave him heavily injured and on the verge of death. How could it cause such a small amount of damage? Jiang Fei tiptoed forward. While 2Xian was still in a daze, he also used the Dragon Shadow Soul rending skill on him. The moment Jiang Fei activated the Dragon Shadow Soul rending skill, he felt something in his body being triggered. Then a white dragon shot out from Jiang Fei's palm and went straight for 2Xian's face. Unfortunately, the white dragon shot out from Jiang Fei's palm was too small. It could be considered a compliment if it was called a loach. At most, it could be considered an earthworm. Tisk, tu sin lauet kun li. Then, he waved his hand and scattered the little dragon. Just as 2Xian was about to attack again, Pai Gang, who was standing beside him, said, "Stop." Upon hearing Pai Gang's words, 2Xian immediately stood aside obediently. After all, the teachers of the Dragon Breeder Hall had supreme authority. In the Dragon Breeder Hall, even the Dragon Emperor could not interfere with their education. Therefore, if the little dragons dared to disobey, they would not care who your father was. They would beat them up without fail. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. His little dragon was too embarrassing. Its power was not enough to tickle others. Idiot. Tu xin s. Jiang Fei did not mind 2Xian's taunt. After all, 2Xian had objectively pointed out the problem for him. F***CK. Is this bloodline martial skill so deceptive? Jiang Fei was speechless. When he saw 2Xian use this skill, he was extremely excited. After all, the power of this martial skill was much stronger than the martial skill that Jiang Fei had obtained from the 4 great clans. You guys go practice with each other, Pai Gang said to Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei had used the Dragon Shadow Soul Rend earlier, he had indeed been shocked. Of course, Pai Gang was only shocked because of Jiang Fei's learning speed. He had only taken a glance at 2Xian's martial skill, and he had already learned this move. What kind of talent was this? It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pai Gang had expected the power of Jiang Fei's move. After all, when the Dragon Queen arranged for Jiang Fei to go to school, she had already told Pai Gang and Yuting about it. They also knew how thin Jiang Fei's bloodline was. Bloodline martial skills could only be performed by the blood of the green-eyed White Dragon clan. Even if outsiders learned it, it would be useless. Therefore, Jiang Fei was able to master bloodline martial arts. On the other hand, it proved that he was indeed a member of the Dragon clan. However, this bit of bloodline was too weak. Jiang Fei and Pai Gang came to a quiet corner. Jiang Fei, don't be discouraged. Although the strength of your bloodline cannot be changed, resulting in the bloodline martial arts not being fated with you, I still have many common martial arts. Pai Gang said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei bo tu pi gong. Although the bloodline martial skill was extremely powerful, his dragon bloodline was only 1/100,000. Forcefully practicing, it would not have any good results. It was also a good choice. Chapter 1930. Translator 549690339. For the next few days, Jiang Fei went to school with Qin Hao and studied hard in the Dragon Breeder Hall. Because of the Dragon Queen's instructions, both Yu Ting and Pai Gang gave Jiang Fei special training. One of them taught Jiang Fei the dragon race's written language and the principles of the bloodline martial skill, while the other taught Jiang Fei the general martial skill. With his highly developed brain, Jiang Fei had been absorbing all kinds of knowledge crazily for the past few days, especially the dragon race's written language and the principles of the bloodline martial skill that Yu Ting had taught him. Jiang Fei worked even harder. Jiang Fei had already grasped the basics of the dragon race's written language. Although he still could not read the profound things, the basic daily application was no longer a problem. Moreover, Jiang Fei had his own unique understanding of bloodline martial skills. In his opinion, the bloodline martial skills of the viridescent White Dragon clan were more like a special martial skill that required a unique catalyst to activate. The bloodline of the viridescent White Dragon clan was such a catalyst. Under the effect of this catalyst, moves that were originally very ordinary and were not even as good as common martial skills would be turned into magic and show amazing power. Of course, this catalyst was not effective on all martial arts techniques. It could only catalyze certain martial arts techniques. These martial arts techniques became the bloodline martial arts techniques of the green-eyed White Dragon. After understanding the principle, Jiang Fei finally understood why he could not practice the bloodline martial arts techniques. However, although he knew the reason, he could not change this reality. After all, his bloodline was already like this. It was impossible to change it anymore. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was learning the universal martial skill from Pai Gang, he became even more hardworking. He knew that the power of the universal martial skill was definitely not as powerful as the bloodline martial skill. In order to pass this so-called trial, Jiang Fei had to seize every opportunity to strengthen his own strength. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Jiang Fei's strength was steadily increasing. After all, although those common martial arts techniques were not comparable to bloodline martial arts techniques, they were still the accumulated wisdom of the viridescent White Dragon clan over hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that they were much more powerful because the viridescent White Dragon clan was not a single elemental race. They also had many branches. For example, Qin Hao's branch was of the fire attribute, while Tu Xion's branch was of the metal attribute. As for the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen, they had stronger Yang and Yin attributes. Therefore, when Pai Gang was teaching Jiang Fei, he was not limited to a single attribute. Although he was of the water attribute, as the teacher of the Dragon Breeder Hall, Pai Gang was also very knowledgeable. However, he still understood the principles. Therefore, he taught them all to Jiang Fei. After Jiang Fei learned these universal martial skills, he even modified them. He fused these martial skills and turned them into dual attribute, or even 3-attribute fusion skills. This greatly increased the power of these martial skills. Some of the 3-attribute fusion skills were even as powerful as the dragon race's bloodline martial skills. On this day, Jiang Fei came to the Dragon Breeder Hall alone. Because Qin Hao was on duty today, he had to go to the territory with his father. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only go to the Dragon Breeder Hall alone. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had already lived in the Dragon Clan for more than 10 days. The Dragon Breeding Hall was a familiar place to him, so he did not mind. However, after school that day, when Jiang Fei was about to return to the Dragon Palace, a black shadow blocked his way. "Kid," a cold voice was heard. Although the other party had used a tool to hide his aura, Jiang Fei could still guess the other party's identity. 2xin. Although Jiang Fei had suffered a small loss in the battle that day, 2xin clearly did not intend to let Jiang Fei go just like that. In his opinion, Jiang Fei was trash that did not deserve to stay in the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he lived in the Dragon Emperor's palace. He must have a close relationship with the Dragon Emperor's faction. As the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, 2xion's grandfather was not on good terms with the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, 2xion had too many reasons to find trouble with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked impatiently. 2xion was stunned. Jiang Fei could not be bothered to argue with 2xion. In his opinion, now that 2xion's identity had been exposed, it was impossible for her to harm him again. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to explain the matter to others. Oof. This 2xion was actually so ruthless. After revealing his identity, not only did he not retreat, he even chose to take the risk and kill Jiang Fei to silence him. Jiang Fei frowned. He could feel a clear, killing intent from 2xion's body. In fact, in Jiang Fei's opinion, although he and 2xion were a little unhappy, it was not to the point of life and death. At most, it was just a little unhappy between the two classmates. However, 2xion's killing intent had awakened Jiang Fei. This was not an ordinary school. The dragon race still followed the law of the jungle. The current Jiang Fei was no longer the kid who had just emerged from the ivory tower. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had killed someone. In Jiang Fei's heart, he had already sentenced this kid to death. Although Jiang Fei had never admitted that he was a bad person, he was no longer a soft-hearted person after he had fused with the Dark Soul. When faced with someone who wanted to kill him, he would definitely not let him live until tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Fei and 2xion were both filled with killing intent towards each other. The two of them had nothing to say. 2xion charged forward and the two of them began to fight. Previously, due to the presence of Pai Gang in the Dragon Nurturing Hall's martial arts practice field, 2xion did not use his full strength to unleash his killer move. As the fourth elder's direct grandson, he definitely had more than one Dragon Shadow Soul Rending skill. He did not use any other killer moves that were more powerful. After all, everyone had seen him kill Jiang Fei on purpose. Even if he had his grandfather as his guarantor, the Dragon Emperor would not forgive him. However, things were different now. This was a place that he had carefully chosen. No one would come. Therefore, 2xion, who was determined to kill Jiang Fei, had nothing to worry about. Facing 2xion, who was going all out, Jiang Fei was no longer the same as the Amon from 10 days ago. At this time, not only did he have many Dragon Race martial arts skills, he had also created many Dragon Race fusion skills. Although he was still suppressed by 2xion, he was still able to fight back. Kid, I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. 2xion roared. Then, he was ready to use his own ultimate skill, his grandfather's unique secret, 10,000 blade execution to end Jiang Fei's life. Sensing the soaring killing intent of 2xion, Jiang Fei instantly felt his scalp tingle. His sixth sense told him that if 2xion used this move, he would definitely die. Chapter 1931, 1931. Translator, 549690339 10,000 Blade Execution was the fourth elder's secret manual. However, it had its merits. After this move was unleashed, 2xion's spirit and energy were all gathered together. He was silent on the spot. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was stunned. However, under Jiang Fei's violet eyes, tens of sharp blades had condensed around 2xion. These sharp blades were invisible. If Jiang Fei had not activated the violet eyes, he would not have noticed it at all. After all, 2xion was only an underage dragon. If the fourth elder had personally activated this skill, he would have been able to condense tens of thousands of blades. Moreover, it was these invisible sharp blades. They would only appear when they attacked the enemy. There was no trace of them before that. Facing tens of thousands of undetectable sharp blade attacks, even a top-tier powerhouse with an extremely strong sixth sense would not be able to dodge all of them. Otherwise, you would not be able to defend yourself at all. All of a sudden, the sharp blades were activated at the same time and charged straight at Jiang Fei. Meanwhile, 2Xian's body was filled with killing intent. F***CK. Jiang Fei did not hold back anymore. There was no one around. Although it was suitable for 2Xian to attack, it was also a good place for Jiang Fei to kill her, to silence her. The 10th dimension opened up. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and instantly enveloped 2Xian. After carrying 2Xian into the 10th dimension, the invisible blades in the outside world disappeared because they lost control. At this time, 2Xian was brought into the 10th dimension with Jiang Fei. Once he entered the 10th dimension, 2Xian panicked. Although he did not know that this was the legendary chaotic space, he had experienced it firsthand when his body was confined and his spiritual power was unable to be unleashed. "Oof, kid," Jiang Fei sneered. His spiritual power was transmitted into 2Xian's mind. He could clearly feel 2Xian's fear. "Who the hell are you?" 2Xian's spiritual power was very unstable. Clearly, he was terrified. "Who am I?" Jiang Fei laughed. "You are definitely not a dragon. What is your purpose in infiltrating the dragon race?" 2Xian tried to break free. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei did not seal him. It was because time had stopped in the 10th dimension. Therefore, he could not activate the spiritual power in his body. Naturally, he cannot break free. "Whether I am a dragon or not, the Dragon Queen knows best." Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he used his spiritual power to hit 2Xian with a heavy blow. 2Xian screamed and fainted on the spot. Although he was a member of the dragon race, he was still underage. Therefore, his mind power reserves were still far from Jiang Fei's. After he knocked 2Xian unconscious, Jiang Fei came out of the 10th dimension. After all, it was not a good place to stay for long. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. On the other hand, Jiang Fei returned to the warm pavilion in the Dragon Palace. However, the fourth elder's side was very lively. If Jiang Fei kept 2Xian into the 10th dimension, it would mean that he had cut off all contact with the outside world. His natal stone had been extinguished because he could not detect 2Xian's aura. Once 2Xian's natal stone was destroyed, the fourth elder's faction was in an uproar. After all, this was the territory of the dragon race. As the fourth elder, he was not only superior to one person, but also a prominent figure in the dragon race. Otherwise, he would not have dared to go against the Dragon Emperor. However, the fourth elder's most beloved grandson had been killed just like that. How could he remain calm? Therefore, the fourth elder activated all of his powers. A large group of people searched the dragon race's territory in a thorough manner, hoping to find any traces of 2Xian. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was directly isolated from the main universe. Even if the fourth elder could calculate it, it was impossible for him to find the whereabouts of his grandson. Although he could not find 2Xian's whereabouts, the fourth elder's men had received a piece of news from 2Xian's men. It was that 2Xian had a grudge against Jiang Fei. It seemed that she wanted to take revenge on Jiang Fei. After learning of this clue, the fourth elder immediately set his eyes on Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was the Dragon Emperor's man. If he did not have real evidence, it would not be good for him to capture Jiang Fei. However, although the fourth elder did not dare to arrest Jiang Fei, it was not a problem for him to bring people to confront Jiang Fei. However, not everyone could enter the Dragon Emperor's palace. Even the fourth elder would not be able to do anything if he barged into the Dragon Emperor's palace. He would also be in big trouble. Therefore, after working hard for the entire night, the fourth elder arrived outside the Dragon Emperor's palace before Jiang Fei went to school the next day. Seventh elder was the commander of the Dragon King's palace's guards, so naturally, he was the one to ask. Although the fourth elder wished that he could capture Jiang Fei and interrogate him, he still had to follow the proper etiquette. Asked seventh elder, "Last night, my grandson, 2Xian, went missing for no apparent reason. At the same time, his natal stone was also extinguished," said the fourth elder. Oh, old Seven was stunned. He did not expect such a thing to happen. The fourth elder tried his best to suppress his emotions. In his opinion, the culprit who murdered his grandson was Jiang Fei. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were also involved. Perhaps they were the ones who brought Jiang Fei here to deal with him. Therefore, he secretly made up his mind to kill Jiang Fei. Moreover, if he could get hold of the Dragon Emperor and his wife, he might even be able to impeach the Dragon Emperor. He would remove them from the supreme throne of the dragon race. The seventh elder bowed to the fourth elder. Then, he turned around and entered the Dragon Emperor's palace. What? The Dragon Queen was also stunned when she received the news. Meng Zi asked from the side. She had been with her mother for the past few days. It seems to be true. Fourth elder's eyes are red, and he seems to be in a hurry. Old Seven replied. It's best if he dies. Mengzi muttered. Zare, you can't say such things casually. The Dragon Queen glared at Mengzi. Then, she asked Old Seven, what do you think? I think Fourth Elder is suspecting Jiang Fei. After all, he is the only one who came from the outside. Fourth Elder kept saying that the dragon race has a spy. That clearly means that he is referring to Jiang Fei. Old Seven analyzed. Chapter 1932. 1932. Translator 549690339. The Dragon Queen was stunned. Then, she looked at Mengzi and asked, do you think he did it? Mengzi began to think. After a moment, she said to the Dragon Queen, based on Jiang Fei's character, he would most likely do something like this. However, the problem is that he is no match for 2 Xian. On the surface, Jiang Fei is indeed no match for 2 Xian. The Dragon Queen smiled. Mengzi was enlightened by the Dragon Queen's words. After that, she immediately confirmed, then, he is most likely the one who did this. The Dragon Queen smiled. However, she did not seem to have any intention of blaming Jiang Fei. Firstly, the Fourth Elder's faction was not on good terms with the Dragon Emperor. By causing trouble for them, they were helping the Dragon Emperor's faction to vent their anger. Secondly, because Jiang Fei had obtained the supreme inheritance and it was related to the prophecy, his identity was extremely special. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were willing to protect him. Seventh brother asked. After all, the Fourth Elder was still waiting outside the Dragon Emperor's palace. The Dragon Queen ordered. She had to give Jiang Fei some instructions in advance. Otherwise, if Jiang Fei were to spill the beans during the confrontation later, it would be difficult for her to handle it. Although she and the Dragon Emperor were the supreme rulers of the dragon race, the Fourth Elder's faction was not weak either. Therefore, they could not be unreasonable. They could only rely on their power to oppress others. Otherwise, other factions would also retaliate. Mengzi nodded and turned around to leave the hall. Not long after, Mengzi arrived outside Jiang Fei's warm pavilion. At this time, Jiang Fei had just packed his things and was ready to head to the Dragon Nurturing Hall to attend classes. Mengzi asked as soon as they met. Although the Dragon Queen had already made up her mind to protect Jiang Fei, Mengzi had decided to scare Jiang Fei a little. This kid was always up to no good. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen will be tired of cleaning up his mess. Get into trouble, Jiang Fei pretended as if nothing had happened. After all, 2 Xian's identity was not ordinary. It was not a small matter that he had captured 2 Xian. All right, the Fourth Elder has come to find you. Dreamy rolled her eyes and said, the Fourth Elder has come to find you? Jiang Fei continued to act dumb. Dreamy looked at Jiang Fei. However, when she saw Jiang Fei's confused look, she knew that Jiang Fei was determined to act dumb. Therefore, she had no choice but to open her mouth and say, 2 Xian has gone missing. Furthermore, his natal stone has also been destroyed. The Fourth Elder suspects that it was you, so he came to confront you. Why do you want to confront me? Jiang Fei said innocently. Mengzi rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. She did not continue to tangle with him on this issue. She looked at Jiang Fei very seriously. Then, she said to him, I don't care if you did it or not. You just have to say that you don't know. Do you understand? My mother will take care of the rest for you. Jiang Fei said with an innocent look. Yes. Mengzi nodded in satisfaction. Then, she led Jiang Fei in the direction of the main hall. Not long after, Jiang Fei followed Mengzi to the main hall. Jiang Fei went forward and bowed. After the Dragon Queen saw Jiang Fei, she did not ask about 2xin because she believed that Mengzi had already told Jiang Fei about it. Little fellow, your strength is weak and your bloodline is thin. If you want to establish yourself in the dragon race, you will have to rely on more sweat. Jiang Fei laughed. The Dragon Queen smiled. Then she asked Jiang Fei, have you told Zaire what you should have said? Princess Mengzi only told me a few things that she did not want to do. I did not understand much, and I do not know what happened, Jiang Fei replied. The Dragon Queen nodded in satisfaction. Then she said to the seventh elder, Fourth elder, please. The seventh elder bowed to the Dragon Queen before turning around to leave the palace. After the seventh elder left, Jiang Fei said to the Dragon Queen, Kid, I'll go wait in the palace first. The Dragon Queen nodded. If Jiang Fei was in the palace when the fourth elder came up, people would know that they were colluding with each other. What if Jiang Fei was declared to be in the palace by the Empress? Although the fourth elder knew that they were colluding, at least he was able to keep up appearances. Not long after, the fourth elder and the others followed Old Seven to the hall. Greetings, Your Highness Dragon Queen. The fourth elder bowed to the Dragon Queen. Yes. The Dragon Queen nodded. Mengzi bowed slightly in return. The Dragon Queen asked slowly, Your Highness, my grandson, 2xin, went missing for no reason yesterday. After that, his natal stone was extinguished. I suspect that there's a spy in the Dragon Clan. Fourth elder said loudly. The Dragon Queen glanced at Old Seven and said, Job-seeking general. Fourth elder said that there's a spy in the Dragon Clan's territory. Do you accept this impeachment? Old Seven naturally wouldn't take the blame. As a job-seeking general, his duty was to patrol the territory in case someone sneaked in. Now, Fourth elder was pointing at his nose and calling him incompetent. Old Seven immediately said to Fourth elder, although your position is much higher than mine, you have to use evidence to accuse me of impeachment. Although your grandson is missing, and I sympathize with him, but I can't bear your accusation. Seventh elder was a trusted aide of the Dragon Emperor. Although he was polite to fourth elder, his words were also sarcastic. I have no intention of impeaching the general. Fourth elder said as he looked deeply at Mengzi. Fourth elder, why are you looking at me? Mengzi laughed coldly. There were some things that her parents could not say, but she did not have any taboos. At most, she would just let her mother scold her. Of course, I would not dare to do that. Fourth elder said with a cold smile. Jiang Fei's thin bloodline itself was an attack point. At this time, he had already thought of an excuse to deal with Jiang Fei. Nonsense. Jiang Fei is also a descendant of the dragon race. This point has been proven. Mengzi pointed at fourth elder's nose and shouted. Although the Dragon Queen scolded her daughter, she was very happy when she saw Mengzi pointing at the fourth elder's nose. Chapter 1933. Translator 549690339. Your Highness, I can understand how you feel about protecting your friend, but other than him, all the other members of our Dragon Clan are well-informed Dragon Clan disciples. Fourth elder questioned Mengzi. Who knows if 2xin is dead or not? Mengzi snorted coldly. Fourth elder said as he took out a gray stone and threw it on the table. When the gray stone was thrown on the table, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because this stone was the dragon race's life stone, and 2xion's badge was carved on it. The Dragon Queen sighed. When the natal stone was extinguished, it meant that a member of the dragon race had died. Although the blue-eyed white dragon race was extremely powerful, there were very few people. However, when she saw her own race die, the Dragon Queen sighed. Although the fourth elder was talking to Mengzi, everyone knew that he was asking the Dragon Queen. At this point, the Dragon Queen naturally could not stop him. Therefore, she said to Old Seven. Old Seven nodded and turned to leave. How is it? Jiang Fei asked when he saw Old Seven coming down. Old Seven waved his hand. Since it was a trap, he had to make it look more realistic. Was Jiang Fei waiting for him in the palace? After about 10 minutes, Old Seven said to Jiang Fei, "Let's go. Follow me to the palace." Jiang Fei smiled. He had already colluded with the Dragon Queen. This was just a formality in front of the fourth elder. Naturally, he had nothing to worry about. Not long after, Jiang Fei and Old Seven arrived at the palace. "Dragon Queen, Your Highness, I have brought Jiang Fei," said Old Seven. The Dragon Queen nodded and gestured for Old Seven to leave. Jiang Fei bowed again. The Dragon Queen nodded and said to Jiang Fei, "Something happened to the dragon race last night. Do you know? Something happened?" Jiang Fei acted as if it was real. "The fourth elder's grandson, 2XN, is dead." The Dragon Queen asked seriously. "Du Xin, how'd he die?" "We were in class together yesterday." Jiang Fei continued to talk. "Kid, you're still putting on airs." The fourth elder saw Jiang Fei coming up. His eyes were red. Although 2XIN was not his favorite grandson, there were very few people in the Dragon Clan. It was even less of a problem if he was assigned to a different clan. Coupled with 2XIN's death, it was no different from slapping his old face. Therefore, the fourth elder was furious. Jiang Fei pretended to be stupid. "This is the fourth elder of the dragon race. Today he accused you of murdering his grandson, 2XIN, said the Dragon Queen. "How is that possible? I have no grudge against 2XIN. Why would I kill him? Moreover, 2XIN is so powerful. I can't even defeat him." Jiang Fei said innocently, "Kid, you don't have to quibble anymore. No outsiders have ever come to our dragon race. This time, when you came, my grandson died." The fourth elder insisted that 2XIN was killed by Jiang Fei. In fact, it did not matter to the fourth elder who killed 2XIN. In his opinion, 2XIN's death was definitely related to the Dragon Emperor and his wife. Now that he had no evidence, he could not drag the Dragon Emperor and his wife down with him. Therefore, he admitted that it was Jiang Fei who had done this. His goal was to kill Jiang Fei and take revenge on the Dragon Emperor and his wife. After all, Jiang Fei was one of them. What you're saying is that I'm new here, so I killed them. Do you have any evidence?" Jiang Fei relied on the Dragon Queen's support. Therefore, he was not afraid of the fourth elder at all. In the dragon race, my words are evidence." The fourth elder had already thrown away his old face. He wanted to kill Jiang Fei to take revenge on the Dragon Emperor and his wife. There was another reason why he dared to be so impudent today. That was because the Dragon Emperor was in closed-door cultivation. Right now, there was only the Dragon Queen. He was certain that the Dragon Queen would not fall out with him just because of a mere Jiang Fei. However, the fourth elder had miscalculated. Jiang Fei had a supreme inheritance. The Dragon Queen would really fall out with the fourth elder just for him. Moreover, since the Dragon Queen had already set up a trap, how could she let him break it just by being a scoundrel? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in the hall. The fourth elder was shocked. He was very familiar with this voice. This was the Dragon Emperor's voice. He dared to act shamelessly with the Dragon Queen today because the Dragon Emperor was in closed-door cultivation. He could not intervene in this matter for the time being. However, who would have thought that the Dragon Emperor would actually come out of closed-door cultivation? In fact, the Dragon Emperor had already come out of closed-door cultivation. The last time the Dragon Queen went to look for him, he had decided to give up on this closed-door cultivation. However, the Dragon Emperor did not want to meet Jiang Fei so early, so he asked the Dragon Queen to come out and deal with it. However, now, the fourth elder actually used his absence to pressure the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Emperor could not stand it anymore. As a man, who could stand by and watch his wife being bullied? Therefore, the Dragon Emperor walked up to the front desk with an angry face. Although the fourth elder was not on good terms with the Dragon Emperor, he still had to bow when he saw the Dragon Emperor. "Fourth elder, your strength has improved a lot recently." The Dragon Emperor asked with a sneer. "Your Majesty, you must be joking." The fourth elder knew that the Dragon Emperor was reprimanding him for his arrogant words. If his strength had not increased, how could he dare to speak to the Dragon Queen in such a manner? However, the problem was that the fourth elder did not have any ability to resist the Dragon Emperor. Even if the Dragon Emperor did not kill him, he would not be able to escape this beating. Therefore, how could he dare to agree to such a spar? Humph! Since you don't have the strength, you'd better be careful when you speak. I don't even dare to say such big words. The Dragon Emperor said with a gloomy face. Your Majesty, the fourth elder was also overly sad because of the death of his grandson. At this time, the Dragon Queen opened her mouth to plead for mercy. However, the fourth elder's faction was quite powerful in the Dragon Clan. It would not look good if the two sides fell out, so they tried to mediate the situation in the middle. At this time, although the fourth elder was extremely resentful, he was stronger than the others. He could only pinch his nose and endure it. Chapter 1934. Translator 549690339 HMM. Alright, let's forget about today's matter. The Dragon Emperor nodded. The fourth elder was about to say something else. However, Mengzi, who was standing beside him, seized the opportunity to question him. You have no evidence at all. Yet, you want to frame Jiang Fei. Do you think that you are the one who can control the entire dragon race? The fourth elder broke out in cold sweat. It was not that he was afraid of Mengzi, but Mengzi's words were too harsh. If the fourth elder could convict Jiang Fei without any evidence, then wouldn't the Dragon Emperor, who was more powerful than him, be able to convict him without any evidence? When he thought of this, the fourth elder shivered. He knew that he had crossed the line. He could not set a precedent for breaking the rules. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor, who was more powerful, would play better. At that time, his family would not have a good ending. The reason why the fourth elder could go against the Dragon Emperor was that the Dragon Emperor could not find any evidence against him. Therefore, no matter how unhappy he was with him, he could not blame him. Therefore, in order to maintain this delicate balance, the fourth elder could only give up his previous plan today. The Dragon Emperor waved his hand. He could not do anything to the fourth elder anyway. It would be an eyesore if he was left in the hall. Yes, the fourth elder was too embarrassed to stay here and be humiliated. Therefore, he turned around and left the palace. However, he did not stay idle after he left. The old man immediately led his men to search for two exiles' whereabouts and search for any traces of Jiang Fei. After the fourth elder left, the Dragon Queen introduced Jiang Fei to the Dragon Emperor. This is Jiang Fei. He not bad. The Dragon Emperor looked at Jiang Fei and nodded. Jiang Fei quickly went forward and bowed. The Dragon Emperor praised Jiang Fei. Your Majesty is overpraising me. I only had a fortuitous encounter, Jiang Fei said humbly. You don't have to be so humble. The Dragon Queen has already told me about you. Let's forget about today's matter. However, I hope that such a thing will not happen again in the future. The Dragon Emperor warned Jiang Fei. Although he could forgive Jiang Fei for killing two exiles, the dragon race had a small population. He did not want Jiang Fei to kill all the little dragons. Your Majesty, I am a peace-loving person, said Jiang Fei with a smile. He still did not admit that he had anything to do with two exiles' matter. All right. The Dragon Queen smiled and stopped the topic. The Dragon Emperor nodded. When he saw that Jiang Fei refused to admit that he had anything to do with two exiles, he decided not to ask. After all, he did not intend to punish Jiang Fei. It was a good thing that Jiang Fei kept his mouth shut. The Dragon Queen asked, Both of your teachers have been very diligent in teaching me. I have also been practicing hard. However, the training of the bloodline martial skills has not been satisfactory, Jiang Fei answered truthfully. The Dragon Queen sighed. Jiang Fei's bloodline was too thin. There was no way to change that. Therefore, he was destined to have no fate with the dragon race's bloodline martial skills. Although the power of your bloodline martial skills will be lower when you use them, I still suggest that you master these skills, the Dragon Emperor suddenly said. Huh? But father, Jiang Fei's bloodline is too thin. Mengzi asked, puzzled. His bloodline is indeed thin. However, it does not necessarily require his blood to activate the bloodline martial skills. The Dragon Emperor gave Jiang Fei a knowing look. Mengzi was stunned. She did not quite understand what the Dragon Emperor meant. In any case, the bloodline is only a catalyst to activate the bloodline martial skill. It doesn't matter if he uses his own bloodline or someone else's, the Dragon Emperor said with a smile. But Jiang Fei doesn't even have his own bloodline. Mengzi was even more confused. The Dragon Emperor smiled. Of course, Jiang Fei understood what the Dragon Emperor meant. Although he never admitted that he had anything to do with 2Xian's matter, everyone knew. Who did not know that he had killed 2Xian? However, the fourth elder did not have any evidence. They had no idea where 2Xian had gone. To them, 2Xian was either dead or alive. However, to the Dragon Emperor and the others, they knew about Jiang Fei's chaotic space. Therefore, they could easily guess 2Xian's whereabouts. Since they knew that 2Xian was in Jiang Fei's hands and the Dragon Emperor did not want to punish Jiang Fei, the best way was to make the best use of everything. However, this was also based on the Dragon Emperor's belief that 2Xian was already dead. If he knew that Tu Xin was still alive, he might have asked Jiang Fei to let him live. However, the Dragon Emperor's intention was very clear now. Jiang Fei might face many difficulties in the upcoming trial quest. The strength of the bloodline martial skills would undoubtedly help him overcome the difficulties. Moreover, Jiang Fei could not use these bloodline martial skills because his bloodline was thin. Therefore, collecting Tu Xin's blood as a catalyst was a good choice. However, to Jiang Fei, the Dragon Emperor's words were a wake-up call. Jiang Fei's train of thought was much broader than the Dragon Emperor's. After all, the Dragon Emperor was a person of the 5 directions. His train of thought was limited to this world of martial arts. However, in Jiang Fei's world, technology had brought him another train of thought. Jiang Fei could not practice the bloodline martial skills because the dragon race's bloodline was weak. How did the blood come about? It was made from blood-producing stem cells. Where did the blood-producing stem cells come from? Bone marrow. So, what if he wanted to obtain a pure dragon race bloodline? A bone marrow transplant. The Dragon Emperor's original intention was for Jiang Fei to use 2Xian's blood to make some disposable items. Then, he would use these items to activate the bloodline martial arts. However, the number of times he could use the bloodline martial skill was limited. However, under the inspiration of the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Fei came up with a solution to the problem of having a weak bloodline. This way, he could learn the dragon race's bloodline martial skill to his heart's content. Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. He did not expect this little brat to actually help him solve his biggest problem. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with the Dragon Emperor and the others for a while. In the end, the Dragon Emperor instructed him to study hard and then left. He was still too weak to complete the prophecy. In the next few days, Jiang Fei returned to the Dragon Breeding Hall to attend school. However, this time, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were extra careful. In order to prevent the fourth elder from harming Jiang Fei, the Dragon Queen arranged for Old Seven to pick him up along the way. Moreover, Jiang Fei had Mengzi accompany him to school. This way, whether it was in terms of strength or status, Jiang Fei had powerful bodyguards by his side. Chapter 1935, 1935. Translator 549690339. As Jiang Fei was afraid of the fourth elder's revenge, when Jiang Fei went back to school, Mengzi was also by his side. Jiang Fei shrugged. The reason why these little dragons were afraid of him was because the news of 2Xian's disappearance had spread. These guys were just like the fourth elder. They all believed that he was the one who killed 2Xian. In fact, it was not difficult to guess. In the entire dragon territory, Jiang Fei was the only outsider. Moreover, 2Xian had a grudge with Jiang Fei. Before he went to intercept Jiang Fei, he had told his 2 underlings what he was going to do. After that, 2Xian was nowhere to be found. Even his life stone had been extinguished. Anyone who saw this would know that Jiang Fei was involved. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei had done it cleanly. The fourth elder and his people could not find any evidence. The Dragon Emperor had also deliberately protected Jiang Fei. Therefore, even if everyone knew that Jiang Fei had killed 2Xian, they could not convict him. Looking at the fear in the dragon breeder Hall's little dragon eyes, Jiang Fei smiled faintly in his heart. He did not care about this. Jiang Fei was not a fool. How could he believe such words? Based on Jiang Fei's current understanding of the situation, the entire dragon race was complicated. Even the Dragon Emperor could not hold his word in the dragon race. As an outsider, how could he become the leader of the dragon race with the supreme inheritance? This was only a lie to a 3-year-old child. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's eyes, the dragon race actually had little to do with him. It would be best if he could kidnap 1 or 2 of them to help him fight the enemy. After he got the information about the chaotic space, he was ready to leave. Although Mengzi and Old Seven had started to be inseparable from him in order to protect Jiang Fei still went to the dragon breeding hall to attend classes every day as usual. As there was a solution to the problem of the bloodline, Jiang Fei was even more attentive when he attended classes, especially when it came to the principles of bloodline martial arts and practical combat classes. He was very active. However, during this period of time, Jiang Fei did not carry out the bone marrow transplant because he found that there were always people following him these few days. It could be said that his every move was under the surveillance of others. Jiang Fei knew this very well. The 4th elder had not been able to punish him that day. He must have been feeling resentful. Therefore, he had sent people to monitor him these few days in an attempt to get evidence to prove that Jiang Fei was related to 2 Exines' disappearance. However, when Jiang Fei went to school every day, he had Mengzi and Old Seven following him. The 4th elder's people did not dare to act rashly. They could only secretly monitor Jiang Fei in an attempt to find some evidence. At this time, Jiang Fei naturally would not rashly carry out a bone marrow transplant and give the 4th elder something to use against him. Through his studies in the Dragon Nurturing Hall, Jiang Fei's strength increased day by day. When he had a bone marrow transplant and solved the problem of the bloodline, his strength would further increase. At the same time, Jiang Fei was also diligently studying the dragon race's language. After all, the information about the chaotic space was his ultimate goal in coming to the dragon race. Little Fei, your talent is really amazing. One day, Yu Ting said after giving Jiang Fei a special lesson. It's all because of teacher's good teaching, Jiang Fei said humbly. I have a book here. Go back and read it. It will be very helpful for you to learn the dragon language, Yu Ting said as he took out a book from behind and handed it to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took the book with both hands. Okay, that's all for today's class, said Yu Ting as he waved his hand. Yes. Jiang Fei held the book with both hands and left Yu Ting's study room. It was already very late at night. As Yu Ting would only tutor Jiang Fei after he had finished all the classes, the young dragons of the Dragon Education Hall had already gone home. Mengzi and Old Seven walked out from the other room. The 2 teachers of the Dragon Nurturing Hall had strange habits. Outsiders were not allowed to watch them teach. Therefore, even the little princess had to wait outside. Yes, Jiang Fei put the book into the ring space. Mengzi came over and asked. Jiang Fei was confused. Mengzi looked at Jiang Fei with disdain. In her eyes, this kind of thing was not a secret at all. Jiang Fei did not know what Mengzi was talking about. Although these gossips were widely spread among the students, Jiang Fei was an outsider from the beginning. Now, in the eyes of the young dragons, he was a murderer. Therefore, no one was close to him, let alone the gossip. That Yu Ting is not as young as he looks. When my mother was in school, he was the one who taught. Mengzi asked curiously. Huh? Jiang Fei was really stunned. He initially thought that Yu Ting was just a young dragon. He was not even as good as 7th brother. He did not expect that this guy was actually like a holy monk sweeping the floor. Anyway, when my mother went to school, he was like this. It has been almost 100,000 years. Mengzi shrugged. After all, she was killed by Chang tens of thousands of years ago. The Dragon Queen had lived for 100,000 years. It was not surprising. Jiang Fei asked curiously. I don't know. Mengzi pouted and said, being born in an emperor's family was like this. Mengzi was more in awe of her. However, there was very little intimacy between them because they did not have much time to communicate. Jiang Fei nodded. When they returned to the Dragon Palace, Mengzi and seventh brother left. After all, no matter how arrogant the fourth elder's people were, they did not dare to trespass into the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, if they were found out, it would be a huge sin. After returning to his own warm pavilion, Jiang Fei took out the book that Yu Ting had given him. After learning of Yu Ting's identity, Jiang Fei paid more attention to the book. The book was gently placed on the table. With the light from the lamp, Jiang Fei could clearly see the 4 dragon race words on the cover. The complete cookbook. In an instant, Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. When he had taken the book, he had not looked at it carefully. However, he had never expected that such a beautifully packaged book would actually be the complete cookbook. What did this god mean? A thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. After all, there was a bookshelf behind Yu Ting previously. There were many books on it. It was understandable that he took the wrong book. Jiang Fei tried to open the cover of the book. It was an exquisite book called The Complete Cookbook. Chapter 1936, 1936. Translator, 549690339. When he opened the title page of the book, a row of large words appeared before Jiang Fei's eyes. Complete Recipe by the Dragon Clan's god of cooking, Jing Kuan. The dishes in this book were all the fruits of my years of hard work. The ingredients were exquisite. The workmanship was exquisite, and it could be called a delicacy. Ying Kuan. After turning the title page, Jiang Fei saw the first dish, 9-headed giant python sashimi. Oh my god, aren't the 9-headed giant python clan members of the Dragon Clan? Jiang Fei was really shocked. At the same time, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Mo Li Sang, who was waiting outside. After flipping through further, the second dish was stewed great ROC in an iron pot. Damn! Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At that moment, he already knew that Xie Tianxin's family was the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. However, such a powerful family was actually a member of the Dragon Clan in ancient times. As Jiang Fei continued to flip through the pages, one dish after another came into his sight. Then, Jiang Fei realized that the Dragon Clan had almost eaten the entire myriad beast mountain. Damn it! Fortunately, these guys have gone into seclusion. Otherwise, how would the ferocious beast clan survive? As he flipped through the pages, the book came to the middle section. Jiang Fei looked at the title of this section and almost flipped the table over. That was because on the title was written 108 ways to do things with humans. F***, I knew it. The ferocious beasts have all been eaten. How could they let humans go? Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Sigh. It makes sense. In ancient times, the dragon race ruled over everything. Everything was their property. Jiang Fei sighed. Back on Earth, when humans dominated the Earth, didn't all the other species become food for humans? Even those very smart and cute animals were considered delicious in the eyes of some people. In the eyes of these powerful people, no matter how smart these animals were, they were still low-level creatures. There was nothing wrong with eating them. Therefore, in the eyes of the dragon race, humans and ferocious beasts were the same. They were both low-level creatures. If the taste was good, why not eat them? The dragon race could think that way, but Jiang Fei could not. Although he had 1/100,000th of the dragon race's bloodline in his body, he was still a human after all. Therefore, in the face of such a brutal dragon race, he was still unhappy deep down in his heart. However, so much time had passed. The dragon race had already retired for 1,000,000 years. The dragon race that ate humans back then might have already died. Therefore, Jiang Fei would not blame this hatred on the current dragon race. Moreover, the most important point was that Jiang Fei was not a person from the 5 directions. Therefore, he did not have a deep impression of the dragon race eating people from this world. What exactly does teacher mean? Jiang Fei's brows were tightly knitted. As Jiang Fei was deep in thought, his hand was still subconsciously flipping through the book. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell out. Jiang Fei looked closely and found that there were words on the paper. Get what you want and leave quickly. The dragons are not as good as you think. The words were written in the dragon language on the paper. Just as Jiang Fei finished reading, The piece of paper suddenly burst into flames and instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Jiang Fei's heart shuddered. After understanding Yu Ting's background, Jiang Fei did not dare to turn a deaf ear to his words. Therefore, after seeing the piece of paper, Jiang Fei understood Yu Ting's meaning. It seems that I should not be greedy. Jiang Fei made up his mind. In the next few days, Jiang Fei continued to attend classes as usual. Yu Ting also behaved as usual. Even the little princess Mengzi, who was always with Jiang Fei, did not notice any difference between the teacher and the student. After half a month, Jiang Fei finally learned all the language and grammar of the dragon race. At the same time, he also learned a lot about the principles and knowledge of bloodline martial arts, or using the Eye of Violet to secretly learn. He crazily absorbed all the knowledge he could get his hands on because Jiang Fei knew that he did not have much time left in the dragon race. Dragon Queen, Your Highness, I have already learned the dragon race's language. Jiang Fei finally made a request to the Dragon Queen. Of course, that's not a problem. The Dragon Queen waved her hand. Old Seven carried a brocade box and walked up to the hall. These are the information about the chaotic space. Mengzi took the brocade box and handed it to Jiang Fei. As they were all dungeons, the Dragon Queen did not ask Jiang Fei to read in the hall. Jiang Fei bowed to the Dragon Queen. Take your time to read these information. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. However, the trial is about to begin. You had better make some preparations in advance, said the Dragon Queen. Although Jiang Fei had no intention of participating in this trial, he still asked to reassure the Dragon Queen. Collect as many life-saving items and healing potions as you can. I will prepare the rest for you, the Dragon Queen said with a smile. Jiang Fei asked, Yes, it is dangerous. However, you have the chaotic space with you. You don't have to worry about it, the Dragon Queen replied. I understand. Jiang Fei bowed to the Dragon Queen. You may leave first. Read more of this information. The Dragon Queen nodded. Jiang Fei bowed and left the hall. In his heart, he thought to himself goodbye. After receiving Yu Ting's warning, Jiang Fei did not want to get too involved in the dragon race's affairs. Now, he had obtained the thing he wanted the most. Moreover, there was 2xn in the 10th dimension. This trip to the dragon race had already earned him a lot of money. It was time for him to stop. After Jiang Fei left, Mengzi opened his mouth and asked the Dragon Queen, Mother, do you think he can pass this trial? The Dragon Queen said calmly. Mengzi asked, That may not be the case. As long as he enters the trial ground, the prophecy will come true. The Dragon Queen said, Prophecy? Mengzi asked in puzzlement. Chapter 1937, 1937. Translator, 549690339. I am the author's daughter-in-law. Today, the author has a high fever and cannot continue to update. I will take good care of him, let him get better, and continue to update everyone. Chapter 1938, 1938. Translator, 549690339. The Dragon Queen looked at Mengzi and hesitated for a moment. After all, this prophecy was of great importance. Even her own daughter could not casually tell it. However, Mengzi had sacrificed so much talent for this prophecy. At this moment, not only was he heartbroken by the man, but it also ended up with only a remnant of his soul. In the Dragon Queen's heart, she was definitely ashamed of her daughter. In the end, the Dragon Queen gritted her teeth and decided to tell this prophecy to Mengzi. It turned out that the Dragon Clan had passed down a prophecy since ancient times. According to legend, this prophecy was left behind by the first Dragon Clan member who had obtained the supreme inheritance before he disappeared. The content was actually not complicated. The Dragon Clan described the 4 dragon clans who had obtained the supreme inheritance. These 4 dragon clans who had obtained the supreme inheritance would all dedicate themselves to the eternal foundation of the Dragon Clan and would make great contributions to the Dragon Clan. And the first Dragon Clan who had left behind the prophecy was this Dragon Clan. According to later historical data, the first 3 Dragon Clans in this prophecy had all been fulfilled. The first dragon clan helped the green-eyed white dragon clan to complete the unification of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, allowing the dragon clan to become the overlord of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, this dragon clan also left behind a prophecy and suddenly disappeared after achieving success and fame. The second dragon clan who obtained the supreme inheritance was in the midst of a disaster. He turned the tide and was about to collapse. He single-handedly helped the dragon clan to block the disaster. He also suddenly disappeared after succeeding. The third dragon clan who obtained the supreme inheritance could be said to be the one closest to the present. When he was in power, the dragon clan was at its most prosperous period. At that time, the dragon clan dominated the entire 5 heavens and earth, giving the various clans whatever they wanted. No one dared to resist at all. That cookbook was also produced in that era. From this, it could be seen how invincible the dragon clan was at that time. These races, including the human clan and fierce beasts, had to obediently hand it over. There was a saying that said that the peak of prosperity would decline. The dragon clan's strength had reached its peak, but at the same time, a disaster had also arrived. Although no one could shake their status for thousands of years, the dragon clan did not have any baby dragons born, not even those of mixed blood. Although the dragon race had a long lifespan, which was measured in tens of thousands of years, if their descendants were to be cut off, their race would be wiped out sooner or later. At this time, the third dragon who had obtained the supreme inheritance suddenly understood the will of heaven. Then, he made up his mind and led the dragon race into seclusion. He even lived on this hidden small satellite. In the end, in the second year after he hid on this small satellite, a baby dragon was born. However, even though a baby dragon was born, the dragon race's already weak fertility was still not restored. The rate at which they produced offspring was only 1/10 of the normal rate. Therefore, even though they were living on this small planet on the verge of death, the crisis of the dragon race was still not over. Seeing that their clan members were dwindling, how could the dragon emperor and the dragon queen not be anxious? Therefore, the fourth dragon that had obtained the supreme inheritance became their savior. Mengzi asked. The dragon queen nodded. However, she did not tell Mengzi the entire contents of the prophecy. The fourth prophecy was actually divided into 2 parts. In the first part, the fourth dragon that had obtained the supreme inheritance would complete the trial and lead the dragon race to a new glory. The dragon queen told Mengzi this truthfully. However, there was one more thing, and that was the last part of the prophecy. During the trial, the powerful dragon race killed the owner of the supreme inheritance and took away his supreme inheritance. From then on, they became the strongest sovereign in the history of the dragon race and led the dragon race to a new glory. With the second part of the prophecy, it meant that as long as Jiang Fei started the trial, regardless of whether he succeeded or was killed, the future of the dragon race would be bright. For the dragon queen and the dragon emperor, since the future of the dragon race was bright, it would be more tempting to let the dragon emperor become the strongest overlord in the history of the dragon race, instead of letting Jiang Fei become the leader of the dragon race. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei started the trial, the dragon emperor would look for an opportunity to kill Jiang Fei during the trial. If he succeeded, he would become the greatest overlord of the dragon race. The dragon race would still have a bright future under Jiang Fei's leadership. Therefore, this deal would not be a loss no matter what. However, in order to keep it a secret and to make Jiang Fei feel at ease to start the trial, the Dragon Queen did not even tell Dreamy Swamp about the last half of the prophecy. However, no matter how much the Dragon Queen kept it secret, it was no longer important to Jiang Fei. That was because Jiang Fei did not plan to start the trial at all. He had already begun to plan the same plot as when he was in the Mountain of Beasts. Back in the Myriad Beasts Mountain, Jiang Fei had taken all the benefits and ran away in a low voice. This time, in the dragon race, Jiang Fei planned to do the same thing again. The Dragon Emperor and his wife, who had planned everything so well, would never have imagined that Jiang Fei would not be moved by the authority of the dragon race. He did not even plan to participate in the trial and was ready to run away. The Dragon Emperor and his wife did not even bother to talk about their sweet dreams. After Jiang Fei returned to his warm room, he opened the exquisite brocade box and took out 3 rather ancient books. They were all copied from many years ago. The book at the top was very thin. It was only about 10 pages long. Jiang Fei looked down at the title of the book and saw that the name was Wei Hao. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As the book only had about 10 pages, Jiang Fei finished reading it in a few strokes. Although the complicated dragon language was very difficult to understand, Jiang Fei was able to quickly understand the contents of the book with the help of his developed brain. As Wei Hao was the first person to obtain the supreme inheritance, he was completely exploring the power of the 10th dimension. His understanding of this power was not much better than Jiang Fei's. It was just that he was relying on the dragon race's own conditions. When he used the 10th dimension, he was much more powerful than Jiang Fei. However, this kind of power was only because Wei Hao was stronger than Jiang Fei. His mind power was also stronger than Jiang Fei's. That was why he was able to unleash the greater power of the 10th dimension. It was not because Wei Hao had a deeper understanding of the 10th dimension. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. He was basically the same as Wei Hao now. Both of them were exploring the power of the 10th dimension on a zero basis. Then, he would definitely have a higher level of understanding now. However, Wei Hao's books were no longer of much significance to Jiang Fei now. However, the remaining 2 books were priceless treasures to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1939. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei placed Wei Hao's My Power aside and took out the second book from the brocade box. He looked down at the cover of the book and realized that it did not have a name. When he opened the title page of the book, there was a line of small words. I never thought that there would be such a powerful force in this world. It was so fascinating to me. There was no signature at the end of the small words. Therefore, Jiang Fei had no way of knowing who the author of this book was. However, he was sure that the author of this book was the second dragon who had obtained the supreme inheritance. Compared to the first book, the second book was much thicker. There were more than 100 pages. It recorded the understanding and insights of this dragon senior towards the 10th dimension. This time, Jiang Fei's speed of reading was much slower. He read almost every word carefully. Every few lines, he would stop and think for a while. It could be seen that this book had greatly inspired him. I see. Although he had only read a dozen pages, Jiang Fei had a feeling of enlightenment. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to continue reading and comprehend more of the mysteries of the 10th dimension, he suddenly heard a slight vibration. The vibration came from the tile above his head. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was almost certain that there was someone on the roof of his warm pavilion. However, this person was very powerful or very good at hiding. Jiang Fei could not detect the person's aura. After all, Jiang Fei lived in the warm pavilion in the Dragon Emperor's palace. Since this person dared to barge into the imperial palace at night, it was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. It was a pity that the heavens could not predict the future. One of the tiles in Jiang Fei's warm pavilion loosened. As a result, the person stepped on it and made a soft sound. Although this person's reaction was extremely fast, the displacement of the tile was not even more than a millimeter. The sound made by the tile was very faint. However, Jiang Fei was not an ordinary person in the warm pavilion. Jiang Fei had already detected the presence of the person. Who is this person? Jiang Fei thought quickly. However, he quickly denied this possibility. Although the fourth elder was extremely powerful, and he was completely capable of concealing his aura in front of Jiang Fei. Where was this place? This was the Dragon Emperor's palace. Although the fourth elder was powerful, he was not stronger than the Dragon Emperor. Once he was discovered in the Dragon Emperor's palace, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the possibility of the fourth elder was quickly eliminated by Jiang Fei. In the entire dragon race, there were only a few people who had dealings with Jiang Fei. The little dragons in the school were the first to be eliminated. They could not even hide their strength from Jiang Fei. They would not dare to trespass into the Dragon Palace, even if they were scared to death. It was impossible for these students. After excluding the fourth elder, the only people who had dealings with Jiang Fei were the two teachers of the Dragon Nurturing Hall and the Dragon Emperor couple. Jiang Fei pretended to be reading a book, but his heart was already tense. He had already made preparations. If the other party made a move, he would immediately hide in the 10th dimension. Jiang Fei did not even think about it. Although, as a hermit-level master, it was very disgraceful to run away without a fight. Jiang Fei knew in his heart that against this master on the roof, he had no way of resisting at all. He would have to die here. At that moment, the atmosphere inside and outside the warm pavilion had become so tense that it was almost frozen. No one knew what the people on the roof were thinking. They did not move at all. He did not dare to act rashly. Right on top of the warm pavilion, a man of medium build was wrapped in a black robe. His face could not be seen with the black veil covering his face. Moreover, his aura was hidden too well. It was almost impossible to be discovered. The man in black shook his head. It was supposed to be a smooth day. However, who would have thought that a loose tile leaf would expose his tracks and arouse Jiang Fei's vigilance? A breeze blew past, but the man did not make any movements. It was like a wisp of green smoke that slowly faded and disappeared with the wind. It was as if he had never appeared. At the same time, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The prickly feeling finally disappeared. Jiang Fei, who had relaxed, was no longer in the mood to read. He put the basic books into the ring's space and sat down. The night passed quickly. Jiang Fei thought for a long time and could not confirm the identity of this person. However, he was certain that he could not stay in the dragon race anymore. No matter who this person was, he would come to visit him in the middle of the night. If he was slightly vigilant, the person would immediately leave. This meant that this person was not a friend. If he was the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen's person, then Jiang Fei would naturally have no place in the dragon race. Although Jiang Fei did not understand why the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen would be hostile towards him at this time. However, even if he was not the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen's person at this time, with his strength, he was too much of a threat to Jiang Fei. If he was slightly careless, even if he had the protection of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei did not dare to say that he would be able to protect himself. Jiang Fei did not know who the other party was. He also did not know when the other party would attack him. If he kept his nerves tight for a long time, he would not be able to maintain it for long. Then, there might not be any tiles protecting him next time. Forget it. I have already gotten what I need. Jiang Fei made up his mind. At that moment, as the sky was bright, Mengzi came to look for Jiang Fei to go to school. After all, Jiang Fei had been going to school with Mengzi and Old Seven for the past few days. As he had already made up his mind, he knew that this was his last day of school. Therefore, Jiang Fei worked extra hard during this day. After school that night, as usual, Jiang Fei was left behind by Yuting. He continued to study the dragon race's language. Although he could already understand the dragon race's books, he still did not understand some of the unfamiliar language. Yuting asked as he looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Yuting was talking about the note from before. Yuting nodded and did not say anything else. He just waved his hand, indicating that Jiang Fei could leave. Jiang Fei bowed to Yuting. Okay, go back. Take that box. Yuting reached out and touched a small box on the desk. Jiang Fei bowed respectfully to Yuting. He knew that the relationship between the two had reached its end. Chapter 1940. Translator 549690339. After leaving Yuting's place, Jiang Fei returned to the Dragon King's palace as usual. In the Dragon King's palace, Jiang Fei bid farewell to Mengzi and Old Seven and returned to his own warm pavilion. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the small box on the table. This small box was Yuting's gift to him. With a light sound, Jiang Fei opened the small box. There was an exquisite jade ornament inside. Jiang Fei picked up the jade ornament, but he could not feel any energy fluctuations from it. Jiang Fei was puzzled. He did not believe that a person with Yuting's status would be so stingy. However, just as Jiang Fei was fiddling with the jade ornament, Another item in the small box caught Jiang Fei's attention. It was a small piece of paper that had been placed under the jade ornament. Jiang Fei initially thought that it was just a piece of paper that was placed under the jade ornament. However, after the jade ornament was taken away, he saw that there were words on the paper. There were not many words on the paper. It was just the word go. Jiang Fei suddenly shivered. When he recalled that someone had been spying on him the night before, Jiang Fei suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Teacher must have found out something. Jiang Fei thought to himself. No, the dragon race cannot stay any longer. Just as Jiang Fei made this decision, a sense of anxiety and danger suddenly rose in his heart. Jiang Fei shouted in his heart. Then he quickly dodged to the side. A sound that was as soft as a piece of paper fell to the ground. If Jiang Fei was not fully focused, he would not have been able to catch the sound at all. Jiang Fei looked in the direction of the sound. In the place where he had just stood, there was a golden needle that was as thin as a cow's hair sticking into the ground. The golden needle that was stuck in the ground trembled slightly. It was obvious that it had just hit the ground. It was so insignificant that even if an outsider came in, they would not be able to detect its presence. The cold sweat on Jiang Fei's back had soaked through his clothes. Kid, you are very alert. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling scared, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Jiang Fei was shocked. Previously, this guy was just trying to assassinate him quietly. If that was the case, Jiang Fei could still escape with his sixth sense. But now, the other party was trying to kill him by force. That would be troublesome. There was no time to look back at the intruder's face. Jiang Fei took out a ball from the spatial ring and immediately activated it. A cold light flashed and hit Jiang Fei's back. Jiang Fei was so fast that he did not have time to dodge. However, he was stopped by a golden light. It was a player's absolute invincibility tool. Although there was a limit to the number of times it could be used, it had unlimited levels of strength. No matter how powerful the opponent was, as long as it was a single attack, it would be blocked. The cold voice muttered. Then, it launched a second attack. A crisp sound of collision came from behind Jiang Fei. However, he turned back a few times to try to find the enemy. However, the person was too fast. No matter how Jiang Fei turned around, the person kept attacking him from behind. In this way, Jiang Fei could not even see what the enemy looked like, let alone fight back. Jiang Fei's brain was working rapidly. There was no way that he could activate the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape. If that happened, not only would he not be able to escape from this person's pursuit, he would also bring this person to the main world outside. However, if he could not use the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape, he would always be hit. There was a limit to how many times a player could use a tool. Sooner or later, it would run out. At that time, Jiang Fei would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. At this time, Jiang Fei had no other choice. He could only activate the 10th dimension to escape. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei immediately took action. A white light flashed, and he hid in the 10th dimension. You want to escape? In the end, the person behind Jiang Fei gave chase. Although the opening of the 10th dimension was only for an instant, this person actually followed behind Jiang Fei and barged into the 10th dimension. As that person had also entered the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei immediately could not bear the burden. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after the 10th dimension closed, the mouthful of blood stopped at his lips. Everything stopped. What's going on? Clearly, the person who barged into the 10th dimension was also imprisoned. Time stopped in the 10th dimension. Therefore, no matter how powerful this person was, he could not go against this law. At that moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power left his body. He had finally seen who was ambushing him. Jiang Fei's spiritual power fluctuated rapidly. He had never thought that the person who had ambushed him was Old 7. Is this the supreme inheritance? Although Old 7 was imprisoned, he did not panic. He naturally used his spiritual power to communicate with Jiang Fei. Why did you attack me? Jiang Fei asked. Old 7 said, as if it was a matter of course. Jiang Fei sneered. He did not believe Old 7's reason at all. Although the dragon race was extremely arrogant and Old Seven's reason could be said to be very reasonable. Jiang Fei did not believe that things would be so simple. This was the Dragon Palace. If Old Seven dared to make a move in the Dragon Palace, it was either because he was instructed by the Dragon Emperor that he had nothing to fear, or this kid had already risked his life. Otherwise, he would not take such a risk. If Old Seven was a racist, and he felt that Jiang Fei was not worthy to lead the dragon race, then he could assassinate Jiang Fei after Jiang Fei had passed the trial. Now that Jiang Fei had not even started the trial, his chance of success was so low that it was negligible. Unless Old Seven was a fool, he would not be in such a hurry to assassinate Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not believe Old Seven's reason at all. "You don't believe me? Then, there's nothing I can do," said Old Seven shamelessly. He understood the characteristics of the Supreme Inheritance very well. Because he was close to the Dragon Emperor, he was qualified to read some confidential documents. He had already read the 3 books that Jiang Fei had yet to finish. Therefore, although he did not know more about the 10th dimension than Jiang Fei, he knew what Jiang Fei could do here. In the 10th dimension, other than thinking and mental strength, everything else was restricted by the rules of time. Therefore, the only method that Jiang Fei could use to extort a confession was mental strength attack. However, as an adult dragon, Seventh Brother's mental strength was very strong. Even if he was not good at using mental strength, it was not a problem for him to use it to defend against Jiang Fei. It was precisely because of this confidence that he was so calm. Chapter 1941. 1941. Translator 549690339. How is it? Old Seven said proudly to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not say anything. "All right, stop pretending to be calm. I know the weakness of the Supreme Inheritance. I'm too powerful for you. When you put me into the chaotic space, you must have put a lot of pressure on yourself. Moreover, the longer you drag this out, the greater the damage you will suffer. Now that time has stopped in the chaotic space, you might not be able to feel anything." Old Seven said very proudly. That's right. Jiang Fei understood this very well. Old Seven was too powerful. The moment he was sucked into the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei had already vomited blood due to the overload. If he was allowed to stay here for a long time, the damage to Jiang Fei would be too great. However, Jiang Fei was not willing to let him go just like that. First, he was ambushed by Old Seven, and then he was heavily injured due to the overload. If he were to let him go just like that, Jiang Fei would be at a great disadvantage. "Hurry up and let me go," Old Seven said with a smug smile. Jiang Fei sneered after a long silence. "Oof." Old Seven, who thought that he had read the information and understood the nature of the chaotic space, did not care. "Hee, you people who have never seen the 10th dimension, just by reading some information, you think that you know the secrets of this space." Jiang Fei sneered. He had been silent just now. It was not because he could not take care of Old Seven. It was because he would have to pay for it no matter how hard he tried. Now, Jiang Fei was destined to be injured. As long as he left the 10th dimension and time resumed, the injuries on his body due to overloading would immediately erupt. Therefore, Jiang Fei was silent just now to look for something from Old Seven. Otherwise, wouldn't his injuries have been in vain? Old Seven still did not believe that Jiang Fei had the ability to hurt him. After all, the information was very clear. In the 10th dimension, only spiritual power could be used freely. However, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was not strong enough to hurt an adult blue-eyed white dragon. "All right, you're right. I can't delay any longer." Jiang Fei sneered. Then he activated his spiritual power. However, this time, Jiang Fei did not use his spiritual power to attack Old Seven directly. Instead, he began to guide the energy strings that formed his body to change the frequency. Pala! In an instant, Old Seven's body began to collapse slightly. Moreover, this kind of collapse was a chain reaction. Therefore, the speed of the collapse was getting faster and faster. "What are you doing?" Old Seven was terrified. He could not understand why his body would suddenly change in this place where time stood still. Damn it! Old Seven's spiritual power roared. He could sense that Jiang Fei was using his spiritual power to interfere with his body. However, he did not know how Jiang Fei did it. At this moment, Jiang Fei was focused on controlling his mind power. Therefore, he had no time to bother with Old Seven. If Jiang Fei did not need to put an absolute effort to use this skill, his body would not be protected at all. Moreover, it would take a long time. If Jiang Fei used this skill in the outside world, he would be invincible. However, this was obviously impossible. In the outside world, if Jiang Fei used this skill, he might not even have the time to break the opponent's little finger before the opponent would directly kill him. Only in the 10th dimension, everything was still. No one could hurt his body. He was in an absolutely safe state. Moreover, there was no concept of time in this place. The long casting process was no longer an obstacle. Therefore, the characteristics of the 10th dimension was basically the best location for Jiang Fei to cast this skill. Even a powerful adult blue-eyed white dragon like Old Seven would die when his own basic particles started to decay. After seeing his own fate, Old Seven naturally did not want to kill him. He immediately began to fight back. As Old Seven did not understand the attack method of spiritual power, it was impossible for him to hurt Jiang Fei through spiritual power. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to stop Jiang Fei from casting a spell. He used his spiritual power to interfere with Jiang Fei's spiritual waves. However, Old Seven clearly did not understand the principle of Jiang Fei's move. The principle of Jiang Fei's killer move was to change the vibration frequency of the energy string through spiritual power, thus changing the nature of the particle, turning the original particle into another particle. The composition of the human body was very precise. Once the basic particle changed, the original structure would begin to collapse. This was how Jiang Fei's killer move worked. There was a saying that it was much easier to destroy than to build. After Jiang Fei had mastered this move for so long, he could only transform the abnormal particles into normal particles within a certain range. He wanted to use this ability to heal others. If he could not even do that, then there was no need to mention a layman like Old Seven. Although his spiritual power had indeed interfered with Jiang Fei, it was meaningless. Then, the possibility of it collapsing was extremely high. This was a bit like a genetic mutation. The possibility of a genetic mutation was increased due to inbreeding. Therefore, many people thought that inbreeding would cause the offspring to become stupid or deformed. However, the offspring of the mutation did not necessarily have to be stupid or deformed. It could also be a genius or Superman. However, geniuses and Superman were both excellent mutations in a specific direction. The genetic mutation was random. Therefore, the probability of becoming useless or a hindrance was much higher than the probability of becoming useful. Therefore, Old Seven's interference was the same. After changing the frequency of the vibration of the energy string, he might become a super powerhouse that was 10 or even 100 times stronger than before. However, the problem was that the probability was too low. It was so low that it was negligible. More likely, his body would collapse. Clearly, Old Seven's luck was not so good that it was heaven-defying. Therefore, he did not catch up to the 1 in a million chance. He could only develop towards the most common outcome, which was a body collapse. Stop! 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 Old Seven was really afraid at this moment. However, it was too late. It was not that Jiang Fei was unwilling to stop, but he could not stop now. It was easy to change the frequency of the energy cord, but it was difficult to change it to a specific frequency. Moreover, this change had a chain reaction. Even if Jiang Fei stopped now, Old Seven's body would continue to collapse until it was completely destroyed. Unless Jiang Fei could switch all the energy cords in Old Seven's body back to the normal frequency, it was obviously impossible. Chapter 1942. Translator 549690339. If you want to live, just tell me. Although Jiang Fei could not stop Old Seven from collapsing, it did not stop him from using this to trick Old Seven into confessing. Old Seven said anxiously because his body was about to collapse. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. He really could not stop the disintegration. At that moment, Old Seven suddenly laughed maniacally. Although he was afraid just now, he was still an adult dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, when Jiang Fei hesitated, he knew that he was hopeless. Under the threat of death, Old Seven completely collapsed. He laughed maniacally. At the same time, he said to Jiang Fei, "Kid, you're really ruthless. I never thought that I would die in your hands. However, don't be too proud. Before long, your end will be even worse than mine. You won't even admit it, even if you die?" Jiang Fei asked, because there were not many people who could control Old Seven. There was one fourth elder, and the Dragon Emperor was another. However, if it was the fourth elder, Old Seven would already be dead. He did not need to keep a secret for the sake of someone who was threatening him. However, the Dragon Emperor was different. Jiang Fei had learned about Seventh Brother's identity from Mengzi. His parents had both died, and the Dragon Emperor had adopted him. In other words, Seventh Brother could even be considered the Dragon Emperor's godson. The probability of him betraying the Dragon Emperor was very low. The person who could order him around was self-evident. However, although Jiang Fei guessed that the Dragon Emperor was behind all of this, he did not have any evidence. Everything was based on deduction. He did not know what kind of conflict of interest the Dragon Emperor had with him, and he could not find any reason for the Dragon Emperor to harm him. Therefore, Jiang Fei tricked Old Seven, hoping to find some clues from his reaction to confirm his guess. "Ha ha ha! You don't have to waste your breath." Old Seven laughed coldly. Jiang Fei did not get any answers from Old Seven. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Very soon, Old Seven's body completely collapsed. He disintegrated into basic particles and floated in the endless 10th dimension. Although Old Seven's body was shattered, his consciousness did not disappear. Therefore, he became a spiritual vortex floating in the 10th dimension. A spiritual vortex like Old Seven was not alone in the 10th dimension. That was because the two players that Jiang Fei had killed previously were now in the same state. Jiang Fei was also having a headache. Although he could easily destroy Old Seven's physical body, he really had no idea how to deal with Old Seven's massive spiritual power. "Forget it. I'll leave it for now. Anyway, he only has spiritual power left." Jiang Fei sighed because Seventh Brother's physical body had disappeared. At this time, the burden that he had placed on Jiang Fei had also disappeared. Following that, Jiang Fei escaped from the 10th dimension. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Fei's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Damn! Jiang Fei took a deep breath. It was too much of a burden for Jiang Fei to put someone as powerful as Old Seven into the 10th dimension. In just a short while, Jiang Fei had used up almost all of the will core's energy. Moreover, he had used up most of his strength. Jiang Fei knew that he lacked another life-saving skill before the will core's energy charged back. Although Jiang Fei did not get any evidence from Old Seven, he had enough reason to suspect the Dragon King. Moreover, he had lost his life-saving skill in the 10th dimension. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to stay in the dragon race for another second. After resting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Fei was still weak, but he could at least stand up from the ground. Therefore, he immediately took out the 9 rotating astrolabe and activated it. With a white light, Jiang Fei returned to the main world outside. However, due to the 12 times time flow deficit, Jiang Fei did not dare to stay for even half a second. He activated the 9 rotating astrolabe again. Another white light flashed, and Jiang Fei returned to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, because the location of his return to the 5 directions of heaven and earth was random, Jiang Fei returned to the chaos realm this time. As he felt the dense fire attribute spiritual energy around him, Jiang Fei immediately knew where he was. "I have to quickly meet up with Bella and the others." Jiang Fei had a clear plan in his mind. However, his current condition was extremely poor. Even controlling a sword was difficult for him. As he had previously instructed Bella and the others not to use the teleportation portal for the time being, Bella and the others should still be on Old Star. If Jiang Fei wanted to use the communication device to contact them, he had to return to Old Star first. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to rest for a while. After his body had recovered slightly, he would immediately set off. At the same time, in Zhang Fei's warm pavilion in the Dragon Emperor Palace, a man was standing with his face as calm as water. The woman beside him was also frowning. These two people were none other than the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen. Old Seven still failed the Dragon Queen's side. Sigh. He was destined for this disaster. You don't have to be sad, the Dragon Emperor said calmly. But that Zhang Fei has escaped. What should we do? The Dragon Queen suggested. No, he has not entered the trial yet. We are both dragons. We must not leave the territory at this time. The Dragon Emperor immediately rejected the Dragon Queen's suggestion. But he has already been alerted. The Dragon Queen frowned and asked. The Dragon Emperor asked. Yes. Zaire promised to let her become a dragon. So, she came with Zhang Fei to extract the essence, said the Dragon Queen. A smile appeared on her originally frowning face. Since she wants to become a dragon so much, we can use her to our advantage, said the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Queen nodded and turned around to leave. Soon, the Dragon Queen met Mo Lishang outside the Dragon Clan's territory. Because of a little misunderstanding, Zhang Fei has escaped. The Dragon Queen said directly to Mo Lishang, because of the pride of the Dragon Clan, she was not even willing to beat around the bush with a ferocious beast like Mo Lishang. But Zhang Fei has the nine-headed astrolabe in his hands. Although Mo Lishang really wanted to become a dragon, catching Zhang Fei was not an easy task. This is your problem, the Dragon Queen said coldly. Chapter 1943, 1943. Translator, 549690339. After a short rest, Zhang Fei had recovered some of his strength. Therefore, he immediately rode his sword and prepared ahead to Sui Xing to meet Bella and the others. Just as Zhang Fei was flying toward the teleportation portal, a sword light suddenly shot toward him. Zhang Fei stopped abruptly and let the sword light flash past him. As the two flying swords were too close to each other, they were affected by each other. The person's speed was too fast. For a moment, he could not control the stability of the flying sword. The person almost fell from the flying sword. Kid, are you tired of living? The person on the flying sword did not look very old. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, but his strength had reached the early stage of the Mayana realm. Whoosh! Two more sword flashes hovered next to the person. It seemed that they were the young man's bodyguards. Their strength was above the tribulation stage, but they had not reached the level of true immortals. The two men immediately asked with concern when they arrived. The young man nodded. Then, he looked at Zhang Fei and said, Kid, are you in mourning? Why don't you even look at the road? Zhang Fei did not want to argue with such an arrogant and domineering second generation. The reason was very simple. Good shoes do not step on smelly dog shit. It was an insult to Zhang Fei to argue with such a person. An elderly bodyguard said to Zhang Fei. His meaning was simple. He knew his young master's temper. He felt that it was not worth it to let Zhang Fei die. That was why he wanted Zhang Fei to apologize. When the time came, he would take the opportunity to console his young master and let Zhang Fei go. The old man's original intention was actually for Zhang Fei's own good. However, there was one thing that he did not understand. With Zhang Fei's strength, killing the three of them would be as easy as crushing an ant. Zhang Fei shook his head. He did not know that the old man's intention was to let him go. Seeing that the master and servant were so arrogant and domineering, although Zhang Fei was a little angry, he still did not want to lower himself to the level of these people. Therefore, after shaking his head in disdain, Zhang Fei planned to leave. There was another point. Although Zhang Fei had recovered some of his strength, his condition was not very good. Although dealing with this small fry who was not even a true immortal was just a matter of waving his hand, it would inevitably affect his internal injuries. It would allow his recovery time to be extended. Zhang Fei's injury was not an ordinary injury. He had severely overused his strength. This kind of injury could not be healed by eating the vermilion fruit. Therefore, Zhang Fei tried his best not to fight or get angry. He wanted to recover his strength as soon as possible. After all, In a place like the Five Directions, it was difficult to survive without some strength. Moreover, Jiang Fei was still facing the dragon race's pursuit. He did not want to maintain his current state. Of course, Jiang Fei did not know that the dragon race could not leave the hidden satellite. It was also impossible for them to come and kill him personally. He would not be so cautious. You still want to leave? Kid, why don't you ask around? When the young man saw that Jiang Fei was about to leave, he could not take it anymore. Young man, quickly apologized to our young master. The old man who had just spoken threatened. At that moment, the old man was also a little angry. In his opinion, he had already given Jiang Fei a way out. However, this kid did not appreciate his kindness at all. This made his old face a little embarrassed. The young man said impatiently. Then he said to another bodyguard, "Ade, go and get rid of that kid for me." Yes, the young man's other bodyguard was a middle-aged, brawny man. He was big and burly. With a fierce face, it was obvious that this person was a fierce person. "Kid, you've better cooperate." The burly man sneered at Jiang Fei. Then, he pushed the flying sword under his feet and charged at Jiang Fei. "Young master, let's move back a little." The old man was very cautious. He wanted to protect the young man and move back a little. However, the young man clearly did not intend to appreciate his kindness. "Old Chun, you just like to think too much. How strong can this kid be at his age? With my amazing talent, I have only just reached the Mahayana stage at this age. Can he be stronger than me? With Ade's help, he would definitely be defeated in just one move," the young man said indifferently. It was unknown whether it was because he looked down on Jiang Fei or because he was confident in Ade's strength. The old man sighed. To be honest, he did not think highly of Jiang Fei either. Moreover, Ade's attacks were vicious. Not only did he not leave anyone alive, but he also killed his opponents every time he attacked. It could be said that the death of his opponent was a terrible sight to behold. Just as the old man and the young man were talking, Ade had already arrived in front of Jiang Fei. He stretched out his arms and grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulders. The aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei was not as strong as Ade, it would be just as the young master had said. He would be defeated by Ade in just one move. However, what was Jiang Fei's strength? Even if he had lost a lot of his strength, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. As a true immortal, even if Jiang Fei could not use the nucleus of his will now, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted, the strength in his body had not recovered much. However, with his true immortal body that had been tempered by the heavenly thunder, coupled with the strength of his body that had been tempered by the scorpion milk essence, it was impossible for a tribulation transcender like Ade to do anything to him. Just as Ade was about to grab him, Jiang Fei raised his arms to meet him. Originally, Jiang Fei only needed to think about it, and this Ade would die for no reason. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was almost exhausted. There was not much energy left, so he could only rely on physical strength to deal with his opponent. "Boy, how dare you?" Ade laughed loudly. He felt that Jiang Fei was overestimating himself. Therefore, after he interlocked his fingers with Jiang Fei's and grabbed each other's hands, he planned to give Jiang Fei a vicious blow. Therefore, Ade, who had grabbed Jiang Fei's hands, suddenly exerted force. His hands spread out, wanting to chop Jiang Fei alive. However, Jiang Fei's arms were as if they were made of steel. He actually did not move at all. Ade roared angrily. The muscles on his face were twisted. It was obvious that he had used all his strength. Jiang Fei's expression was calm. There was still a smile on his face. Chapter 1944. Translator 549690339 had exerted his strength again, wanting to tear Jiang Fei into pieces. However, Jiang Fei's expression remained calm. Although Jiang Fei was not in a good condition at the moment, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. His foundation was still there. How could a mere Ad hurt him? Jiang Fei grabbed Ad's wrist and crushed it. Then he exerted his strength on both of his arms. Although there was not much strength left in his body, Jiang Fei's physical strength was still there. In an instant, Ade felt a huge force coming at him. Jiang Fei's hands were like steel pincers that locked onto his wrists. As Jiang Fei pressed on his acupuncture points, Ade suddenly felt his arms go numb. He could not help but let go of Jiang Fei's hands that were holding onto him. As he was not in a very good condition, and he did not know when the dragon race would come after him, Jiang Fei did not want to make a big deal out of it. Therefore, he did not kill Ade. Instead, he threw him down forcefully. Ade, who was already restrained by Jiang Fei, did not have time to resist. He was immediately thrown off the flying sword by Jiang Fei. Ade cried out. He wanted to stop his falling body in midair. However, Jiang Fei's strength was too great. It was so great that Ade could not resist at all. Following a muffled sound, the earth trembled. The young master bent down and looked down. In the blink of an eye, Ade was smashed to the ground, creating a huge, human-shaped pit on the ground. The old man, surnamed Chen, couldn't help but be shocked. Although he looked down on Ade's ruthlessness, he knew Ade's strength. Among the experts at the Crossing Calamity stage, he was quite a figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the young master's guard. But now Ade was thrown to the ground by the other party in just one move. Moreover, the other party only used his physical strength. If he used his full strength, the three of them would probably die here. Although the young master was used to being arrogant, he was not stupid. Ader had been taken care of in just a single exchange. Even Elder Chun would not be able to do anything. Therefore, when he saw that his two powerful bodyguards were no longer effective, he began to panic. Elder Chun tried to comfort his young master. Then, he took a step forward and blocked the young master behind him. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Senior, Ader is reckless. I hope you can forgive me for offending you. Although Jiang Fei was young, Elder Chen did not dare to treat him like a child. In Elder Chen's heart, Jiang Fei was an old pervert who had lived for an unknown amount of time. Moreover, he was powerful enough to hide his true age. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not want to waste time with these people. After all, the threat of the dragon race was right in front of him. He had to gather with Bella and the others as soon as possible and leave the 5 directions. Old Chen bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, he landed on the ground and dug Ade out of the pit. At this time, Ade was no longer as arrogant as before. Now he was covered in dirt. Moreover, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Although Jiang Fei had only knocked him off the flying sword, Jiang Fei's strength was really too strong. When he landed on the ground, Ade had also suffered serious injuries. All right, it's already a blessing that you're still alive. Looking at the hatred in Ade's eyes, Elder Chun was also very unhappy. The reason why the young master was like this was because of the pampering of bodyguards like Ade. Ade snorted coldly. However, he did not dare to say anything. After all, Jiang Fei's strength was there. No matter how much Ade hated him, he would not take the initiative to seek death. Seeing that Jiang Fei was no longer blaming them, Old Chun wanted to bring the young master away from this place as soon as possible. However, no one could understand the thoughts of such an expert. If he were to go back on his words later, the 3 of them would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Handsome, take me as your disciple. My family is rich. No one knew what the young master was thinking. He suddenly rushed to the front of Jiang Fei. The young master's action had almost scared Elder Chen to death. Now, he could not hide from Jiang Fei in time. He did not expect the young master to take the initiative to approach him. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Of course, he knew that the money this kid was talking about was not ordinary money, but spiritual stones. But so what? A powerhouse like Jiang Fei would not care about such worldly possessions? Yes, a lot of money. Our family is from the Suppression Star. Our family has businesses in the 4 major planets. The young master thought that Jiang Fei was tempted, so he promised again. Oh, Jiang Fei was stunned. He had been in the 5 directions for a period of time. If one were to say that the Sief family was the richest in the 5 directions, it would definitely be the first in the 5 directions. However, other families did not have that much money. When the kid said this, his face was full of pride. Oh, Jiang Fei's curiosity was piqued. I am the direct grandson of the head of the Yin family, said the kid. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect this kid to have the same name as him. However, he still had some understanding of the Yin family. The Yin family was indeed a big family in the town star. However, because their family did not have many true immortal level masters, they could not be ranked among the 5 big families. Therefore, they were a wealthy family that was second only to the Xie family. Although the Yin family did not have their own territory planet like the 4 big families, they had their own businesses on every planet in the world of the 5 directions. There was a saying, money makes the mare go. Therefore, the Yin family's position in the world of the 5 directions was not low. How about it, handsome? Yin Fei's eyes were filled with sincerity. Zhang Fei thought for a moment, and then agreed to Yin Fei's request. There was actually a reason why Zhang Fei had made such a decision. He was currently injured and in a very bad state. Moreover, he was facing the dual pursuit of the dragon race and the Thousand Beast Mountain. It would be easier for the dragon race to deal with him. After all, finding Zhang Fei in the 5 directions was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, the Thousand Beast Mountain was different. Their forces were spread across all the teleportation portals. Zhang Fei wanted to use the teleportation portals to go to Year Star. That would very likely attract the attention of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. After taking Yin Fei in, Zhang Fei could use the name of experience points to bring Yin Fei to Sui Xing. When that time came, he could blend in with Yin Fei's forces. Firstly, he would have a cover. Secondly, he would have the support of the Yin family's forces. The people from the teleportation portals would not be so strict. Chapter 1945. Translator 549690339. Adler and Elderchin objected almost at the same time. However, although they both objected, they had different thoughts. Adler objected to Yin Fei becoming Zhang Fei's master because he was afraid that he would lose his position after Zhang Fei joined the team. After all, his strength was far from Zhang Fei's. He could not be compared to Zhang Fei in terms of strength. After a long time, he would not be able to survive by Yin Fei's side. The reason why Old Chen objected to Yin Fei taking Zhang Fei as his master was not out of selfishness. In his opinion, although Zhang Fei was powerful, his origin was unknown. The Yin family did not have many experts like the other 4 great families. If he suddenly joined such a true immortal level expert, his position in the Yin family would be very troublesome. If Zhang Fei kidnapped the young master of the Yin family and sought personal gain in the Yin family, the Yin family would definitely be in chaos. Therefore, Old Chun was not against Yin Fei becoming his master. Instead, he was against him becoming the master of an unknown person like Zhang Fei. In Old Chen's opinion, even if Yin Fei wanted to become his master, he should first get in touch with Zhang Fei. He should understand Zhang Fei's character and not be so hasty. You don't have to say any more. Yin Fei had been spoiled since he was young. How could he listen to reason? If you're determined to become my master, then go down and bow. After the ceremony, you will be my disciple, Zhang Fei said calmly. He would never force others to do so. I have thought it through, Yin Fei said. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, he rode his flying sword and landed on the ground. After that, Yin Fei landed as well. Old Chun and Ada, who were beside him, looked at each other and followed helplessly. Zhang Fei waved his hand. Earth-type spiritual power surged up, causing the originally flat ground to bulge up and turn into an earthen incense burner. Zhang Fei extended his hand and pointed. A sandalwood tree branch at the side of the road responded with a second section. Then, under the control of Zhang Fei's wood-type spiritual power, the tree branch was crushed and condensed. Finally, it turned into 3 sticks of incense. Old Chun and Ad were secretly shocked. Following that, Zhang Fei held the 3 sticks of incense in one hand and snapped his fingers with the other hand. A stream of true fire leaped between his fingers. 3 attributes? At that moment, Old Chun and Ade's eyes were wide open. They could no longer accept this fact. Which god was this super expert in front of them? After lighting the incense, Zhang Fei inserted it into the incense burner. Then he said to Yin Fei, "Today, I accept you as my disciple. Heaven is my witness. After the ceremony, you and I will have the title of master and disciple. You will also be subject to the regulation of our sect. Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. Yin Fei lifted his shirt and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Then he said loudly, "Today I, Yin Fei, will voluntarily become the disciple of my master. From now on, I will be filial to my master. I will study diligently. If there is any betrayal, heaven and earth will not tolerate it." After saying that, Yin Fei kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and then mixed Yin Fei up. "Master," Yin Fei said to Jiang Fei with a smile. His words could not help but make Old Chun and Otter roll their eyes. "You don't even know what his name is, and you dare to acknowledge him as your master?" "My name is Jiang Fei," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Yin Fei also laughed. Jiang Fei smiled. Yin Fei asked. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. He really could not name this sect casually. After all, he was someone who had a master in the 5 directions, heaven and earth. Therefore, he could only tell the truth. "Your master is a member of the Valiant Martial Hall. My master is the chief guardians of the Valiant Martial Hall, Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua." "What?" Before Yin Fei could say anything, Elder Chun and Ad were so frightened that they almost sat on the ground. Although Yin Fei was quite talented, he was born to be his silk pants. Although his family had hired his master to teach him, he did not have a deep understanding of the major forces. After all, he could not come into contact with those important figures. However, Elder Chun and Ad were different. Before they were recruited by the Yin family, they had been roaming the Jianghu, so how could they not know the name of the Valiant Martial Hall? Moreover, it was not just the Valiant Martial Hall. There was a saying that the shadow of a man's famous tree. Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua were well-known figures in the 5 corners of the world, especially Ji Chunhong. He was the second most powerful person in the Valiant Martial Hall. His name had already spread throughout the 5 corners of the world more than 100 years ago. Therefore, when Jiang Fei reported the names of the 2 teachers, Old Chun and Ad were shocked silly. They never thought that their young master would be so lucky to have such a teacher with such a deep background. If the Yin family could get in touch with the Valiant Martial Hall, it would be a great opportunity for the Yin family to develop. All along, although the Yin family had a huge amount of wealth, there were too few experts. Therefore, they had been keeping a low profile. They were afraid that they would anger the big families and be destroyed by them. However, if they could get in touch with the Valiant Martial Hall, everything would be different. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that he did not only have Yin Fei as his disciple. "Really?" Yin Fei asked curiously. "Her name is Tong Tong. She is the saintess of the Valiant Martial Hall," Jiang Fei said with a smile. At this moment, Ade wanted to slap his own mouth. He had been possessed just now. He actually dared to challenge such a god. The 2 of them were like heaven and earth. However, after thinking about it, Ade could not help but feel happy again. To be defeated by Jiang Fei, this matter would be a matter of face. Who was Jiang Fei? The Valiant Martial Hall's revered elder, Ji Chunhong's disciple, the Saintess Master, a true immortal level expert. To be able to survive under his hands, didn't that also mean that he was capable? At that moment, Old Chun was genuinely happy for Yin Fei. Disciple from big families like Yin Fei had the ability to suck up to others. This was because he had been used to being flattered since he was young. "All right, stop sucking up." As Jiang Fei spoke, he took out a small thing from his ring space. Yin Fei asked as he looked at the small porcelain bottle that Jiang Fei handed over. Jiang Fei said with a smile. This was the only thing that he could take out at this moment. He also had a rich treasure. Back then, he had taken away so many true, immortal-level corpses from the myriad beast mountain. He had refined this item many times. The reason why Jiang Fei had given such a valuable item to Yin Fei was also a form of compensation to him. After all, Jiang Fei needed to use Yin Fei to head to Time Star and then leave the 5 Directions world. In the future, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain might find out about Yin Fei's relationship with him. Therefore, Jiang Fei wanted to increase his strength so that he could save his life. Chapter 1946, 1946. Translator, 549690339. Yin Fei, who was a little ignorant, asked curiously, "Blood alchemy pill. Is this the legendary blood alchemy pill?" In an instant, Old Chun and Ade's eyes widened. They were not ignorant fellows like Yin Fei. Although they had never seen the blood alchemy pill before, they did not know how it was refined. However, they were very clear about the effects of this divine medicine. It was said that after consuming the blood alchemy pill, the spiritual power of a cultivator would increase exponentially. It was not difficult for a cultivator to advance to a higher level. On the other hand, Yin Fei was already at the Mahayana stage. Could the level be low? When he thought about how Yin Fei's strength increased rapidly after consuming the blood alchemy pill, Old Chin was still able to maintain a calm state of mind due to his old age. However, Ade was different. In that instant, he even had the thought of snatching the pill. However, this thought only flashed through Ade's mind for a moment. After all, Jiang Fei's strength was there. If he wanted to snatch the pill, it would be tantamount to courting death. However, Ade still had a trace of rationality left. This blood alchemy pill is used to increase strength. Later, we will find a quiet place. After you consume it, you should be able to reach the tribulation stage. Jiang Fei laughed. Really? Yin Fei's eyes were wide open. He had never heard of such a magical pill. Of course. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Haha, that's great. Yin Fei laughed happily. Although Yin Fei was the direct grandson of the patriarch of the Yin family and was very favored in the family, he still had two older brothers. One of them was the son of his eldest uncle, and the other was the son of his third uncle. The son of his eldest uncle was considered the eldest son and eldest grandson of the Yin family, and could be said to be the direct descendant of the direct descendant. In Yin Fei's generation, he was definitely the first priority successor, and currently, the patriarch of the Yin family was also focusing on grooming him. Although the third uncle's child status was not as high as the eldest uncle's child's, his talent was extremely good, and he was considered the most likely genius disciple of the Yin family to become a true immortal. Only in Yin Fei's case, although his father was ranked second, he was indeed the youngest among his peers. Besides his two older brothers, he also had two older sisters on his head. Although his talent was not bad, his nature was active, and he could not set his heart to study. Therefore, although his strength was not bad, compared to his talented and hard-working second brother, he was far from it. At this time, Yin Fei's second brother had already reached the early stage of the heavenly tribulation and was known as the #1 prodigy of the Yin family in the past 500 years. Therefore, although Yin Fei was very liked by his grandfather because of his lively personality, the head of the Yin family only treated him as the youngest grandson and pampered him. He allowed him to live comfortably and provided him with bodyguards so that he would not be bullied by others. But that was all. As for the future of the Yin family, he did not dare to place his hopes on Yin Fei, this silk pants. Under the influence of the family head of the Yin family, Yin Fei's two older brothers were fighting for the position of the first successor. One relied on his status as the eldest grandson, while the other relied on his proud talent and strength. Both of them were secretly cultivating their own forces. And this was exactly what the family head of the Yin family hoped to see. Although the two grandsons might cause a bloody storm in order to seize the position of the first successor, this was not a good thing for him as a grandfather. But for the Yin family, only the successor who had fought his way out of the encirclement would have the ability to lead the family to go further. The two elder brothers fought to the death for the identity of the successor, but Yin Fei's life was smooth sailing. Because he was not a threat to anyone, these two elder brothers were considered good to him. If you said that Yin Fei did not have any ambition, that would be nonsense. Growing up in such a large family, Yin Fei also hoped to gain everyone's recognition and even become the heir of the family. Unfortunately, in terms of status, Yin Fei was the smallest. In terms of seniority, he was not his match. In terms of ability, although Yin Fei's strength was not bad, compared to his second brother, he was still far from it. Therefore, When Yin Fei saw that he had no hope of fighting for the position of the future head of the family, he gave up on himself. That was why he was willing to be a good-for-nothing. At the very least, he could guarantee that he would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. However, now, Jiang Fei's appearance had given Yin Fei a glimmer of hope. After all, with this pill, Yin Fei's strength would leap ahead of his second brother. He would become the most likely disciple of the Yin family to become a true immortal. He was clearly qualified to participate in the fight for the heir. Moreover, with Jiang Fei's identity and the backing of the martial meritocrat's palace, no matter how good-for-nothing Yin Fei was, he could still guess what his grandfather would choose. All right, don't be in such a hurry to be happy. Although Jiang Fei wanted to immediately go to the teleportation portal, he considered that his own strength had suffered too much damage. Therefore, he decided to wait for a while longer. In that case, if he encountered any obstruction from the myriad beasts mountain in the teleportation portal, he would have the ability to backfire. Besides that, Jiang Fei did not want to harm Yin Fei. After all, a man's wealth was his own crime. Then, the golden pill would harm him instead. Not to mention others, even Ada, who was by Yin Fei's side, might be able to kill him and steal his treasure. Therefore, in order to store more spiritual energy and prevent Yin Fei from losing his life because of the pill, Jiang Fei decided to delay for another day or two on the planet of chaos so that Yin Fei could consume the pill first. Of course, Yin Fei could not ask for more. Ever since he knew the effects of the blood alchemy pill, he could not wait to consume the pill immediately. After that, Jiang Fei and the others flew all the way and found a quiet place deep in the mountains. Jiang Fei asked Old Chun and Ad to clear out a piece of empty land. He also used the illusion vine seed to plant a small manor. Wow, Master, how many types of spiritual energy do you have? Yin Fei stared at Jiang Fei with his mouth agape. Although he had already acknowledged Jiang Fei as his teacher, Yin Fei felt that this teacher of his was becoming more and more mysterious. It was as if whatever unbelievable things happened to him was only natural. Jiang Fei laughed. However, his words had really frightened Old Chun and Ada. Throughout the history of the 5 sides of the world, the number of geniuses with all 5 types of spiritual power could be counted on one hand. What kind of dumb luck did his young master have to be able to have such a teacher? Chapter 1947. Translator 549690339. After settling everything, Jiang Fei let Yin Fei consume the blood alchemy pill. Then, he let Old Chun and Ade protect Yin Fei while he returned to his room and closed the door to recover his power. Although the energy of the nucleus of will could only be recovered slowly over time, and the replenishment of mental strength was also very slow, Jiang Fei relied on the special characteristics of his entire class of spiritual power. When he was meditating and practicing, his spiritual power recovery was still extremely fast. Under the power of the origin, Jiang Fei's spiritual strength was converted into the fire attribute. Then, he used the Crimson Flame sect's martial arts techniques to crazily absorb the wandering energy on the planet. A large amount of spiritual energy began to gather towards Jiang Fei under the power of the martial arts techniques. Vaguely, it even formed a spiritual energy vortex, as expected of a true immortal level master. Old Chen said as he looked at Jiang Fei's room from outside. After all, the spiritual energy there was so dense that it was almost condensed. Sigh. Ade's tone was full of jealousy. Hee, this is all fate. I'm already so old. I'm only at the advanced stage of the tribulation. Your current strength is not far from mine. Although Jiang Fei's room had already formed a cyclone made of spiritual energy, it would be twice the result with half the effort if he were to train here. However, Ada and Old Chun did not receive Jiang Fei's approval. They did not dare to enter the room without permission. Secondly, they had a mission to complete. They needed to protect Yin Fei, so it was impossible for them to calm down and train. Therefore, although they could feel the dense spiritual energy swirling around them, they could only sigh in their hearts. When they were training, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Jiang Fei's mental strength had recovered by about a quarter. The energy charge from the nucleus of Will had also recovered by about a fifth. However, the spiritual power in his body had completely recovered. Therefore, although Jiang Fei had not recovered to his peak condition, at least his normal combat power had recovered. Only the spiritual power strike and the 10th dimension were still unusable. As spiritual power and the core of his will could not be recovered by training, Jiang Fei stopped meditating and walked out of his room. After Jiang Fei stopped training, the dense spiritual energy vortex gradually dissipated. This caused Old Chun and Olda, who had missed the opportunity to train, to feel sorry for him. Jiang Fei asked as he walked out. He has not woken up yet. However, the increase in spiritual energy is very obvious, said Old Chun. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he opened the Eye of Violet and began to check on Yin Fei's condition. The moment the Eye of Violet opened, Ade frowned slightly. He did not know what Jiang Fei's eye technique was. However, the erudite Old Chun was once again shocked. Old Chun cried out in his heart, "What kind of existence is this Jiang Fei? Could it be that he is the true God's favored one?" At this moment, Old Chun's feelings were indescribable. At first, he was jealous that Jiang Fei had become a true immortal at such a young age. Now, he could not be jealous anymore. This was like someone who would be jealous of Old Wang next door who had won the lottery for $5 million. However, he would never be jealous of the richest person in the world because he was too far away from him. The two parties were on completely different levels. Jiang Fei took a look at Yin Fei's situation and knew that he was doing well. At this time, Yin Fei's strength had already increased to the middle stage of the tribulation. Moreover, it was still increasing. It seemed that he would not be able to escape from the later stage of the tribulation. As for the peak of the tribulation stage, Jiang Fei did not think that there was much hope. After all, Jiang Fei had only given him an ordinary blood alchemy pill. Jiang Fei could not bear to waste those top-quality items on this nominal disciple. However, this kid was still too lazy. His strength had been accumulated by the accumulation of medicine and various treasures. He had relied on the Yin family's wealth to obtain his current strength. However, his foundation was not solid. Therefore, it was too difficult to raise his strength to the peak of the crossing calamity stage. Senior, with Ade's personality, it was still difficult for him to call a young man as a senior. However, Jiang Fei's strength was there. He did not dare to address him as a peer. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and call out. "It should be about time for tonight," Jiang Fei said after a moment of contemplation. Then, Old Chun walked over and began to chat with Jiang Fei. After all, he had a true immortal powerhouse by his side. If he did not ask for some experience, he would be letting himself down. Jiang Fei had a good impression of Old Chun. Therefore, he basically answered all of Old Chun's questions. As the three of them chatted, time flew by. Before they knew it, the sky had turned dark. At that moment, a powerful aura burst out from Yin Fei's body. After a moment, the powerful aura began to withdraw and finally condensed back into Yin Fei's body. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He knew that Yin Fei had already absorbed all of the medicinal effects. As expected, after another 10 minutes, Yin Fei opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from Yin Fei's eyes. "Ha ha!" Yin Fei laughed as he soared into the sky. Then, he began to unleash his power. The giant trees in the distance toppled one by one, becoming targets that he was familiar with. "That's enough." Jiang Fei waved at Yin Fei. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by Yin Fei's ears. "Yes." When Yin Fei heard Jiang Fei's words, he immediately flew back. This surprised Old Chun. After all, in his impression, his young master had never been so obedient. Even if it was the words of his master's grandfather, Yin Fei did not always listen to them. Jiang Fei curled his lips. Yin Fei's fire-type skill was really not that good in his eyes. "My family hired a teacher. He's quite strong." At this time, Yin Fei had not yet adapted to his new identity. He still felt that the tribulation stage was an unattainable level. "TSK, stop cultivating that thing." Jiang Fei sneered disdainfully. Then he used his spiritual power to compress the Crimson Flame sect's martial arts and passed it to Yin Fei. Because this set of martial arts techniques was obtained by Jiang Fei, he did not feel any heartache when he passed it on to others. Although Yin Fei was a profligate knew what was good for him. He could sense that the martial arts techniques that Jiang Fei passed on to him were definitely top-notch. Chapter 1948. Translator 549690339. After imparting the technique to Yin Fei, Jiang Fei did not have the time to teach Yin Fei in detail. He could already feel the urgency of the time. He wanted to leave for Sui Xing immediately. At this time, Yin Fei naturally could not wait to go home. His strength had increased greatly. He had a teacher with a strong background. Wouldn't it be like walking in the night? Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and prepared his words in his mind. Then he said to Yin Fei, "I'm afraid I can't do it now. I have an important matter to attend to this time." "Master, you have something to attend to." Although Yin Fei was a good-for-nothing, he was still a decent person. At the very least, he knew how to respect his master. "Hee, you don't have to say it." Jiang Fei laughed. "Hee, master, feel free to say it." Yin Fei said loudly. "Forget it." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes, then he continued, "I'm here to secretly investigate something. Therefore, it's not appropriate to expose my identity. I hope you can help me cover for me." "No problem." Yin Fei agreed immediately. "HMM, I'm going to go to Yearstar next. I want you to bring more people with me through the teleportation portal. That way, I can change my appearance again and hide from the eyes and ears of others." Jiang Fei said, "That's easy. My family has a business on planet Mars. I could just go there and get some people," said Yin Fei. He was very good at such ostentatious things. After all, Yin Fei had been a good-for-nothing for so many years. He had almost done all kinds of flashy things. I don't need that many people," said Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. Although having more people was beneficial for him to mix in, it was too big of a scale that would attract people's attention. Yin Fei nodded and then said to Jiang Fei, "Then, when do you plan to go to Yearstar?" Jiang Fei said, "All right, let's go to Liansong Prefecture now. There's a manor of my family there," Yin Fei said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, they set off and headed to the Yin family's manor. Liansong Prefecture was located near the equator of the planet Mars. Although it was not close to where Jiang Fei and the others were, they were all flying on their swords. Therefore, after half a day, they arrived at the manor. After revealing his identity, Yin Fei naturally received a grand reception here. Jiang Fei and the others also entered the manor. "Go, find 20 to 30 people for me. Be smart and keep your mouth shut," Yin Fei said to the steward of the manor. "Yes." The steward nodded and then went down to do it. Although Yin Fei didn't hold power in the Yin family, he was the direct grandson of the family head after all. This request of his could be easily satisfied. Not long after, these 20 to 30 people lined up in front of Yin Fei and the others. "Young master, I plan to go to Sui Xing to have fun. You guys go and prepare later. Do whatever you want to make it look cool." Yin Fei brought out his previous playfulness. These people were smart and capable people. Now that they could serve the grandson of the family head, they naturally had to seize this opportunity to rise up in the world. After all, once they were valued by young Master's son, they could be transferred to Town Star. By then, they would be rich. "How is it, Master?" Yin Fei said to Jiang Fei proudly. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not care about the strength of these people. After all, these people were just trying to confuse the public. After a few hours, these people were almost ready. In order to serve young Master's son well, the manager of the manor was not stingy at all. He had brought all kinds of good things. He was afraid that Yin Fei would lose face in Sui Xing. Just when Yin Fei was preparing to leave with a large group of people, a waiter suddenly ran over. "Steward Zhang, someone from the main family has come." The waiter shouted from afar. "Someone from the main family has come again?" Steward Zhang was stunned. He had not finished receiving young Master's son. Why did someone from the main family come again? The waiter was also a shrewd person. Although he couldn't see through the strength of the people who came and didn't know those people, he knew that these people were not ordinary, just by their clothes and bearing. Good. You guys prepare for young master son. Steward Zhang then greeted Yin Fei before turning around and leaving. Someone came from the family. Yin Fei frowned. He didn't expect such a coincidence. Old Chen asked, I don't care about them. In any case, I have no part in the family's affairs. When they are ready, we will set off, Yin Fei said after thinking for a moment. At this moment, he had everything he wanted in the Yin family. However, he didn't have any power. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was just a good-for-nothing. Therefore, Yin Fei knew very well that those people in his family looked down on him. He would most likely be hot-faced and cold-hearted. In that case, Yin Fei might as well serve his teacher well. With this big backer, would his position in the Yin family be low in the future? Yin Fei did not intend to go over there. However, things were not as simple as he thought. It was only the time it took for Manager Zhang to leave when a sword light flew over from afar. Before the sword light arrived, a deep voice was heard. Yin Fei knew who the person was the moment he heard the voice. It was the eldest grandson of the direct line of the Yin family, Yin Kuan. Zhang Fei nodded slightly. Yin Fei thought the same. He did not plan to expose Zhang Fei's backer right now. He hoped that at the critical moment, he could use his teacher's background to intimidate everyone in the family. Big brother, what else can I do? When Yin Kuan arrived in front of him, Yin Fei said lazily. Yin Kuan scolded Yin Fei with a smile. Because Yin Fei was no threat to him, Yin Kuan treated him quite well. Second brother Yin, he was also very close to Yin Fei. After all, the two of them were already like fire and water in order to fight for the identity of the heir. If they could get the support of third brother, it would be much easier for them to rise to the top in the future. However, Yin Fei was not stupid either. He had always accepted the benefits of both parties, but he had never made a choice. Chapter 1949. Translator 549690339. TSK. What do you mean by causing trouble? I'm not like you, big brother. I have so many family matters to deal with. Yin Fei said with a tired look. In any case, he was just a good-for-nothing in the eyes of his family, so he was willing to continue acting now. Although he had ambitions, Yin Fei knew that he did not have any power at all now, so he could not be too ostentatious. All right, kid, be careful later, Yin Kuan said to Yin Fei. Yin Fei was stunned. He did not expect that his grandfather, as the family head, would actually come on Mars. Yes, and grandfather has been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Don't make him unhappy again, Yin Kuan warned. Yin Fei nodded. Let's go and see Grandpa. We can all have a meal together, Yin Kuan said. Yin Fei nodded and followed behind Yin Kuan to the front yard. Naturally, Zhang Fei and the others followed him. Although Yin Kuan saw Zhang Fei's identity, he did not care about it. In his eyes, Zhang Fei was just a bodyguard like Old Chun and Ade. It was not worth paying attention to. Not long after, Zhang Fei and the rest arrived at the front yard. Yin Fei took the opportunity when his big brother was walking in front to turn around and give Zhang Fei an apologetic look. He could not treat Zhang Fei as a master and disciple. Zhang Fei nodded slightly. He was not very concerned about this. On the contrary, Zhang Fei was trying his best to hide his identity. After all, the people who were chasing him were not to be trifled with. If anyone knew about Zhang Fei could only run away immediately. Finally, Yin Fei followed Yin Kuan into a flower hall in the manor. At that moment, the master of the Yin family, Yin Fei, was sitting in the middle of the flower hall drinking tea. Yin Fei was still very obedient in front of his grandfather. Yin Fei had a slightly worried look on his face. However, when he saw Yin Fei, his face immediately broke into a smile. Hee, isn't it almost your birthday, Grandpa? Speaking of which, Yin Fei was definitely a top flatterer at this time. It was still half a year away from Yin Fei's birthday, but this kind of flattery came out of his mouth. Yin Fei laughed loudly. Although he did not believe a single word of what Yin Fei said, this kind of flattery made him feel comfortable. It was also because Yin Fei's mouth was sweet enough. Therefore, Yin Fei liked him the most despite being silk pants. Yin Fei asked curiously. Sigh. Yin Tengfei sighed. Although he loved Yin Fei more, he also knew that this grandson was always ignorant and incompetent. It was useless to tell him about serious matters. Yin Fei nodded and did not ask further. Although he wanted to get a position in the Yin family, he knew that this was not something that could be achieved overnight. Grandpa, San Air is here too. Yin Kuan interrupted from the side. Yes, let's start eating. Let's finish eating earlier. Yin Tengfei nodded. Yin Kuan said to Manager Zhang after receiving the order, serve the dishes. Yes. Manager Zhang nodded and immediately gave the order. Because the dishes had already been prepared, when Manager Zhang gave the order, the servants began to serve the dishes. Come. Yin Tengfei held Yin Fei's hand and came to the dining table. From this, it could be seen how much he doted on this little grandson of his. Although Yin Kuan saw that his grandfather doted on Yin Fei the most, he was not jealous. His grandfather would not hand the family over to him. In this way, he would only use Yin Fei to build a good relationship with his grandfather and not use any tricks against Yin Fei because of jealousy. Go and fetch Miss Bei over. Let her have dinner with us. Yin Kuan turned around and said to one of his followers. The follower nodded and turned around to leave. Yin Kuan waved his hand at Jiang Fei and the others. In his opinion, Jiang Fei was the same as Old Chun and the others. They were both bodyguards hired by the Yin family. Therefore, they naturally did not have the right to have dinner with their master. Old Chun and Ad agreed and walked down. They were hired bodyguards by the Yin family and earned this money. Therefore, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not want to expose his identity. Moreover, he himself did not care much about such things. Therefore, he did not say anything and followed Old Chun and Ad out of the flower hall. Although Yin Fei felt that it was rude to his master, in order not to expose Jiang Fei, he could only give Jiang Fei an apologetic look. Just as Jiang Fei was about to leave the flower hall with Old Chun and Ade, the servant who had left earlier came in. Behind him was a girl. Jiang Fei and the girl were walking towards each other. Both of them were stunned. The girl cried out in surprise. Bella? Jiang Fei was also very surprised. He had not recovered much of his spiritual power at the moment, so he could not sense Bella's presence in advance. Yin Kuan, who was standing by the side, immediately stood in front of Bella. He could sense a threat from Jiang Fei. This was not because he had detected Jiang Fei's strength, but because he had classified Jiang Fei as a love rival. Although he did not know what the term husband meant, Yin Kuan clearly felt that Bella's feelings for Jiang Fei were extraordinary. Thank you, young Master Yin. Bella smiled apologetically at Yin Kuan. Yin Kuan could not accept for a moment. He really did not understand. The girl he liked to look for is just a servant of the Yin family. Bella, how did you get hurt? Where are the others? However, at such a close distance, they could also sense Bella's condition. At this time, Bella's body was severely damaged. Even with the protection of a life core, her body was still not fully recovered, and her strength had fallen to only the form synthesis stage. One had to know that Bella's strength had previously reached the peak of the crossing calamity stage, and her combat strength had reached more than 19 million. However, now, Bella's combat strength had only reached a little over 13 million. How serious her injuries were. Chapter 1950. Translator 549690339 Sai. Bella sighed. Then, she grabbed Jiang Fei and said, There's no time to waste now. Come with me. Go? Where? Jiang Fei had too many questions in his mind. The others were captured by Mo Li Sang. Bella said bitterly, What? That Black Widow. Jiang Fei felt a buzzing sound in his head. In an instant, he understood what was going on. All this while, Jiang Fei had been very curious as to why the dragon race was so slow. Until now, they had not come to capture him. Previously, he had thought that the dragon race was restricted and could not leave the territory at will. However, he had neglected one thing. When they went to the dragon's territory, Mengzi had not only brought him along, but also Mo Li Shang. Mo Lishang's motive for going to the dragon's territory was very clear. She had wanted to transform into a dragon. Previously, she had even taken Jiang Fei's essence. She would do all the things that the dragons could not do. Most importantly, Black Widow also knew that Bella and the others were in Sui Xing. Although Jiang Fei had asked Bella and the others to find a place to hide, Mo Lishang could completely rely on the power of the Mountain of Beasts. He sent out a large group of people to search for Bella and the others. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said, although he had managed to escape from the dragon race with great difficulty, Jiang Zhong and Hua Qingsheng were both captured. He could not sit idly by. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that he had arranged a small bodyguard for Bella and the others. Bella smiled bitterly. Sigh, I'm also stupid. Jiang Fei wanted to slap himself. Previously, he had been too successful, so he had completely let his guard down. Therefore, he felt that with Natasha as a bodyguard, Bella and the others would definitely be safe. However, Jiang Fei had overlooked one thing. Natasha was a player. She came to the game to play, not to be a nanny for a group of NPCs. Bella and the others would lose their protection. Although Bella and Hua Qingsheng both had the strength of the peak of the tribulation stage, with 19 million combat power, they could be considered as the kings in the outer universe. However, this was the world of the five directions. Not only was there a god like Mo Lishang, but there were also those freaks from the dragon race. In front of these guys, even a true immortal like Jiang Fei would not be enough, let alone a peak of the tribulation stage. Jiang Fei asked, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really did not want to go to the dragon race's territory. Last time, he could escape. That was entirely because the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were not on guard. Now that they knew that he had a treasure like the 9 Revolution Star Plate, they would definitely be prepared. When that time came, Jiang Fei would definitely be walking into a trap. When you ask me that, I feel like she let me go on purpose, Bella suddenly said. Jiang Fei asked, because I clearly heard her tell Qingsheng and the others that she was going to take them to the Black Demon Pool, Bella said. Jiang Fei was stunned. He was just trying to get lucky. He did not expect Bella to actually know such important information. Actually, the reason that Bella was able to escape was because of Mo Lishang's intention. Speaking of which, Mo Lishang was not a vicious person. Although she would do anything for the sake of becoming a dragon, Jiang Fei had treated her injuries before. Therefore, she did not want to involve the people around Jiang Fei because of her old friendship. Therefore, Mo Lishang did not bring Hua Qingsheng and the others to the dragon race. Instead, he deliberately let Bella go so that Bella could get in touch with Jiang Fei and ask Jiang Fei to deliver himself to her. In Mo Lishang's opinion, she could only hope to become a dragon if she sent Jiang Fei to the dragon race. Therefore, this matter was not negotiable. However, Jiang Fei had done her a favor. Therefore, she could be considered to have repaid her kindness by not implicating Jiang Fei's friends and lovers. All right, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although he knew that the Black Demon Pool was a tiger's den, he still had to make a trip there. Bella looked straight at Jiang Fei and said firmly. Jiang Fei did not want Bella to go along with him. That's not important. Bella said firmly. Yin Kuan tried to interrupt a few times. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei and Bella's eyes were only on each other. He felt as if he was a ball of air that was completely ignored by others. How dare you? If you two have anything to say, get out of here. Don't disturb our meal. The head of the Yin family, Yin Tengfei, could not stand it anymore. In his opinion, Jiang Fei was just a servant of the Yin family, while Bella was just a girl that Yin Kuan had picked up. Initially, he did not support Yin Kuan's pursuit of Bella. However, his eldest grandson had never been close to women. Now that he had finally found one, Yin Tengfei had turned a blind eye to it for the sake of the Yin family's future generations. But now, Yin Kuan had pursued her bitterly for a few days. This girl was not moved at all, but in the end, she became intimate with a servant. This made the old man a little unable to stand it. On one hand, it was because his grandson was not worth it. On the other hand, he also felt embarrassed. However, as the head of the Yin family, Yin Tengfei was also a person who cared about his face. He could not lose his temper with Bella just because she looked down on his grandson. That would also make him look too bad. So he found such an excuse. He wanted to drive the two away. At the same time, he also wanted to help his eldest grandson vent his anger. There's no time to lose. Although Jiang Fei heard Yin Tengfei's words, he did not have time to argue with him. He immediately wanted to take Bella away. Yin Kuan grabbed Bella's other arm. After all, he was a hot-blooded young man. He would definitely be unwilling to let the girl he loved leave just like that. At this moment, Bella did not have much combat strength left, so she naturally could not shake off Yin Kuan's arm. However, her indifferent tone made Yin Kuan's heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. Yin Kuan opened his mouth for a long time, but he did not say anything. Actually, after thinking about it, what else could he say? Although he had saved the severely injured Bella and spent a lot of immortal medicine to help Bella stabilize her injuries, it was his wishful thinking from the beginning to the end. He had a husband. Now that his husband was here, he naturally had to leave. Chapter 1951. 1951. Translator 549690339. Young Master Yin, if you have nothing else to do, I will take my leave now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. If you need any help in the future, my husband and I will definitely not decline, Bella said to Yin Kuan. Yin Kuan stuttered for a long time, but he could not utter a single word. As the first-in-line successor of the Yin family, he was usually very decisive in dealing with people. He could not even speak. On the other hand, although Yin Kuan could not speak, his hand was still holding on to Bella. This time, Jiang Fei could not take it anymore. Although Yin Kuan was indebted to Bella and was in love with her, Jiang Fei could only bear with it if he held on to her. However, if he held on to her and did not let go, how could Jiang Fei bear it? Jiang Fei reached out and grabbed Yin Kuan's wrist, directly holding onto his pulse. At that moment, Yin Kuan only had eyes for Bella, so he did not pay attention to Jiang Fei at all. In the end, he was grabbed by Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei exerted his strength, Yin Kuan, who had his pulse locked, immediately felt pain and could not help but let go of his hand. I am sorry, Miss Bai. After being pulled away by Jiang Fei, Yin Kuan also realized that he had been rude, so he immediately apologized to Bella. Although Yin Kuan did not say anything, Yin Tengfei could not take it anymore. Who was Yin Kuan? He was Yin Tengfei's eldest son, the current young master of the Yin family. A servant like Jiang Fei actually dared to attack his master. How could Yin Tengfei not care about this? Man, Yin Tengfei shouted angrily. Yes, a bodyguard immediately rushed up from the side. Only Old Chun and Ada, who were behind Yin Fei, retreated. These two knew Jiang Fei's strength. Against a true immortal level expert, they did not have any intention of sending themselves to their deaths. 5 to 6 bodyguards rushed in front of Jiang Fei in 2 steps. In an instant, the group of people fell back in 1 step. Jiang Fei was worried that he would attract the attention of the Mountain of Beasts or the Dragon Race. Therefore, he did not want to make a big deal out of it. Therefore, he only repelled these people and did not kill them. Boy, no wonder you dared to offend your superiors. After seeing that Jiang Fei had repelled the bodyguards, a person behind Yin Tengfei became angry. This person was Yin Nanshan's personal bodyguard. His name was Wang Shichong. He used the strength of a false immortal. The so-called false immortals were those who failed to transcend the tribulation but survived through the disarray of soldiers. Their strength was also far stronger than the average tribulation stage expert. Moreover, Wang Shichong was considered to be one of the best among the false immortals. People nicknamed him Wang Duo Banxian. The reason why he got this nickname was because the false immortals were also known as half-immortals. As a half-immortal, he was more powerful than the other half-immortals. Therefore, he was called Duo Banxian. After Jiang Fei defeated the bodyguards, Wang Duo Banxian misjudged his strength. He thought that Jiang Fei was also a level 1 half-immortal. Therefore, he immediately felt that his chance to show his face had come. Therefore, Wang Duo Banxian shouted loudly and jumped in front of Jiang Fei. At the same time, he struck Jiang Fei in the face with his palm. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Although he was not in a good condition, the only damage he suffered was his spiritual power and the energy in the core of his will. As for himself, his spiritual power and physical strength had already recovered. Therefore, Jiang Fei was no different from an ordinary true immortal. Moreover, he was an all-rounder of the 5 elements. With Jiang Fei's current strength, an ordinary true immortal was no match for him. Only those old true immortals or great gods like Black Widow had the ability to suppress Jiang Fei. No matter how many half-immortals he was, even if it was 99%, he was still not a true immortal. In the blink of an eye, Wang Duobanxian's palm had just struck out when Jiang Fei dodged it and grabbed his wrist. Jiang Fei shouted in a low voice. Wang Duobanxian agreed on the spot. Okay. Then, he directly lay down in front of Jiang Fei. There was nothing he could do. The gap between the two was too big. Although they both had the word immortal, the difference between a true immortal and a false immortal was like clouds and mud. Wang Duobanxian did not even have the ability to resist in front of Jiang Fei. He had to lie down. At that moment, Yin Tengfei was also a little dumbfounded. He did not expect Jiang Fei to be so powerful. Wang Duobanxian did not even manage to walk past him before he was directly sealed by his spiritual power. Then he was thrown to the ground. At that moment, Yin Tengfei was also very conflicted. It was true that he had the strength of a true immortal. However, he had just become a true immortal not too long ago. From the looks of it, Jiang Fei was also a true immortal. Therefore, he did not have the confidence to defeat Jiang Fei. Moreover, at that moment, Yin Tengfei was also very confused. When did his family have a true immortal-level bodyguard? He had no idea at all. Grandfather, stop it quickly. He's my master. At that moment, Yin Tengfei quickly ran out. He then gave Yin Tengfei a way out. He could also see that his grandfather did not dare to make a move. However, if he did not have a way out now, Yin Tengfei really would not be able to step down. Your master? When Yin Tengfei heard this, he immediately restrained his aura. From the beginning until the end, Jiang Fei had never released his aura. There was no need for Yin Fei to hide at this time. Moreover, Jiang Fei's appearance was already shocking enough. Although after he exposed Jiang Fei, he did not have the time to secretly cultivate his power. However, with such a backer, Yin Fei was not afraid even if he directly joined the fight for the air. Then, why didn't you introduce me? Yin Tengfei was reprimanding Yin Fei, but in fact, he was trying to find a way out for himself. Yin Fei stuck out his tongue. Then, he came in front of Jiang Fei with a serious expression and bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, he turned around and introduced him to Yin Tengfei. This is my master, Jiang Fei. He is the head of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, Ji Chunhong. This is my grandfather, Yin Tengfei, the head of the Yin family, Yin Fei said to Jiang Fei. What? Hall of Martial Meritocracy? Yi Shunungsdisciple. In an instant, Yin Tengfei was dumbfounded. He had never thought that a good-for-nothing like him would have such a big leg. What kind of place was Martial Meritocracy Hall? It was the leader of all the orthodox sects in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. And Gu Chunhong was even more incredible. This old fellow had already conquered the 5 directions of heaven and earth hundreds of years ago, and later became the second most powerful expert in Martial Meritocracy Hall. The number of people in the entire 5 directions of heaven and earth who could contend with him could be counted on 2 hands. However, this ranking clearly did not include the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, Ji Chunhong might not even be able to enter the top 100. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.